That is a good way to get things rolling. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all to day 2 of ArvCon 2024. This is to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. It is our 10th annual ArvCon, and we could not be more excited about the way things got started. We got things rolling yesterday, day 1 of ArvCon, to benefit Damon Runyon with Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, and all they did was raise $1,220 in about 3 hours, including our largest single donation I think that we've ever had, an anonymous donation of $1,000. A lot of other people contributed as well. We had a ton of giveaways. We had all of this other stuff. It was absolutely amazing, and I am just so incredibly grateful and excited that we had that happen, and I'm so excited that you are back with us today as we get ready for the awesomeness known as ArvCon 2024 Day 2. Before we get started, just a couple of notes which are super, super important that you all need to know, and I think for this I'm going to reveal myself. Hello, I am here. I am present. So first of all, 2 quick things. One, you'll see there's a slight discrepancy there. That's because someone was having trouble using the Tiltify page to donate last night. So it's actually 1220, not 1200. But nonetheless, we've got that. Configuration Queen gifted a tier 1 sub to David Runyon. Yay! And Damon Runyon has done this for several months because when they're in here, they usually get a gift sub given. Thank you, Configuration Queen. That's very kind of you. So we are here and we are ready to go. And let me remind you about a couple of things that we need to know before we get the scientists on here. The first is this is a big day with a lot of events, and I'm going to be very busy running things. The mods are going to be very busy running things, including a bunch of giveaways and stuff like that. So what that means is I need all of your help. I need your help to spread the word. For all of those who have done that so far, thank you, and please keep it up. And I'm also going to need your help because we need to be able to let people know about this and to donate to this amazing cause. 1220 is an amazing first day. It really is a really, really good first day, but we need another really, really good second day so we can stay on track. How do you do that? Very simple. Exclamation point ArvCon gives you some of the details here, but exclamation point donate is where you can actually see the Tiltify link that will bring you over where you can donate. You can use PayPal for this. You can use international. You can use credit cards for this. You can use, if you're international, you can donate to this as well. It is not limited to the United States, and obviously cancer is not limited to the United States. This is hugely important research being done by these scientists, as you're about to hear for yourselves when I introduce them. So I need your help to be able to let people know about this, to be able to spread the word, and to do this really fast and quickly, and to build up this momentum as well. I also want to point out that for those of you who are able to donate generously, please do so. For those of you who are not able to do that or not in a position to do that, I want to repeat that in no way do I feel or should you feel guilty or sad or sorry. Simply your presence here is hugely important. Spreading the word is hugely important, and I want that to be made clear. Even though it is true that money is sort of the goal here, we're trying to raise that $5,000 goal and break it. We've raised over $30,000 in the last 9 years. We're continuing to push here. That doesn't mean that anything else that you're doing isn't really significant. So please, your presence, spreading the word, letting people know, positive, vibes, all of that stuff also really matters. And so please keep that in mind. But again, hit that donate link early and often because it is super important, and we need that help as we go through. So thank you. All right. With all that said, I am now going to unmute myself, and the folks know we are ready to go. And what I'm about to reveal to you, and I apologize if I interrupted their conversations with anything, and now I'm going to bring you over here. Now, before I show this, chat, I just need you all to know that what you are about to see is the brand new Star Wars overlay designed by our very own Shadowed Mage for the Star Wars game, which is going to be happening later this afternoon with these same amazing scientists. That's right. They are not just heroes of cancer research. They are also heroes of the universe. And so you're going to get a chance to see this in just a moment. So when you do that, I want a Marvel effect, okay? I better see some hype in chat and some, I can't believe I've seen, holy cow. These are the people we needed. I can't even get finished before there's wow. Dragon Spear has donated $224 to Damon Runyon. I can't even get over to the splash screen, Dragon. Thank you very much. That also makes Dragon Spear the top donor so far because the anonymous one is anonymous. So, and that means he is in the running currently. I expect a battle between him and several of the others for doing that. Thank you so much, Dragon Spear. Very, very generous person. So 1424. Now I'm going to go over to reveal this. That's right. Here they are. You can see them. They exist. They are in the flesh. and they are here with us. Two of them are previous guests of our ArvCon festivities, and one, of course, is new. And I will begin with the new person, if that's okay. And this is Dr. Hannah Grunwald. Hannah, thank you so much again for doing this. And I guess I just want to say, how are you feeling? As you said, you're the newbie here. So are you feeling, excited, uncertain, unclear? How are you feeling about the ArvCon experience as you get started here?
I could not be more excited. As soon as I heard that this was a fundraiser that existed in the universe, I knew I had to be part of it. So I'm literally I'm at a wedding of a friend from grad school in Eugene, Oregon right now, but I insisted on doing this anyway. And I'm really, really excited to be part of it. Um, it's such a what a fun and intriguing and novel way to raise money for such an important organization.
Oh, that's great. Well, and I'm thank you for and thank your friend as well for lending you to us for a few hours. Because we have like strict time restrictions. This person has to be possibly killed off so they can go to a wedding. That's not what's going to happen. I'm not saying, but anyway. But thank you so much, Hannah. I'll come back to you in just a second. I also want to say hello to Sukrit Singh, who is back with us again. Sukrit was here a couple of years ago, I believe it was. So welcome back, Sukrit. How are you? How are you feeling about this version of your preparation for this version of ArvCon 2024?
I'm feeling great. I have long been someone who dreams about finding ways that we can engage with things like gaming and streaming and do that to talk about science and talk about the work we do as well as everything. So this is sort of one of the funnest things I ever get to do every so often is be part of these kinds of experiences. Actually, it's funny. I also am traveling for a wedding right now, so I'm actually in Chicago at
It's
the
not the
moment.
same wedding, is it? I was just make sure.
No,
Okay,
no,
all right.
it would be very funny if it
Yeah.
was. No, but it's one of those things where I was contacted with the opportunity, and I was like, I'm in. Like, say less. I will be there to play games for science. I'm in. Yeah.
Oh, I am very excited, and so yes, Damon Runyon, man of the match. Yes, before I get to the last scientist, let me just also thank. I know Damon Runyon's in chat. Megan McCurdy, who's the director of communications and PR at Damon Runyon, is the one who has tirelessly assembled these scientists over the last few years, and I really mean it. It makes such a big difference to have an organization that, despite Damon Runyon's size and reach and the amount of money that they have, in a way, kind of adopted our thing, which we've tried to develop and build over the last decade. That really means a lot. So thank you. Quick shout out to Megan for bringing these people together. Last scientist that we have here, also a return guest, is Haripriya Vadehi Narayanan. Hari, it's good to see you. Thank you for being back. How are you feeling about the second iteration for you of ArvCon?
So good. When Megan said this was going to happen again and they were looking for someone, I said, please ask me first. Don't ask anyone else before me. And it's a lovely summer morning in LA, but this is the best thing I could be doing right now.
That's awesome. Now you're not at a wedding, are you? You're not going to a wedding? No. Okay, all
No.
right.
I'm going to the beach, but
Okay, well that's okay. That's very cool. Yeah. I want to point out that one of the things I really love about this is the fact that for Sukrit and Hari, that they both were like, please, can we do it again? And I'm like, that's exactly what I want, because I have such incredible respect for what you folks do. Let's talk a little bit about your research first. I'll start with Hannah. Hannah, I, as always, am fascinated, and I read Megan sent along details about some of the research you're doing, but I, as a layman, do not want to be the one explaining it. Can you tell us a little bit about the research that you've done and maybe what Damon Runyon specifically is doing to help with that?
Yeah. So I'm a basic biologist. I spend a lot of time thinking about some of the fundamental genetic rules that allow different organisms to look the way they do. And on the face of it, that doesn't have a lot to do with cancer, except that, of course, cancer is driven by these genetic mutations that change the way that cells interact with one another.
Sure.
So I'm kind of digging into some of those basic rules by thinking broadly about evolution, because over the course of evolution, you get these same kinds of genetic changes that change cell behaviors, that change tissues, that change animals. So right now I'm thinking about cave fish. Cave fish are literally fish that live in caves. There's lots of different species of them, but I look at a species called the Mexican tetra, something like 200,000 years ago. A bunch of fish washed into these caves, and over the course of a very short time in evolution, They evolve so they look very different. They have no pigment. They have no eyes at all. They just have like skin over eye sockets. They have very different metabolisms because they only eat every once in a while when food washes into the caves. Um, they're super, super interesting in a number of ways. But what they are is something that we can compare to the fish that exist in the river and ask about those very specific genetic changes and what they do and how they inform these downstream effects. And in particular, I'm interested in the mutations that exist in the river fish that are invisible and only really become visible when they're in the cave fish. And that's something that actually is really important in genetic disease in general. All of us, all four of us here, and everybody watching is carrying all sorts of mutations in their bodies that are predicted to be deleterious, that are predicted to be disease causing, whether or not we have that disease. And we still are not very good at predicting which combos of mutations really cause disease. And that's something that I think could really, really help us in the future. So I'm using these weird fish in order to tease that apart. And Damon Runyon is, oh, like my love for Damon Runyon cannot be expressed. They are so willing to take chances on truly weird projects where you don't know if the outcome is going to be brilliant, but it has the possibility to be a true change, a true advancement. You know what I mean? It's very easy to be sure that incremental research is going to find something eventually, but it's never going to find something really big. And I feel like Damon Runyon takes these big chances on projects that on the face of it don't seem obvious. And I mean, I'm not saying my research is going to be like the brilliant thing, but Damon Runyon invests in so many cool different scientists that are doing cool, weird research that some of us are going to find something that really allows for big advances in how we treat disease.
Wow, that is wild. I can't. Or several years ago, I remember. I believe it was Bassent. I have to find. I need to remember the exact who it was. Who was talking about doing research of ant colonies specific to the way. It's absolutely mind blowing to me that like this makes all kinds of sense. I can't even say how much respect I have for what the organization, the foundation, does for this. So very, very cool. And we have another. What did I just get? We just got a. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong page. Okay. Thank you, Chrono Travis. Another $50 to Damon Runyon. Cancer is lame. Boy, you got that right. Also, Dragon Spear would not forgive me if I didn't mention Go Manchester United, the 2024 FA Cup winners. Also down with cancer, period. Yes, I'm on board with all of that. I'll happily wear the Man U jersey if it means that we get more money for Damon Runyon. Thank you so much, Chrono Travis, for that. Well, let me jump down to Sukrit. So I remember also being super fascinated in the research you were talking about a couple of years ago, Sukrit, and what I'm curious about from you is you're a little further along. So can you explain the research you did? And then since you're further along in that research, how did, Damon Runyon help in sort of processing that?
Yeah, no. So as a recap, what I'm really interested in is drug resistance, but through the lens of biophysics. So I'm a biophysicist by training, particularly thinking about things at the atomic level and modeling protein structures and in fully atomic detail, and every atom is described explicitly as these balls and springs that you can watch sort of move around, and these proteins change shape. And it turns out that has huge impacts on how the targets that we look at when we're talking about cancer drug targeting will actually function, and how do mutations impact the shape changing and the ensemble, as we call it, the ensemble of shapes that they can adopt to actually impart either disease-causing phenotypes, or what I'm more interested in is how when you have these cancerous versions of these drugs, or even the regular versions of these drug targets and these proteins, if you insert other mutations, do they become more ligand resistant or less drug resistant as a result, or maybe even drug sensitive upon mutation happening? So understanding how these mutations and understanding how we can make sense of those has sort of been the broad objective that I've really been interested in. And so over the past couple of years, one of the challenges we've encountered is how hard it is to actually generate and collect that kind of data at the scale you need to actually answer these questions. And so one of the challenges has been, how do we actually do this in a way that isn't relying on closed source software, or we have to shell out $10,000 a year, but can we actually spend the time to do it properly in an open source software manner so that other people around the world can also access the tools we're building to answer the similar types of questions, because these are still fundamental problems that have impacts not just with cancer drug resistance, but also antibiotic resistance and other kinds of studies as a whole. So I'm broadly interested in how we can how we've been able to scale up the tools that we have and spin up new tools. And so a lot of what I do, and this is my own plug here, is we work a lot with this consortium called Folding at Home, which our lab is a member of, and it's this consortium of labs around the world that use the power of citizen science and citizen scientists who donate their idle GPU time and idle CPU time on any gaming desktop. They just download an app, and they actually help us run these calculations. So they help us run these predictions and whether or not whether or not this mutation is predicted to cause the target to resist the drug binding, or whether it actually causes a target to maybe overactivate and become overactive in the presence of the mutation to compensate for the presence of the drug in the first place. And so being able to capture these at a citizen science scale with tens of thousands of folks helping us out is hugely helpful, because we're able to actually collect the amount of data we would actually need to answer these questions at such a fundamental scale. And Damon Runyon has been sort of invaluable in giving me the time and the chance necessary to actually implement these tools. So often, these kinds of science and basic science research does take some time and investment to sort of do everything right, and ensure everything is following certain rigorous standards and best practices. And Damon Runyon giving us this investment and giving me this time to spend thinking about these problems and implementing them and being part of these larger projects and consortia has been hugely helpful to actually pushing forward these ideas in a scalable way that we're not just restricted to cancer research, even though that's the primary focus, but we can extend these very quickly now to tackle hundreds of mutations at once for other systems as well, which has always been sort of my broader interest, is understanding the impact of mutations on how drugs can bind or no longer bind.
That's again. I mean, it reminds me also of like if crypto were actually good, like if crypto were good for the world. There's a version of this in which instead we help cure disease. I want to say two things. First of all, Classicor, $50 just now for Damon Runyon. Thank you. In February, I lost an aunt to cancer. It is awful how common that experience is. Let us feck that shite disease. Couldn't say it better myself. Thank you, Classicor. So we're up to 1544 now. Again, exclamation point donate. Let's keep it up, everybody. I also want to make a note before I get to Hari about, again, I'm continually amazed by the value of interdisciplinary work. This is something as a humanities person I'm used to in other contexts, but in a scientific context, just getting people out of their silos. And this, it feels to me like even on the experimental level, Sukrit, a lot of what you're talking about is about that, is about getting people to talk to each other across scientific disciplines. And that's, that there's a lot to that, which I'll come back to, but so very, very cool. Last, Hari, again, same question to you. You were also a little further along in your research as well, because we had you a couple of years back. So if you could tell me a little bit too, and tell us about what's the research that you've been working on, how has that research developed over the last couple of years, and what did Damon Runyon do in the process of making that happen?
Yeah, so thanks for asking, Greg. So what I do is kind of like try to push what's one of the new frontiers in fighting cancers, which is vaccines and immunotherapies. And that's literally teaching your body's own immune system how to fight off the tumor. And so to do that, I kind of think of the immune system as like this little computer that's continuously, processing what its response should be. And the inputs to this computer are basically whatever's going on in your body, right? Like, did you get some bacteria out there? Or is there a virus? Or is there some cancer cell that's starting to develop somewhere in some corner? And the output, of course, is like what we do as an organism or as an animal. Like we have a response. Do we fight this off? Do we get sick or not? Do we get a fever? Those are the outputs. And the processing is where everything gets really interesting, because this is like no computer that we have ever worked with. Nothing like the laptop that I'm talking to you on, right? It's like a bunch of immune cells. Every cell is slightly different from every other cells, and they're all busy talking to each other. And somehow through their group dynamic, they're sort of crowdsourcing the strategy of, okay, what do we do next? Do we make a fever in this organism, or do we go kill these cancer cells out here? They come to that decision. And what I study is the rules of this group dynamics that allows them to make the right kind of decision. And then how do we teach them to, tweak their group dynamics a little bit so that they make the kind of decision that we want them to make? If they're all just hanging out while somebody's like growing this big tumor inside, we're like, hey, look, wake up. There's something over there that you need to go fight. So that's what I'm really interested in. And I'm coming at it sort of like I don't know, like a physicist, studying the immune system. So we kind of pull out cells initially and we sort of like watch what they do and learn what the rules of the group dynamics are. And then we take those rules and they're super complicated. Imagine like 10,000 people in a room talking to each other and what a conversation that is, right? So we build computational models to sort of like figure out how these conversations fit together and then predict, okay, if we had all these 10,000 people in a room, what's the room going to do next? And then, were we actually right? Well, we actually take mouse models and, give them a little push and see whether whatever we predicted the mouse would do is actually right. So if it does, then, well, we guessed the rules correctly. And that's kind of where I'm trying to go with this, to figure out how immune cells talk to each other and how can we tweak that conversation to make them do what we want. And when I started with this work, I came from straight up physics and engineering. I knew how to build robots. I was probably better at making self-driving cars rather than doing anything with cancer. I didn't know anything about cancer research or immunology or whatever. And I was like, hey, let me go study the immune system, just the most complex system in the body. And I'm just blown away that Damon Runyon was willing to take a chance on someone like me coming out of left field and being like, I'm going to do this, crazy thing, even though I have no clue about the first thing that I'm doing right now. And without that support, I don't think I could have had that protected time to really learn everything that I need, like allowing someone like me to go play with cells and play with drugs and sort of like really build that knowledge and that intuition so that I could, create an idea that I could run with in the future. I think that's been incredibly special and I'm super, super grateful for that. And I'm also grateful to Damon Runyon in general for the amazing work that they do, because over the last year, we've had a close family member, my husband's dad, who's had brain cancer, and just going through it from the side of the patient as well, and seeing what kind of a difference these innovations make in the clinic on an everyday basis, and the kind of work that Damon Runyon does to support not just me, but everybody else who's doing work that's so relevant to these situations. I appreciate this so much. And I appreciate all the viewers so much for supporting a cause like this. Thank you.
Can I also make a note that one of the great things about Damon Runyon also is how extraordinarily well-spoken and communicative and articulate about very complex topics everyone always is, and I'm extremely impressed with that as well. And it makes our job a lot easier, who are out here in the field, so to speak, raising money for causes like this. It's very, very interesting. I will try to get to the Huntsman's question if I have time. We don't have a lot of time left because we have so many events we have to get to, but I do want to jump back to Hannah and ask you. So one of the things that we were talking about, and I think Hari brought it up here, is about sort of these personal connections. But I want to talk about that speaking across disciplines and getting out of silos. Is it your experience, and I'm wondering if Damon Runyon has helped with this, that getting people to talk to each other from different disciplines so that it doesn't feel as left field, that someone in physics is going to talk to someone in biology who will speak to someone then eventually in oncology, and you put this all together and you end up with some extraordinary movement? Like, is that becoming more prominent or more common in scientific circles? Is Damon Runyon helping push that? I'm curious about speaking across those disciplines, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, of course, it's variable in different parts of science
Sure.
and different, groups. I think one of the true values of Damon Runyon in particular, and also kind of this format of funding where you fund individuals for their ideas and you're not trying to like make a product
Right,
necessarily,
right, right.
I think that really makes it easier to bring people from very different like energies, very different disciplines together. And so actually Hari and I had the opportunity to meet at a conference for Damon Runyon a year ago, 2 years ago. Time is immaterial now. But it's so much fun to meet someone who thinks entirely differently than you do. And when you present your research to this person, they'll come back at you with a question, which is something you just could never have imagined. So actually, I know you haven't asked this yet, but I really want to make this parallel. So I DM a Dungeons and Dragons game, and one of the first things I learned about, as a DM was to stop preparing so much,
Mm-hmm.
because you can prepare all these things you think that your players are going to do, and they will go do something totally different, and it
Oh, yeah.
takes it in a direction that is more fun and weirder and more complicated than it ever would have been if you had come up with it on your own. And
Yep.
I feel like that's the true power of collaboration. That's the true power of having connections with people who don't do just what you do. And I think that there's science that would never, ever, ever exist if there was just one person who had thought about it. It only works because you have all these people thinking about it in very, very different ways and coming together. And anything that's making that happen is really valuable.
Yeah, that's well said. And yeah, that absolutely no, as we always say, no campaign survives contact with a player. At least no original concept is. And we have just had someone donate another Babylon Zool. Thank you for doing this. $100 more to Damon Runyon. Thank you so much, everybody. Keep it up. 1644 now we are up to. So we are rapidly closing in on 50% of our goal. Thank you. Yeah, so I agree entirely that there is a lot that can be learned. As I say, humanities professor and author, am often talking about the connections between game mastering, writing, communication, things like that. But in scientific ways as well, these things are how humans survived, not because of anything superior, I think, other than our ability to occasionally work in concert with each other. And sometimes not as much, but we work more in concert with each other, I think, than we're willing to even sometimes admit to ourselves. So it's good to foster those things. And that's what I think of when you respond that way. Sucre, let me come to you since you've had a chance to do this over time. I asked you how Damon Runyon has sort of processed and made it possible for you to pursue this. I guess I would ask, has your thinking about your initial research, you mentioned that things sort of just gathering the data at scale was something that was one of the big challenges. Were there other things that came up for you over time that you had to sort of adjust on the fly in the way that Hannah described? You had to make adjustments to it. Was the work that Damon Runyon did with you, did it make it possible for you to adjust, to be agile, I guess, to use a term, in the scientific research you were doing?
Yeah, actually, it's funny. It's sort of, and also in parallel with this interdiscipline, it ties in well with the interdisciplinary question you asked as well, where I'm a structural biophysicist by training. I think a lot of about things at like a much smaller protein structural scale with these atomic details and basic biochemistry, and to then be in environments like the ones Damon Runyon helps organize, where I'm talking a lot about cell level systems and cell systems level things, or organoid and organismal level things that that those are questions that I often just don't encounter in my hour-to-hour day-to-day thinking. And so being in those environments really helps me realize, oh, we should be tackling things a different way, or oh, there are actually other interesting questions that we should think about. And so it's not just about being able to, like, the challenge of collecting the data at scale is oftentimes a more physics and a computational problem that we have to tackle. But often the real help there becomes that we are able to pivot with the help of this kinds of exposure that Damon Runyon provides, is what are the useful questions we should be asking first, and what are the more direct, low-hanging fruit questions that we can help other folks tackle as well when it comes to what systems to work on, and what major like questions there are out there in sort of in cancer and in the cell level systems problems. And so it oftentimes becomes this really interesting like back and forth where we're generating some data unfolding at home and with the help of all those citizen scientists, and then we're also like, wait, this data set can be useful for two different things.
Yeah.
And now we have to think about how to split the analysis in two different ways, or oh, we also need to think about these other components with our problems. And so and Damon Runyon is so helpful with that, because I have a co-mentor who's a purely experimental biochemist who is so helpful at sort of pointing out, oh, are these the relevant questions to ask? How can we sort of make sense and connect to the data sets that we generate to both to multiple problems at once?
Yeah.
And when we're doing this at scale, like, not just sitting there collecting one data set for one question, but making these as broadly useful as possible to the scientific community at large.
Very, very cool. And I love how so much of what you're talking about too goes back to this. Much of this is foundational work that has huge implications for everything else. You can't do this work on other stuff if you don't know some of these basics. That plus citizen sourcing is very amazing. Also, I would say helps break down the some of the barriers perhaps between what scientists do and what ordinary people do, and how scientists and ordinary people are really just people speaking to each other about stuff that's important to everybody. Hari, let me ask you, if I may, about one of the things that really struck me about your answer was about playfulness, and about, you use that term several times, about playing with drugs and playing with these ideas and these concepts. And we know that play is generative to creativity. It's one of the things we do on this channel is play stuff, so we know that, right? But I guess I'm curious, we tend to think of extraordinarily serious business, and it is serious business, the work of science in all disciplines, but especially in trying to save people's lives, to improve people's lives in this work. But I want to ask, to the degree that Damon Runyon has helped you do this, I guess, is there a sense in which there is not just a joy of I'm doing good work, but a playfulness to it, a joy of the creativity that comes from the work that you've done in thinking about immune systems in a different way and so on? I don't know if I'm way off base, but I'm curious about playfulness in science as you've experienced it.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's such a great point, because animals learn by play. That's what we do. That's
Right.
how we're built to do it. And to me, it's actually really important, particularly so because I don't work alone in the lab. I work with a team of about 6 to 8 students. Many of them are undergrads. And if I'm going to get an 18-year-old and tell this 18-year-old to put in 10 hours of hard work, working with immune cells.
What do you mean? 18-year-olds love the grind. We all know.
Really? I've yet to hear that.
Yeah, maybe not.
But I think the thing that's made it really, I don't know, that's really kind of like drawn them in and sort of like given them this love for learning that sort of like pushes the work ahead and, kindles that passion for doing something interesting or something fruitful in them. It's been that sense of fun throughout. Like, hey, we collected all these cells. Now, can we paint this graph in as many different colors as we can so that it looks beautiful? And look, it looks like a funky painting. And this clump of cells over here kind of looks like a witch's nose or something like that. So it's been really instrumental to me, I think, in like focusing people on a task that's difficult, maintaining that focus over time. And like you said, coming up with, if you can think of a witch's nose, you can think of crazy ideas for what cells are doing. It certainly stirs the pot.
No, it's really very, very cool. And as chat, of course, is eating this up because they're like, you mean playing is a good positive step that moves the ball forward? Yeah, it moves things forward. All right. Well, before I thank you to end and wrap up here, I do have to end with the most serious point of the day, which is how critically important it is, your experience with role-playing games. So, Hari, I'll start with you and work the other direction. I am sure that this has been your every thought, every waking second. No, I'm joking. But so what is it that draws you to? Why did you want to do this? I'm so happy you did. But what drew you to the idea of wanting to play a role-playing game in front of a group of strangers, so to speak, giving money for Damon Runyon? What interests you from a game point of view here?
Oh my God, I've only done this once before in my life. And that was at the previous ArvCon.
And it was great.
Was amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, I was like, why do I not know more people in my life who do this? Like, you guys are like my crowd for this almost. And, I just had to be back. It's something about taking yourself out of everyday life and putting yourself in this amazing fantasy world. And that's something I really love about fantasy altogether, that it allows you to think about very human things and very, things that are so relevant to human emotion and human life and human thought, but in a setting that's just absolutely not cluttered by real world considerations. And so you can explore pretty much everything without your real world biases getting in the way, right? And just that sense of freedom, that sense of a sandbox of something that's totally unexplored in this new world, and you get to like make it up on your own as you go along. That's just so appealing to me. I had to be back.
That's also that's a wonderful endorsement. I also have to say it's great because then you can just hand wave things that happen, like ships making noise in space in Star Wars. It's fine. Clearly, that's that's how it would work. Let me thank, by the way, the Raiders coming from Fleos' channel. The Questers are here. Screw cancer. Could not agree more. Thank you so much, Fleos, for that. We'll be hearing more from Fleos soon. That I really right on, Harry. I couldn't agree more with all that. All right, Sucrit. So we've talked about this on the all about this. We were just talking before about Star Wars games and Survivor, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and all that kind of stuff. So what has drawn you, let's say, to the tabletop side of things here? Like, what are you thinking about as you think, I really want to do this, as opposed to I have a controller in my hand? What's different about the tabletop thing for you?
I think it's I think for me, I've always enjoyed tabletop role-playing games in particular, because exactly what you said, you can bend the rules a little bit and you can play around with the rules. Like, when you have a controller in your hand, you're playing other kinds of games. There's a very fixed rule set that you're working with that is incredibly inflexible, which is part of the convenience of it as well. But part of the joy of tabletop role-playing games is almost the improv theater component of it.
Yeah.
There are rules and but they're guidelines, and you can have fun with it, and you can play around with different ideas and explore different ways of approaching things. I just enjoy sort of that component in general of being able to have more flexible mechanics and have more creativity at the table, because it's not just you playing, it's multiple a meeting of multiple minds and different ideas and experiences sort of informing how the story evolves and how everything happens over time and over the course of the session. And so it's a whole different kind of game in my mind that has its own separate like appeal and joy that comes from just exploring and being creative and collaborating that way.
Absolutely agree. And just before I get to Hannah, we have just had another $98.76 from Hillness, who says chaos must reign. It's very important to remember that when you're doing charity events, you want some people donating odd amounts and some people donating even amounts, because just like the pancakes waffles battle, someone's got to got to win, and Damon Runyon is winning in the process. Also, Hillness is now moved ahead, I think. Hillness, you're slightly trailing Dragon Spear. So Hillness and Dragon Spear are incredibly generous and often battle each other for top donator status in these things. So we're up to 1742.76. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's keep it up. Yeah, I agree entirely. Whenever I feel like I'm running into walls in something in a video game, I'm like, man, I would not have this wall if I were in a tabletop environment with my friends. All right, well, Hannah, this answer is something I asked Hannah before. I was like, so, have you, because we get all kinds of, sometimes like Hari had not had any experience with this before a couple of years ago. So I was like, have you had any experience? And I was like, yeah, I run several campaigns. I'm like, oh boy, I ran into I've been doing it since I was a child. But no. But so tell me, if you can, a little bit, just briefly, about why tabletop games for you, either as a scientist or separate from that. What is it that you found appealing about them for you?
If you cut me in half, you would just see the words theater kid, like right down the middle. So
right.
I feel like that's a big component of it. But the reason I love theater and the reason I love tabletop role-playing games is it's that freedom that both Sucrit and Hari were talking about, where you have infinite possibility space that you can encounter, and it allows you to be so brave in a way that you're not allowed to be in real life, right? You have all these social constraints and all these physical constraints in real life, and in this game you can try anything and you can become anything. And it really ends up being, it is about that playfulness. It is about opening up your mind. And I think that one of the reasons I love it, one of the reasons to go back to the idea of play in science, is that if you think too rigidly, you only ever get to think the same things, and it's straight up boring.
Yeah.
Like if you literally are living in a box, it's not as much fun. And being able to think in different ways, it's almost like there's a shower thought component. You're looking over here and suddenly you have a thought that allows you to bounce off in a different direction. So I think Role-playing games let me think thoughts that I didn't even know I was allowed to think or could think or would think. And I haven't been doing it for years. I've only been DMing for like a year and a half
No, I
now.
just didn't want to be insulting. I have been doing it for almost 40 myself, so I don't want to be that guy when I'm just like, let me tell you. But again, I just before I'm going to let these folks go, they're going to be back with us for Star Wars. I just want to say quickly, though, a personal thank you to all three of you. I have mentioned this before on stream, but my mother passed away from breast cancer. My oldest friend last year passed away from a rare form of bone cancer that he was in clinical trials for at Yale, and that was. I mean, I'd known him for 44 years, and it's the effects of it are brutal. And what this is a chance for us to do, I saw earlier on that Babylon Zool in chat, both he and his wife and their cat are all survivors of cancer. And I wanted to mention that this is both for the people who have passed away and the people who are living and surviving because of the work this has done. So I wanted to say, before I tear up too much, to thank you all individually, because the work that you have done and that Damon Runyon as a whole does has an extraordinarily positive impact on the world, not just for the people who are dealing with cancer and its effects, but for people who are watching others go, oh, this is what happens when individuals come together in community to do something even larger than themselves and to advance the cause of human dignity and the quality of human life. So thank you personally to each of you, because it really does make a difference. And before I start crying, I'm going to get on out of here and I'm going to let these folks leave. But we will have them back in a couple of hours, chat, for some Star Wars as they will be heading to a galaxy far, far away to raise money for a galaxy near, near to us, which is this one right here. So thank you again to Hannah Grunwald, to Sukrit Singh, to Haripriya Vadehi Narayanan, and we will have you folks back in just a couple of hours. Thank you so much. Chat, can we get some love for the scientists? Scientists, we'll have you back soon. Thank you again so much. Bye for now. Okay. There we go. Woo. Man, I don't know what to say about this other than just to say that I continue to be so incredibly inspired by what humans can accomplish when they put their minds to do so. I want you to remember that, chat. Every time you see the media sort of talking about everybody is a hateful, cynical, I offer you Exhibit A. This should be the remedy to all cynicism, the fact that innovation and thoughtfulness and care comes into play in this way. Extraordinary stuff. Also extraordinary, all of you for having given the money that you have so far. We are up to 1742.76, which is really awesome and amazing. Hope is an act of defiance. That's right. It's an effective one too. That's very well said. So thank you, Flayos, for the raid. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a Zoom link out and I'm going to get the Talisman folks on board and we're going to get rolling. Remember, chat, big announcement coming up. Major announcement, which is going to come at the beginning of Talisman Adventures. Then we have the Talisman Adventures finale. Then we will have those amazing scientists back for the Star Wars game, and then we will continue with ArvCon going on forward. So it's going to be great. You're right, I do. 17, you're right. I forgot about that, Echo. I was relying on the Tiltify. So it is now 1742.76. It's so big a number, I can't even keep it in there. Also, thank you again, Damon Runyon, for bringing those scientists on board, and it's just super inspirational to me. So thank you so much for that. There we go. 1742.76 out of 5,000. That's right, but we move the ball down the field slowly. So, and we're making progress. So thank you all. Let's get that number to 2K. All right, let's make it happen. So far, Expedition is the current leader out of the clubhouse, although that was a very credible effort. We've got $542.76 during the scientist interview. That's really good stuff. Can Talisman Adventures exceed that number? We are about to find out. I'm going to go get them on board. Please stick with us, and I will be right back to you after we have the Talisman people ready to go. Thank you all. Back in just a bit. Hold tight. All right, everybody. We are back and we are ready to go. Let me just get my camera started here. 1 second as I get that thing coordinated here. Thank you for the follow here. Let me just move this over. Okay, and let me do something which I didn't do last night and I need to remember to do now. I'm going to stop recording. Okay, now we're back on to part 2 of day 2 of ArvCon 2024. Thank you so much for being here. We had a great opening chat with the scientists. We are now up to 1747.76 out of 5,000. This is super cool, and could not be happier for that. But we have now our first tabletop event of the day, which is going to be the Talisman Adventures finale. Remember, please do continue to donate. Thank you so much for all the follows, for the donations. Genly, I saw that you gave $5 during the break. Thank you so much for that. And let's continue to go forward. Thank you to the mods for their continued hard work on the prize giveaways and everything else. And again, thank you so much for the turnout. Let's continue to spread the word and let people know about all of the awesome stuff that we are doing. And don't forget that donate button. Let's get this up past 2K as quickly as we can as we move on to 50% of our goal. Exclamation point donate for that. We also have a major announcement coming up, and I'm going to talk about that right now. So I am unmuting myself to let them know that we are ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the Incredible Crew +1, the Incredible Crew +1 of Talisman Adventures, getting ready for the Talisman Adventures finale. But we also have an additional person here. One of the people is in a place where it's so loud that they don't think that they can join us, and that is Ananda. So whenever you hear people saying like, and then all of us doing XYZ, just add in your mind and Ananda. It's like, in accordance with the prophecy, like you always add that on to the end of everything. So just like, I'm going shopping in accordance with the prophecy. So just do the same thing for this, okay? Like I am here in accordance with, Ananda. I am here with all of these groups. So I am here with the amazing Pyron Jade, with the amazing Darksaber 2K, with the amazing Peripheral Mike, also known as Mike Smith, also known as Wholesome Horror Gaming, with the amazing Undeveloped Bruce, and with the amazing Fleos, who has just been gifted a tier 2 sub by Echo Alpha X5. Thank you. Ananda is here, is in the pub. Okay, but Ananda is here. All right. So we have a big announcement, folks, and I'm just going to go very quickly to every person individually before we talk about this. Pyron, how hyped are you for this announcement? No? Is that a don't come to me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't look over. Never mind. I'm going to move on to Darksaber. Darksaber, are you hyped? Okay. Oh, geez. Okay, but also definitely not Bruce has just donated $300 to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Holy cow. That brings us over 2,000. Wow. Thank you so much to Definitely Not Bruce. Also, thank you to Dragon Spawn, who's just given a tier 1 sub. Also, Hype Chain. Thank you, everybody. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you to Definitely Not Bruce for that, because that was definitely not amazing, by which I mean the opposite. Thank you so much. That's really, really awesome. Wow. And also, by the way, makes Definitely Not Bruce the current top donor. And in line to win, wait a minute. In line to win this is going to the top donor. This is a photograph. I don't know if you can see it with the shine, but this is a professional photograph taken by our very own Drew the Damager, who is a professional photographer, of the evening starry sky, a graffiti-covered tower, and it is set to be hung on the wall. It is on a metal print, and this will go to the top donator. And if I happen to know, thank you so much, by the way, for the Prince Justin for the tier 1 sub gift to Jagtress. If I know this person is definitely not going to be where I'm going to be seeing them in person, and that person stays the top donator, I might be able to bring the prize to the Definitely Not person who just definitely didn't give that. So I'm just saying that could definitely not happen. That's definitely possible. Okay, so Pyron Jade, your mic is now working. Is that what I was hearing? Okay, so how hyped are you? Also, Effect Life. Wow, folks, I can't keep up with everything. 5 tier 1 subs from Effect Life. Thank you for the gifts, Effect Life. My goodness. Okay, so Pyron Jade, are you hyped? Are you ready? that I can't even. This is very true, actually. I can confirm that that's the case. Darksaber, are you hyped for what we're about to talk about? Give it a minute. Exactly. Mike, are you hyped for what we're about to see? Yeah, this is going to be incredible. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I muted all of you. Please, let's just say that again. Pyre and Jade, are you hyped? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Darksaber, are you hyped?
I'm very, very hyped.
Not as hyped as I was a second ago.
You have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, chat. I am a little overloaded. I apologize. Now we can hear them. Darksaber is hyped. Okay, Mike,
yes.
Are you hyped?
Yes, I'm very hyped. I'm so
Okay.
hyped. I've not been this hyped for a while. Let's go.
Oh my God. And thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Undeveloped Bruce says Effect Life donates another $10 to the cause. We are now up to 57.76, closing in on 50% of the goal. Thank you so much. I'm glad someone believes in me, Dragonspawn. Thank you. Undeveloped Bruce, are you prepared? And have you any thoughts of definitely not Bruce having contributed to this? Just curious.
Yeah, I'm very hyped. I got loads of thoughts about this mysterious fellow, and I hope that they continue to be the best donator of the day, which I'm sure they will.
For reasons, yeah.
For reasons, yeah. Let's make Talisman the best, because it's already the best. We're the best crew, and we're gonna raise the most. It's not a competition, but we're gonna
But we are gonna raise the most.
yeah, for cancer and not for any other competitive reasons.
Absolutely. And actually, now that I think of it, that's true. Right now, so you're not the top was 1220 from Expedition, but so far we started at what? It was 17. So we've raised did I miss 500? So we've raised so we've raised right now over $300, and we haven't even started the session yet. So that's a good start. We're moving in the right direction. So thank you everybody. And Fleos and I'll ask Ananda in chat in a minute. Fleos, are you super hyped for this?
I'm so hyped. I'm like, I've wrapped around and now I'm like folding in on myself because I'm scared.
Yeah, exactly. I need to actually get to the announcement or people won't lose it. And then, of course, Ananda, are you hyped in chat? Even if you're in a pub, I imagine that would make... I hope the pub is as hyped as we are, I guess is what I'm saying. Is that fair to say?
That's it.
Yeah. Well, are we really?
No.
No, yeah. I was hoping. That would be great. I'd love to be in a pub TV someday. That'd be amazing. But I will let Ananda sort of answer us when she gets a chance. Okay, she is. She is in all caps. All right. Chat, it is our great pleasure to make the following announcement. So we have been playing D&D together and or Talisman Adventures together in some form for some years. And we all like each other. We're all friends. Dragonspawn. I saw Dragonspawn did, but also Prince John. Yeah, I thank both of them for that. But actually, I did. I thank both of them. So thank you to both. You're amazing people. Thank you. We've been playing it together for a long time. We like each other. We enjoy these games a lot. And sometime at the end of last year, I want to say, coming into the beginning of this year, we started to have some discussions about what if we were to broaden out what we do on GOGCOM's Twitch channel and to do this more perhaps, but to do this in other venues and perhaps other places as well. What if we were more, I'm feeling like the Superman movie, what if someone was more than what he imagined? What if we were more than just a group of people that got together online but did so in person on occasion and elsewhere? What if we became even a bigger actual play group? And so it is my great pleasure to announce that Pyre and Jade, Darksaber 2K, Peripheral Mike, also known as Wholesome Horror Gaming, Undeveloped Bruce, Fleos, and Ananda, and I have formed a new tabletop role-playing group, which is called By the Dice Roll. Not only have we created this group, folks, we have a website, we have a logo, and not only that, you're like, okay, fine, but anyone can make a logo and a website. I've got more, because Saturday, August 17th, we will be doing our first in-person Dungeons & Dragons event in the United Kingdom at the Clapham Omnibus Theatre. Now, I want to tell you, for those of you who don't know what this is, the Clapham Omnibus Theatre is a former library where we are going to run the adventure Night at the Forbidden Library. Can you dig it? I mean, is there any... I can't even, like, I don't know if we can describe this. We are all going to be there in person, every single one of us. Fleos is coming from Canada. Saber and Undeveloped Bruce are driving from Wales. It's not like the UK is all in one spot. They have to make it somehow from Wales. Pyron is flying from Germany. Mike and Ananda are, just walking out of their house and over. No, I'm just kidding. And I am flying from the United States. Now, the reason I'm flying there partly is because I am going to be in Glasgow at WorldCon, assuming I'm unprogramming, knock on wood. But my family and I are coming. We already bought the tickets, so one way or the other, I'm going to be there. And we are going to do this event. You can buy tickets. If you are in Europe, you can fly and get here. It is a theater which seats, I believe it is 110, I want to say, 100 to 110 people. We're going to have it for hours. We're going to run these people through it. There are going to be giveaways. And Triffid has seen this because Triffid schedules everything. So Triffid has known about this for months. I cannot tell you how excited I have been for this. It is amazing. If you're like, wait a minute, I don't believe you, Arv, you're making this up. Oh, am I? How about you put in www.buythediceroll.com. Go over there and you will see that there is a website. You will see a logo designed by definitely not Bruce. I mean, Undeveloped Bruce. You will see the logo there. In fact, I need to find that logo because the logo is so freaking good that it's just amazing. Wait, I have to put the logo up here. I told you, Chad, this was a big deal. Did I not tell you this was a big announcement? Okay, while I go find this. All right, somebody talk about how great this is. I don't care who it is. Anyone can just say, oh my God, this is so cool. I can't wait. Please.
I'm flying across the ocean for the first time.
Yeah!
This is so cool. I can't wait.
For the first time.
I'm going to my
Oh,
homeland.
my days.
All of my ancestors are from England, Scotland, and Ireland.
Yeah, me
He's
too.
coming
Going
home.
over there. But not to see
Oh.
them. I don't want to see my cousin. Who cares about those people? I'm seeing these people right here. So
Yeah.
It's gonna be so cool.
it's
It's gonna be
surreal.
so cool.
it is what
Yeah,
it
it is, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
really surreal. It's like we had this idea, like, God, how long have we been doing this now? Like, we had this idea ages ago, and slowly but surely things have come together, and slowly but surely it's like, this is a real, oh God, this is a real thing. You get that hype moment, then you get that sort of realization where you're like, oh, this is actually happening. And then you realize it's happening, like, oh God, this is actually happening. Like, this is a real thing. Like, I don't think we could stop this even if we wanted to. Like, this is now a machine that we sort of are a part of. I'm so hyped for it.
It's gonna be amazing. I'm trying to find the. Okay, we got the number list. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm gonna use the numberless one. Oh, there it is. No, I found it. Never mind. Okay, I'm going to download this. I had it downloaded, but I've had so many things that I've had to download over the last week because of ArvCon stuff. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to show you this logo, chat. I don't think you are prepared for what you are about to see. It is truly spectacular. Okay, here we go. There's this. No, not game capture, Arv. That would be image. Okay, there's that. And then we go over to desktop, and then we capture this. Okay, and then we have that. Oh my God, it is so big it overwhelms the screen. That's too large. Let's drop that down.
That's how big this is.
That's how big this is. It's so big that OBS cannot even contain it.
Crushed under the weights of the dice.
Oh my God, it's so incredible. Okay, here we go. Right. I love it. Okay, here we go. And that's it. Buy the dice roll. And those of you who are, apparently this is also, from what I understand, in the United Kingdom, this is like a common, like, right? This is a sign. This is based on the cheese thing, right? Is this based on the cheese thing?
That's what got us on to discussing this design ultimately.
Yes.
We were discussing the UK tradition of cheese rolling.
It's a lot more dangerous than it sounds.
Oh, it's very dangerous.
People try to ban it. You go down this really steep hill chasing a roll of cheese. They fall, they break bones. It's great.
Just like D&D.
Just like D&D.
Like when we play, anyway.
Thank you again for the Dragonspun for the tier 1 sub. I can't even keep up with all the subs that have been gifted. Thank you all so much for this. But yes, in answer to Echo's question, we are going to be trying to live stream this. Now, I want to make clear, we know that not everybody can get here, so we get that. Here's what I would love. What we would love is to walk in on Saturday, August 17th, have 100 people sitting in, literally filling up the theater, and then have people be like, I wasn't able to get in, but I did manage to watch this on my screen. Sign me the hell up for that. Like, and genuinely, I want to say that these folks here are all really dear friends now, and I have never met any of them in person. And that is one of the greatest things about this for me, is I'm going to get the chance to actually see them in person, and we're going to share our common love of tabletop role playing and Dungeons and Dragons in this going forward. Oh, and while I'm on the subject of that, by the way, now as soon as Fleos gets a job where he's able to play with us during the year, Fleos is going to be a regular member of Ghosts of Saltmarsh going forward. But I do want to mention that after Talisman Adventures finale concludes, it is my great pleasure to also mention that Undeveloped Bruce is joining our Saltmarsh campaign as a permanent member. So we are now going to have Inanda, Pyron, Saber, Peripheral Mike, and Undeveloped Bruce. And as soon as Fleos can make his teaching schedule somehow conform, he will also join on a regular basis. But besides that, he will continue to be guest starring at any point that he can. So that is like, I really have been so excited for this beyond the event itself of ArvCon, because I'm so excited to meet these folks. I'm so excited to speak to them. I'm so excited to play D&D with them in person and to show us that communities can be drawn together from all different sources. I am just over the moon with this. So I don't know what to say except thank you. I love these people. I'm really excited to see them. And Buy the Dice Roll is going places, people. We have got Twitter feeds. We've got Blue Sky. I have scheduled announcements going up in 6 minutes on both Twitter and Blue Sky for more details about this. When you see this, please make sure to broadcast and spread the word to everybody. That would be really, really appreciated. So please do this. Hillness, if you can make it in person, Hillness is actually flown out to see my live event at the Klein as well. Listen, man, I'd be happy to see anybody there. Listen, by the time you get there, the UK will have new leadership. I mean, it's a whole new world, right? Like, you know,
we've changed the leaders 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Like
but no,
Australia
seriously.
by now.
I mean, you
Holy.
can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think all the players would agree that we would love to meet any of you folks, in person.
Oh, 100%.
I would love to
100%.
see, folks coming over from GOG. We're going to be talking about this on GOG as well over the next couple of months, obviously. We'd love to see all of you there as well. Night at the Forbidden Library is going to be off the hook for these folks. I cannot wait to see how they play it. It's going to be great. Man, it's going to be amazing. Who will last longer, a head of lettuce or not rolling a 1? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is a very good question. So the date on this, again, is August 17th. So Glasgow Worldcon is the weekend before. Then I am coming down with the family, taking a train from Glasgow, which I am reliably told you can do, going down to London. And again, this is happening at the Clapham Omnibus Theatre. You can get tickets for just £7.50. You can get tickets for just £7.50. And I believe Mike's quote on this was, people are probably willing to do it if it's just over a $5. So I'm guessing that that's true. and I'm assuming
You
that's
can
true.
quote me on that. Yes.
Yeah. So that's like the thing. That's less than a drink these days. Yeah. Like, right.
It
So,
really is.
So I am super excited for it, genuinely, to see these friends, but also to play an awesome game and to see what they will do when confronted with the Forbidden Library in a freaking former library. Like, I can't get over how cool that is. Anyway, it's going to be great. So we need to get on to the game itself, but last thoughts before we let Fleos go. Fleos, again, thank you, by the way. Fleos also responsible for getting the website, although it is Ebenezer, Pyron Jade's husband, who was responsible for putting a lot of that together. So much love to Ebenezer, but Fleos, you actually got all the domains and did all that stuff. So thank you for that hard work. Any last thoughts, Fleos, before we let you go?
I'm excited, and as far as the SSL thing, I mean, security I think is important, but we'll look into it.
We'll get there.
No promises. No promises.
Ebenezer is already working on it in the background right now.
Okay, fantastic.
It'll
Thanks,
happen.
EA.
It'll
Okay.
happen.
So HTTPS should work in the near future. And but no, I'm super excited. I haven't bought my tickets yet because I just finally filed my taxes, but my refund will enable me to buy those tickets, and that should happen probably in a few days. And I'm super excited, going to try and avoid those Boeing 737s so that I can make it across safely. And I'm taking Summer's coming with me. My wife's coming with me, so it's gonna be fun.
And
Not
Summer
bringing
is
kids.
coming with you, not just your wife, but just saying Summer will be
Yes.
with you in all way.
She will be.
but seriously, I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing you Flayos in person, and very excited for this. So chat, the rest of these players we're going to keep here. Also Ananda in chat, super excited to see you in person. Ananda is also the one who coordinated so much of getting this theater stuff done on the ground and setting up the Eventbrite link. So you can really help, first of all, thank her by A, thanking her. Ananda's an awesome person anyway. B, if you want to help all of us in Buy the Dice Roll, please buy tickets. You can go and do that right now at that Eventbrite link. The more tickets that we sell up front, the better it's going to be for us. The more that we know there's going to be a ton of people there ready to do it. Even if 2 people showed up, we would have a great time, but I'm really excited to have as many people as we can there. So let's make it happen. Let's do it in August 17th. Flayos, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go, and then we're going to play some Talisman. But thanks, Flayos, so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good
See you
luck.
soon.
Make all the monies.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay. So, all right. Now, if you just give me a second, I'm going to move. I'm going to move. Currently, Saber
Move
is
people
off on
around,
an
move
island.
people around.
Yeah, exactly. He's off on an island. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Back to rotation.
while I was doing that, huge thanks to Ananda for the expertise in event management, because Ananda, this would not
my
have
God.
been possible without Ananda.
100%.
Ananda has really taken the reins in regards to this and really put everything together. So big love, much love to Ananda for this.
Yep, 100%. I think there was a point where we all crossed where we were like, this is really happening, right? Like this is really going to occur. And
it was the spreadsheet. It was the spreadsheet. What did it?
Yeah, it was the spreadsheet. Yeah. Oh my God. Finding the names, chat, for like it was an interesting experience. We had some very different choices. Let me just say, we just barely avoided several copyright / trademark lawsuits, but we did avoid them. I want that to be noted.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh my God.
We have an onboard
And the
trademark
logo's
lawyer. It's fine.
great.
Oh God, yeah.
Because we were
so
looking
good.
at lots of different groups' logos, and there was nothing quite like that was doing like
Look
a
at
road
that.
sign kind
That's
of
true.
thing. And it was like, but it works as well, like danger, steep hill.
Yeah,
and...
yeah.
I will actually share this story quickly while I'm sizing it. So my daughter, little Arv, who has designed the logo for my Gen GM's show that I do with Zach Clay, and did a wonderful job. She's a very good artist. She put together a sort of international feel thing, and I paid her for that, of course, in case anyone's curious. Yes, I pay people, and so I
Can confirm.
Can confirm. Yes,
Can confirm.
So I did that, right? And but so they looked at, they're like, well, we don't 100% know. And then I think it might have been, I don't remember who first showed. Bruce had, I know, come up with a couple of possible ideas. But then this thing somehow, I don't remember who discussed it first, but somehow the sign idea came up. And Bruce then showed like a mock-up of this. And I showed it to my daughter, and I was like, I don't think we're going to use your logo, honey, although we might use it later on. Obviously, I'm still paying you. But this is the one we're using instead. And she literally looks at it and she's like, well, obviously that one you have to use. I mean, that's clearly, superior. So like, not even joking. She was like, obviously, totally understand why you would use that one. That one is amazing. So much love, Bruce. This thing is so great. So yes, it's happening. Buy the Dice Roll exists, and it is official as of today. We are a group. We are a thing. So Buy the Dice Roll is here, and we are going to have our Talisman Adventures finale. Now, we are going to run through this as quickly as we can to get moving here. I'm going to warn everyone up front that I am trying to coordinate the scientist game behind the scenes. We've had a snafu that I have to address. So if I occasionally seem a bit distracted on something, it's not because I'm not loving to play with these people or that I'm not excited, but I'm trying to juggle a bunch of plates. So please bear with me, chat, and everybody else. There may be moments where I will stop in here and say, let's see, just
Imagine it exploded in chat.
Specifically
Buy the Dice
related.
Roll starts with a finale, unorthodox but not unheard of. See, our first episode is literally the end.
Yep.
Didn't pick
Thanks
up
for
the
joining,
thread.
everyone. Bye-bye.
You know what
Our
I
first
just
episode is a
realized?
total party wipe.
Saber, you will now suddenly have people like in real life shouting Saber at you. I'm not sure how that's gonna be for you, but it's gonna be a thing.
Yep.
Because I
Oh
don't
God,
think I
I'm
can
so
shout
excited for
anything
this.
else at you. I'd be very honest. I think I would mess that up.
So excited for this.
Weird.
This is actually a real thing. It's so awesome.
Yes, I
Yep.
recently went to apply for my passport, and then I couldn't because I forgot my photos at home. So
Oh,
I'm really
no.
good at this now. I'm doing
You
fine.
are definitely going to need that. You are
I think it's
100% going to need that.
just hit me now as well that we might be meeting people from chat as well, on top of
That's
meeting each other as
that's
well. So it's going to be
effing
pretty wild.
That
yeah.
is wild.
You can easily identify them because they will also shout saber at you.
Can you, if we do, could people just wear like their internet names on like a
Yes.
sticker or something?
Call
So
me
I-
Yeah,
Saber.
something. Yeah, that would be nice. So if some of you come, could you please wear your chat name? Because otherwise I'm just going to be scared.
or just introduce. Don't say, "Oh, hi, I'm Jeff." Just be like, "No, I'm internet name." So
Oh
just,
God, yeah.
Yeah.
I've had so many people come up and be like, "Hey, I'm like Joe Schmo." I'm like, "What?" And then they're just like, Greaves 32. I'm like, "Oh, hi." Greaves 32. So we have just had a donation in for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So we're now up to $10 from, actually, let me read that donation number right here. Affect Life. Okay, first of all, definitely not Bruce. Oh, I missed this note. Definitely not Bruce. The Talisman crew are looking so handsome today, especially that Bruce fellow. Let's make the Talisman segment the biggest earner today and beat cancer. Very important to acknowledge this to DNB. I've got to make sure that we're clear about that. Affect Life, another 10 for the cause. And Joey sends along a heart. And perhaps that is the biggest thing of all, is the love for this. So thank you so much, everyone. 2067, let's roll. Let's keep getting this Talisman folks getting what they deserve. All right, this is the finale, everybody. And I need us all to know about, focus ourselves on the serious business of finales. Because we are here in the city. We are here in the great city of Talisman, and we are in the midst of the nightmare invasion. You may remember, chat, that it was in our last session, if you've been watching any of this, you may recall that the crew had come together as they have been adventuring across the land and have faced a particular threat they had not seen before. Apparently, the nightmares of people are coming to life and are roaming the streets. First, it was gargoyles that were threatening the city. Second, it was jesters, basically bizarro clowns that were wandering around the city and threatening them. Then it was naked wizards being thrown in a hotel room. That was actually just Weddle doing that. But then it was, and also Regina making friends with gladiators and, Regina, Reginald speaking with the other ghoul who also runs things in the business, basically talking shop, as it were, or Lump confronting his own dark past with some of the trolls in the city. So all of this was happening at the same time that the nightmare invasion was occurring. But in our last session, the crew had managed to determine that is related to, and I know you're all going to be shocked to hear this, chat, a talisman, that it was the loss of a talisman, which apparently is causing these nightmares to come to life, that has been placed on has been basically placed around as people get these things during this festival of strangers. They get these things. It's sort of in the form of a necklace. They put it around the neck. When they dream that night, they have these nightmares, and the nightmares then threaten the people of the city. So in the last invasion, the characters were able to create some defenses to help against this and to sort of mitigate some of the damage that was done. But they were, in the final session that we had, they realized that although they had managed to track down some of this information, although they had managed to gather some of it, they still had not actually found the necklace itself, the talisman itself, because it's only with that, it's only understanding that they are going to be able to somehow challenge and override whatever this invasion actually is. And so I want us to begin more or less where we ended, which was just at the end of the jester fight, the jester invasion, as the party is now trying to track down who actually has this necklace and what's going to occur, because it's important to recognize that apparently, according to a sprite known as Ainsley, who Regina managed to chase down, sprites, am I right? You know
So
what I'm
annoying.
saying?
So annoying.
Regina managed to trace down Ainsley, but according to Ainsley, it is because of a dark figure that this invasion is happening in the first place. Let me grab my book so I actually have my rules in front of me. 1 second. So,
I'd forgotten the sprite's name, actually. I'd forgotten the name was Ainsley.
Lovely.
It wasn't really an important sprite, so.
Not the most important, right?
Right. So, as I use the handy dandy built-in bookmark here. Yes. So, the jesters were largely defeated. I also didn't mention, of course, Hweddle's love interest. We also talked about that, the harbor master. I mean, there's also a lot. That's obviously hugely significant as well. But what we do know is that Ainsley, I should say, not Ainsley, said that it is the Wraith Lord who is responsible for having inflicted this talisman upon the city, because the Wraith Lord has watched the world of daytime, basically the morning world, and has become increasingly angry at his sense that there are issues and problems remaining. It should also be noted, it was just implied, but it should also be noted that the Wraith Lord may be in particular angry at those that have been trying to bring order and perhaps a measure of kindness and compassion to the world above. It is perhaps the case that the Wraith Lord might be angry at our four characters themselves, that this has been visited upon the city. Now, that's only a rumor. Who knows? That's coming from a servant of the Wraith Lord, and, sprites, can you really trust them? But having said that, that is a possibility. So, as we bring things back to the players, I'm going to ask them what they want to do. The Jester battle is concluded, as I mentioned, barely. We have Lump sitting at 30 out of 30 life, 7 out of 12 armor, but you do have 3 out of 3 armor on that Myrmidon helmet of yours.
Yes.
Hweddle, and you have 1 out of 7 life fate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hweddle, I have you at 32 out of 32 life, 2 out of 8 light fate, 1 out of 8 spell points. Is that?
Oh no, I got 0 spell points. Right, I cast
that's right, you
speed
did.
on myself.
That's right.
To save the harbor master,
which was
heroically.
really important. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously that had to happen. Okay, so 0 out of 8 spell points. Okay, Regina, I have you at 24 out of 30 life. I have you at 5 out of 12 armor.
Yes.
And then 2 out of 8 light fate.
Yes.
And then Reginald, 25 out of 25. I had you at 2 out of 2 life for the Peddler's Cloak. With 2 charges left in that wand. I'm going to tell you this today because it's the finale.
Okay.
It was always been secret, but I thought was my
yeah,
little
I was
gift.
curious how long that was going to go.
That's
for.
my
Thank
gift to you. 2 charges. 2 out of 2 life for the Peddler's Cloak. 3 out of 3 armor. And then we have 2 out of 8 light fate for you. Is that right?
Yes.
And have you used any spell points? Are you?
No, I am still on 7 out of 7 right
7
now.
out of 7 spell points. Okay, cool. Right, lovely. All right. So there we go. So yeah, let me fire up the music and then let me ask all of you folks. Let me see. Where are we? No. Willow in the light. Yeah, give me Willow in the light. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Right. So let me ask you folks what it is that you wish to do. This is right after the Jester attack has come to the close. Chat, don't forget, ! Donate. Let's keep going with ArvCon as well. Players, what would you like to do?
Who has the talisman?
We didn't find it yet.
Haven't found it yet.
We haven't. Oh, right. I thought we'd found it. Sorry.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
I have to admit, I'm still like sitting here and shaking slightly from our announcement, so I'm not really.
I'm a little.
Right now.
No, totally
There's a lot-
understand.
There's a lot of adrenaline going through me right now. I'm like,
get it.
dings.
I feel like the characters should have a rest now.
Wasn't there
We have
something
been
that
on
was,
the
like,
go
kind
for
of
quite a
time
while.
sensitive?
That's a good.
I'm sorry, I'm like so confused. But wasn't there a time sensitive thing with a demon sitting in a well?
Oh.
I don't remember being specifically in the well, but this is where there was a lot of commotion, and this is where the fight took place.
That's correct. And the question is, I mean, the big thing is the fact that the city is now in a panic, more or less. I mean, this is the second attack, and so.
That doesn't seem like a me problem.
Yeah, sure. If you wanted to
It's
fly
like a
around and
chase.
calm them, Regina, that
Sounds like a
stay
city guard
calm, all is well.
Every second day, someone says the sky's falling.
And it's only every 4th day that it's true.
Probably
But
shouldn't
does
put that
somebody else,
idea
like-
in people's heads.
Does somebody else remember something about a demon lord in a well, or is it just
The Wraith Lord.
He wasn't in a well. Regina just thought he was in a well.
Well,
Because he
That's right.
lives in
Sounds
the
right.
realm under the city, and she went, wells go down, and so
That does sound accurate.
Yep.
That does.
We
sound
don't
accurate.
know where he is or how we can access him. Just but Regina is quite sure that she knows where he is and how to access him.
Okay, I'll continue down that path then.
Also, one quick note for everybody, just as a reminder, because as we all said, we're all a little frazzled from the from stuff. First of all, yes, that's true. Echo did give inspirations. All of the players now have inspirations, except for Mike, who used his inspiration to save someone in Saltmarsh. That is another By the Dice Roll member, Inanda, that I believe received the benefit of that inspiration for a death save. So in fairness, it was either that or Ananda would have to leave by the dice roll. I'm just kidding. That's not that part wouldn't happen. But just joking.
Wow, we are playing. This is not just a D&D game.
IRL. Okay.
Hardcore.
This is Iron Man.
It's a
mode
hardcore
D&D.
D&D.
You see the side?
game.
It's a hazard. Okay.
You lose a character, you are out.
But Mike
The
established.
explosives go off.
Right, but Effect Life gets it though, because Mike said to Effect Life, you need to be there. Either you or Imaginary Exponent, I believe, to help me.
Prince Justin.
It was Prince Justin.
Don't you forget.
Someone had it.
I'm on you, Prince Justin. He's off at the minute. But.
Yeah. So so there is someone who will back up the inspirations if needed. Okay.
Yep.
In game, I do want to mention to the players also as a reminder that you had also left word to be notified if the person who went off on the ship, that supposedly had the talisman, you kind of lost track of them. Remember, the ship had departed, but you had been promised by none other than a certain harbor master that when news came in that the harbor master would notify you that the information that the sailor had come back or that they'd somehow gotten a hold of them. So I mention this because, as I recall, you were all lying in a heap after having saved, the harbor master, a wet heap, because I think both Weddle and the harbor master were in the water.
Weddle with the slide, that was
exactly.
It, yeah.
So I should actually have said, even before I said what do the players want to do, I should say that Weddle, the harbor master, has said to you, first of all, I can't thank you enough. It seems like you came faster than I could have imagined to help me, and I'm grateful. Also, if it's a little heavy, if you wouldn't mind. And you can see that you're crushing currently, for all of you are sort of on top of him, and he's like, if you wouldn't mind shifting off.
Weddle shifts away.
And he says, Weddle, and he comes to one knee, wet hair shining in the sun. You can see the glint of the water drops coming off of it and everything. And he says to Weddle, he says, I had some information for you too. With all of this commotion, I almost forgot about it. It's about the one that you asked me about, the sailor who had the thing that left that necklace thing.
Yes, Nogus, a short elven sailor with white hair and leathery skin.
Yeah, that's him.
Good memory.
Well, I heard, I don't know about him, but I heard something from one of the dockhands. He told me that actually Nogus didn't have it with him when he went on the ship. He actually gave it to someone before he left, and the dockhand said he doesn't know what the name of the girl is, but they were in the town square. She was young, and she had, and you can see he kind of squints because he's remembering, curly red hair and freckles, and she was wearing a white dress. And it was in the town square that they found him. So I don't know if that helps you. I mean, I'm sure there aren't that many curly, red-haired, freckled humans with white dresses in the city. And he kind of trails off. But anyway.
Thank you, Unger. This is invaluable information. But I'm sure that you want to rest before we, if you still want to go to dinner later, probably better to rest first. But I totally understand if you don't want to go to dinner later, it's fine too. But
and he puts a hand out and puts it on your shoulder and says, I'll get some rest, but that dinner, that's a promise. A dove flies by.
Yeah, Weddle's just he's too happy to speak.
Okay, now the party can decide what they want to do with that information.
So, we're just sort of mingling around because Weddle and the Harbour Master were having their talk, aren't we? So we're kind of waiting for Weddle to come back and kind of relay that
I
information.
believe Reg and Lump had taken up a course in brick examining.
Yeah, lovely wall.
I was standing around being innocent of ripping old man apart.
Yeah, yes. There's your comfort human. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes. Okay.
He's not looking that bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure he looked like that before. Right?
I don't think he walked like that before.
Right? Lump?
Yeah,
Reginald?
sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Do you think I should
They
put
all
him in a
look like
corner or
that
something?
occasionally.
I mean, he's not
Looks
screaming
funny.
anymore.
Just pull them till they stop screaming.
Do you think? Yeah, well, it stopped screaming. He stopped screaming. Should I maybe put him in a corner? Is Weddle done? Can we go?
Weddle walks over. He says, I'm a bit knackered. I feel like we've been up since the crack of dawn yesterday, and the next dawn's coming, and we haven't slept yet. Should we have a nap?
Should we guard the well?
What well?
The one where the old man was nearly thrown into that I saved. No?
Oh yeah.
Is Wraith Lord in the well?
Yes.
Okay. So
Weddle's like
talisman.
making gestures to Lump, like, don't encourage her.
Lawrence just looks at Weddle. He's like, I don't know where else to go. With
Right,
bad
well-
guy in well.
Why don't we, before we go doing anything rash, when we haven't got any spells left to cast today, why don't we go and talk to the captain of the guard?
Why?
To update him on the situation, give him any information we have, see if he's got any extra information. Oh, and by the way, sorry, forgot to tell you all, my good friend Unger Grey Heron just informed me that Nogus, the elf who went off on the ship. I mean, we already know that he didn't take the talisman with him, otherwise they'd have been having nightmares over on the ship instead of here. But he gave the talisman to a young girl with curly red hair and freckles and a white dress in the marketplace yesterday. So we got a trail to follow again. I know we really loved following the trail yesterday. It was our favourite thing. So, yeah, we could follow another trail and find out where the talisman is this time.
Did he give it to a dwarf or to an elf?
I think it was a human.
Ah,
Yeah, sorry.
Always humans.
it's
Always
Always
humans.
humans.
At least it wasn't a sprite.
But I feel like the nap idea sounds better now.
All right, rest up, then go find curly-haired girl.
When the options was well or nap, it was well, but now the options are human or nap. The option, yeah, let's have a nap. Yeah.
You also had like the idea of like gathering information and thinking about it, so yeah.
So rest is on the docket, if I understand
Yep.
correctly.
Yep.
Okay.
Rest,
Yeah,
please.
I think we do need to find Cadolin Arclight, the captain of the Night Guard.
Yeah, if we're
To
resting
give-
before I do, gonna resummon boots. I think I just need to double check. I think it's just
The
just
best
a
boy,
spell
Boots.
point. I don't think there's a roll, but I'm just checking.
Lump just very quickly looks at Weddle. He's like, "You seem happy." He sort of taps you on the shoulder.
Yeah, well, I'm always happy. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. He's not used to talking about feelings. Lump's the one that talks about feelings, see.
Yeah,
just
Lump's
like-
Lump's the emotional window. Absolutely. Yeah.
Gives Lump like a good thump on the arm that he barely feels. Yeah.
Looks good on you.
I fly up to Weddle and totally stealthy ask, but where do you want to rest? I mean,
Oh,
do you
God.
want to go to your room?
I don't want to go to my room.
Don't make me go to my
Actually,
room.
I don't need a nap. I feel great. I'm gonna go find Cadolin.
I like the idea that Weddle at some point keels over from exhaustion, all to avoid. Why don't you ever want to go to your room? I never need sleep.
I don't have a
Never
room.
need sleep.
What is sleep? I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Is there a place nearby where we can rest up?
So there are certainly taverns and inns that you could go to. You could try to track down, if you're doing this before you speak to the captain of the night guard, because they have barracks too, theoretically. You could talk to them.
We could go and speak to the captain and stay in the barracks. That would probably be safer.
If they let you. No, that's not a guarantee. But yeah.
If they let us, go Weddle the hero with us.
Weddle the hero promised that there would be no more incidents.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we should go and see him before he goes off shift. He is the captain of the night guard, and we can't wait until the daytime, because then he's not the captain of the night guard anymore. He's just a random guy. He probably sleeps in the day. Oh, night shifts are brutal.
Yeah.
All
right, we'll go to barracks, please.
Okay. So, when you head over to the... Sorry. Almost stepped on the top tonator prize. That would have been a bad idea. Hold on. Okay.
Top donator prize, now slightly bent.
Yeah, exactly. Did I say it's going to the top donator? I meant. Yes, when you go over to speak to the barracks, or to speak to the barracks, to go to the barracks to speak to the captain.
Hello, barracks.
You find that the captain is not there, but there are a number of members of the city watch, and they seem both exhausted and like they've been through it. There are a lot of people, several slings in evidence. You can see a number of bad slashes and cuts and bite marks and things like that on faces and shoulders and arms and legs and all that kind of stuff. There are not a lot of people here because most of them are still out trying to, quell the panic within the city, but there are a few people that are there. As you come up, a couple of exhausted-looking city watch members that are standing in front of the barracks. One of them kind of lifts her hand and says, "Hold! What is your business here?"
Hello. We are just looking for Mr. Arclight. Is he around, or has he gone to bed already?
No, Arclight's out trying to manage this party. He's in the square. At least last time I checked, there was almost a riot, and he had to put it down after the events of last night. And so he told us to kind of hold things down here in the meantime.
All right. You all right?
No, we're not all right. It was something out of a nightmare. They were everywhere, these things, and not only didn't know where they came from, there was no one that, if it was an invasion or bandits on the streets or something, that's one thing, but things coming straight out of your nightmares. People are afraid to go back to sleep now. I don't know if you know how that feels, not wanting to go to sleep, going back to your own room and your own comfortable bed. I don't know if you know what that's like, but it's...
No idea. No.
Yeah.
I haven't got a room, actually. Yeah.
Well, it's important not to avoid your problems, I've always told. I always believe that to be true. But regardless, it's been exhausting. We're hanging in there best we can, but we've already lost a few of us. If we get another attack, and she almost kind of like leans a little bit wearily on her halberd, like, I don't think we'll hold up to a third one.
You, see a lot of people.
Aye.
Have you seen a troublemaking human woman with red curly hair?
Every day. And you look and then you realize that the person through her helmet, you can see, has curly red hair coming out of the helmet. However, she is not wearing a white dress, though, to be clear.
Were you wearing a white dress yesterday?
A white dress? I haven't
worn a white... you weren't even sleeping, were you?
No.
You weren't sleeping, no, I wasn't. We're not looking for you. Sorry.
You're looking for someone with red hair? I don't know about mischief making, but where? I mean, there's a lot of people with red hair.
But a human woman.
Yeah.
Well, a young girl, curly red hair with freckles, and she was wearing a white dress yesterday. We're trying to track her down because she might have been given something during the festival by an elven sailor called Nogus. And we're just trying to track her down.
So she kind of like tilts her head and, wait a minute now. You said, a young girl.
Yeah.
White dress. Well, yeah, I was in the square yesterday myself. That's where I came from when the captain sent me back here. Yeah, there was... Well, she wasn't a troublemaker, though. She was... Well, first of all, first of all, someone just donated. That's the thing I want to... That literally, I was like, first of all, and then da-da! That brings us up now. Thank you so much for that $25 donation to Damon Runyon. Thank you so much to Addie. That is now going to bring us up to, counting the $20 that was already up there that I keep having to add on in my head. That means we're over $2,100 now for Damon Runyon. So let's keep it up, everybody. This crew is trailing the top. They're right now, I think, in third for most money raised. So if you keep this up, they might be able to enter that coveted level of top raising. They're then called the S tier team is the way that all works. None of this is true. I'm just doing it to get money for Damon Runyon. Okay. Anyway,
it is true.
So
it is 100% true.
Wait, did I say that out loud? God damn it, I have no internal monologue. Okay. So, anyway, so yes, so she says, well, she was a little older though. I mean, she wasn't a young girl, probably a teenager though. Yeah, I know that she had her parents with her. They were playing music. I don't know her name, but her parents, they're musicians. That's what they were. I don't know if you know anything about musicians.
Musicians?
Is Regina actually furiously shaking her head no?
Well, then she remembers they do talk about loot a lot.
I feel like Huddle feels like she's done this on purpose, and is regardless going to say, actually, the superior instrument is not a lute. It is a type of bowed lyre. We call it. And as an aside, I feel like Mike's reaction means that this is some sort of bingo item or something, like a bingo card item. Like, we got Bruce to talk about the crow.
Let me just add in, I mislabeled this once, okay? I just want to be clear. I mislabeled this once. All right, on you go.
Calling it a lyre.
Yes, my bad. It's terrible.
Goodness me, no. Yeah, we might know some musicians. So you were saying this girl's parents are musicians? What you're saying?
And she says, yeah, that's right. They are. They were playing in the square. And I think she was managing she was the one passing the hat. That's right. There were two of them, and then I think they said they were gonna go home or something. And then all hell broke loose. You all saw that for yourselves. And then, I was then busy and I lost sight of them. I don't know what happened to them then. But yeah, no, I remember that she was there with her parents. Yeah, they were musicians. They were playing those stringed things. The Kruth, you call them, right?
Yes. Huddle's very interested in meeting some other Kruth players. Do you happen to know the name of these people or where they're staying or anything?
No, I don't. I only know that it was definitely her and her parents, and they were in the square, but I couldn't tell you their names, no.
All right, thank you very much.
And
thank you for your service. She
nods, and she kind of tries to straighten up, but you can see there's even the straightening, you can see she kind of winces in pain. The City Watch, I want to point this out for Lump and Regina would especially notice this. They are in rough shape. It's probably true, Regina, that even with the gladiators that you got to assist, if this is the condition the rest of the watch is in, there's no way they're going to hold off another attack.
Okay. Maybe we should leave the city.
Time to abandon them to their fate. Well,
see ya.
That would be quite a finale, let me tell you.
And our heroes ride off into the sunset.
with the burning city behind them.
Yeah, the sunset to one side and a burning city in the other.
Exactly.
Our work here is done.
Look, even Mad Max drove the tanker, all right? Come on.
Mad Max didn't have killer jesters, I'm just saying.
Well, yes, he did.
Yeah, he did, actually. Mad Max is pretty close.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right. So we got to decide, do we chase after these people now and potentially end up in another wild goose chase that leads us into the night without having had a rest? Or do we rest and then look for these people? Or what do we want to do?
What time
Nap,
is
then
it?
hunt humans.
Oh yeah, what time is it? We blarily look up at the sky.
Yeah,
Well, just fought off the jesters, so it should be morning.
that's
I would have
right.
thought.
That's right. Probably like 6, 7 in the morning.
So, I mean, human children sleep in the evening, right?
I don't know.
Right? Does anybody know?
The ghoul does not know.
Yeah.
The ghoul cares a
I think human children sleep in the evening
Normally,
because
yeah.
they have songs about it. Right?
I've heard that they have like afternoon naps, but I think it depends on how small they are. Babies, now they sleep a lot.
Yeah, but
All
it's
the
not a
time.
baby we're looking for because it had a head that it was giving to people for money.
Yeah.
So
I
no.
don't think the same people are gonna have the neck. I think they're gonna give it to somebody else. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
wooden necklace. Maybe
So-
they'd even like just throw it out, and then it's not a problem anymore.
So we could maybe have a nap until the afternoon and then go and find the human child.
Good plan.
All right.
Is anyone got a spare bed going?
I was just
The
gonna
wizard
sleep.
probably does. Nudge, nudge.
I'm just gonna sleep in an establishment where they sell alcohol. That's where I usually sleep.
Yeah, all right. We'd like to go to the tavern, please. An inn or tavern where we can have a daytime room to nap in.
One of the good kind that's already open in the morning.
Exactly.
Fancy establishments.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Well, you are able to find. I mean, there are obviously several taverns. The problem that you run into, though, is finding that a bunch of them, several of them, have been closed, and a couple of them have signs on them saying "closed permanently," heading out, save yourselves, things like that. In a lot of these cases,
So they're
We've got to do
empty.
something.
they're boarded up, is what they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see you've headed me off there.
They're boarded
Regina
up.
just looks mortally offended.
But they're not all empty. They're not all boarded up, though. You do find one, which is probably in between, I would say probably 10 minutes walk from the town square. It's a good 15 minutes from the harbor that you came from. And you do find one. And the reason I mentioned that's not boarded up yet, it's not totally accurate. It's being boarded up, but the presumable owner is currently hammering away at a sign called, and the sign of a tavern that is known as the Easy Drink. So the sign says.
I fly over. No, don't close it up. Don't close it up. No,
We're-
no.
It's morning time. We're closed. Also, the city's going up into flames.
No. There's too many pubs are closed. This is not good. We have to save the city.
The city's doomed. We're being attacked by clowns, gargoyles. There's strange things.
You can't close the pubs.
He kind of stops and looks at you. This is kind of a heavy set, balding man with a deeply impressive beard that like extends way down. I mean, like all the way, like mid chest beyond mid chest, like, and he says, "Look, I've been swinging mugs of beer to people in this city for the last 2 decades. And I never thought I'd see the day when the watch itself couldn't stop what was coming to it. But the truth is, they're either dead or fleeing themselves, and I don't blame them. The festival of strangers indeed. There's no reason to be able to stay in this city anymore."
No, if you close the pub, there is no reason to stay in the city anymore. Please don't close the pub.
And he kind of pauses. "Why?"
Because it's important to have pubs. We're gonna save the city. Is that a good argument? We're just gonna save the city?
Are you interested in saving the city or saving the pubs?
Yes.
Yes?
It's the same.
He pauses and looks at you. Are you saying that the pubs are the city?
The pubs are the heartbeat of the city. What would the city be about pubs like yours? Where you know, like imagine a city without pubs. Can you imagine a city without pubs? Can you? Can you?
She's right, you know.
Yes.
He gets this 1,000 mug stare. I don't know.
Part of the ecosystem.
I've seen cities without pubs, and it's not a good. No, but listen, it doesn't matter. You're trying to confuse me. I mean,
No.
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, please, Regina. So,
No.
no. Do you have? So you don't have the skill persuasion.
Yeah, well, surprise.
But go ahead, Weddle.
Does somebody need persuasion? Persuading. Let's. It looks like I got here just in time.
I will allow Weddle to do this. So what, Bruce? While you were gone,
I laid down good groundwork here.
Yeah, Regina basically has
Solid.
told the one person who apparently still has a pub functional in the city that the pubs are the city. You must save the pubs if you were to save the city. So the guy is just sort of staring at her. And I'm going to need a persuasion check, but I will allow you to step in for this, Weddle, if you wish.
All right. Let me negotiate this discussion now here, right? It's a difficult time. We're not going to lie and say that, right? It's a difficult time. But, you know, now's the time that we need to come together, not come apart.
Pubs.
In pubs. Pubs are the places, the heart of the city. This is, you know, the beating heart. Without the pubs, there's nothing. Without ale, how will Regina get ale?
Yes.
We you know, everything fails without ale. You ever heard that one? So, you know, let's have a think about things first. Let's just slow down. It's all really fresh, the adrenaline, the weird clowns, and they laughed at you when you're really scared. Understandable. But let's just, you know, have a moment. You
And
probably
alcohol.
haven't slept.
This isn't just because you're looking for a place to drink and sleep, is it?
No, I don't sleep.
The forthrightness of that.
Excellent.
But even if we did, we would give you money for it, and that's also good. Getting money. There's so many good things about pubs.
I'll allow Huddle to make this persuasion check. The handy dandy RPG skill check being used for the last time today in this campaign anyway, put together by Pyre and Jade. So do you have the skill? I think you do, Huddle, right?
Yeah.
You do have persuasion. Do you have a focus in? I would say this is fast talk. I mean, like, I feel like, or negotiation, actually. I would take either one of those.
Yeah, I've got negotiation.
Yeah, negotiation's fine. I think interrogation's a bit strong, but I think negotiation seems right. So we're talking 3d6 plus aspect, and this would be insight, I believe, plus 2.
Excellent. I've got the charming words special ability, which allows me to use wits or resolve instead of insight for insight checks.
Okay.
So I will use resolve. I am resolute in persuading this person.
All right.
So let's see. Plus 6 plus 2.
Okay. So let's see. We're looking at so that's a 5 plus 6 plus 2 plus 6 plus 2. So we're looking at a 21. Well, so you know, he pauses and then he says, you know, there may not be much left in this miserable city or miserable life, but at least we can always have a mug of mead. And so he turns back and he rips the board off the door that he was on. He says, all right, it's 6 a.m. It's time for some ale. And he slows open the door, walks in, and obviously there's nobody in there, and it has this strange experience as you walk in of it feels like it's almost immediately dusty. Like, how is that possible? He was just about to close it today, but like as if there was no one there. But he brushes off. He goes over to the side of the room and he brushes something off, and it looks for all the world like a piano. And then he turns a crank on the side of the piano, and suddenly you hear, coming out of this thing, you hear music coming out of it, and he says, "All right, I never thought I was going to use this again, but let's go." And he turns around, goes back to behind the counter, starts pulling up mugs. He's like, "All right, what'll it be?" And he takes orders from everybody.
What's the name of this pub again? Sorry.
It is called the Easy Drink.
Easy Drink. Okay. Weather would like to just take to the nearby streets, not like not an extended period of time, but anyone he sees, within a few minutes of time, just go, "Come on, hope and light at the Easy Drink. It's not time to leave yet. There's still hope left." And music and all of the goodness of the city, the beating heart of the city at the Easy Drink, and try and get people to go. And,
Okay.
Before Weddle can leave, Regina flies into his face, kisses his nose. "Thank you!"
Unger sees that, walks away.
There's only one person I allow to kiss my nose, and it's, Unger.
Okay.
Oh my god! All right.
Still, thank you.
Okay, so
Lum just walks past Weddle. He's like, "Good job, good job."
Like,
go ahead.
just another little arm tap,
Okay, as Weddle is going out trying to recruit people for the tavern, finding it a little bit slow going, what Regina and Reginald and Lump discover is this is technically an inn, in the sense that there is a room for people to rest, but it really is more about the drinking than the sleeping. However, the barkeep and the owner, the proprietor of the place, who, by the way, his name is Josiah Easy. So Josiah Easy says, "All right, well, if you need rest, I got the storeroom back there." And it turns out that he has, the storeroom also has several beds, because occasionally when his patrons have had a little bit too much, and they don't actually make it outside, he just throws them onto a cot in the back, basically, and lets them rest over there. So if you wish, you can go there to do your resting. And I will say that I'm not going to be able to, although I am absolutely adoring this narratively, I can't actually give Weddle the benefit of a rest if they're not actually going to rest. So
yeah, no, it was just a very few minutes, the first people he could find, and then he's running back, and he's not even really stopping for a drink after his chat. He's just going straight into that. He's like,
and then resting. Okay, sounds good. Geister, thank you so much for the $100 donation. That's going to bring us up to $21.9276.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Geister.
Thank you so much.
We are closing in on 2,200. We're also closing in on 50% of our goal, which is 2,500. I think with that number, the folks here have moved past the Damon Runyon scientists. So I think we're now in second place. The Talisman Adventure folks are in second place. Still a ways to go to get to that 1,220 number. But listen, we still got another hour to play. So, we'll see how things happen here. Okay, so... Right, it was too loud, sorry. Right, okay, so you just run back and then sort of fall over. You have a few people, a couple of people who seem to have already started drinking and never stopping, perhaps in response to the attack, sort of stumble after you into the room. So when you leave, there's a good 5-6 people-ish who are in the room as you head back to the storeroom to rest. Okay, so just as a reminder, for resting, this is what we need to consider. Are you doing a short or a long rest here for this? I don't think you've had a long rest in 24 hours, so you could do one.
Could you
magical
remind us
people,
how
what do you need?
long those rests are?
At least 8 hours of uninterrupted rest, of which 6 of them have to be 6 hours of sleep. So the other 2 hours can be like, light knitting, things like that.
Well, I know what Lump's doing.
It is like 6 a.m. in the
Like
morning, so I
anything.
think we still have enough time. So I would like to do the general refitting of my armor and then get 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep after a healthy breakfast of beer.
Okay.
That is exactly what Lump wants to do as well, in that exact order. So he will join Regina.
Okay. So we were talking about, let's see, I don't think anyone had a wound. So this is just the restoration of life points and spell points. And then I'll talk about the restoration of armor in just a second. So, Weddle, that's going to bring you back up to full 8 points there. And Regina, you're going to go up to 30 life. And Reginald, I think you were all good anyway for that.
I wasn't taking a rest, to be honest, because
Oh.
I am full everything. Instead, I'd like to make... How long's the long rest?
It's 8 hours, 6 of which have to be sleep.
Okay. In that case, I would like to make 4 attempts to decipher my scroll.
Ah, okay.
It takes 2 hours per attempt.
Yep. Let me take care of the other folks, with the rest of them are going to come to your decipher, and then we'll move on from here. By the way, those of you who joined just a little while ago, I'm sorry we've been a bit discombobulated. We had a major announcement that we're all excited about, plus ArvCon, plus I'm trying to address a little snafu with the game after this. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but you are watching day 2 of ArvCon 2024 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We are almost at $2,200 out of our $5,000 goal. We have a ton of giveaways as well. We've got more to go. We're making huge progress. I'm very happy with the day today so far. I am joined by the new members of Buy the Dice Roll, and that is Pyron J, Darksaber 2K, Wholesome Horror Gaming, Undeveloped Bruce, and of course our friends in absentia, Inanda and Fleos, who will be part of the Salt Marsh campaign once Talisman Adventures concludes today. If you love what you see here, please follow all of these people in their various endeavors, and please also support Please the charity today, as many of you have already done. ! Donate for details about that. All right. So in this short rest, let's see, we don't need to worry about first aid, but we are going to do the refitting the armor. So there's no roll required. So all armor points that are marked with a slash can be restored, but you can't restore the X marks on your armor until you get to a blacksmith. So with that said, Regina, where are you at now on armor?
I'm not 100% sure. I think it should be 7 or 8 then.
Okay.
I have not properly marked this, I'll be very honest.
Okay, so I'm going to say 8, 8. So
Okay.
8 out of 8.
And
Current.
I've got 8 out of 12. That's still pretty nice.
Yes, okay, that's right. 8 out of 12 armor. Lovely. Okay. Sorry, let me turn down the... I really wish it would let me turn down the volume on all of these ahead of time. Like, just in one, massive master volume switch instead of having to do it individually. Okay, great. So you were at 8 out of 12 armor. Okay, you're going to do the same thing, Lump. So what's your armor looking at right now?
I have it now refitted. I have 2 X's in my armor, so that's 10 out of 12.
10 out of 12. Yep, that's right. Lovely. Okay, and then you still got that Myrmidon helmet, etc. Okay. Thank you, EA, for doing that. You can now reach the webpage there. We'll have the HTTPS permanently done in a bit. At the moment, you can reach it right there. And buythediceroll.com will be up and running with all full security coming soon. Thank you, EA, for doing that so much. Okay, right. Now, let's talk about... So you folks are doing that. Let's talk about Decipher. Because I'm going to... It's been a little while. I know we did one of these, but it's been a while since we deciphered. So... let's see, right, 53. Okay. Right. Okay, so we're going to decipher that scroll. Allows you to read ancient language. Okay. So, and we're looking at, let's see, do you have a focus in codes or languages or riddles, Reginald?
I just have decipher with no focus.
Okay. So in that case, we are looking at 3d6 plus aspect, which would be probably wits, I'm thinking. Either wits or insight, actually. I guess you can use either one for this.
I'll go with wits in that case.
Okay.
So that'd be a +5.
Okay. Also, I have like 2 scrolls that are possible. Where did you get? Do you remember where this one was?
This was the counterspell, I think it was.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Where did I put Magic items. Yeah, it counts as spell scroll, but it's undeciphered.
That's right. Okay, good. Yeah, I thought that
Okay.
there was like 2 that it could be. Okay.
Yeah,
You may
I'm going to
proceed.
spend a light fate to roll 4d6.
Okay.
Ooh. Guess I'll drop the. I'll drop the first 2. We'll make it a 15.
Okay. So we're looking at a 15. Let me make sure that that's close enough. Okay. So, yes, as you look this up, there it is. That's what I was looking for. As you look this up, you can see that the words seem odd to you, but you do know the basic principle behind what you think you're trying to unravel, Reginald. So as you do this, you sort of work this through, where you think you do manage to understand what it is that this is actually telling you. So what this does, in case Chad is curious, is this allows you to temporarily stop another spellcaster. Hold on a second. Sorry, music was too loud.
Oh god, it's the one that haunts my dreams.
The one that never stopped. Oh god.
For years.
Oh god, it's so funny that I never. Yeah. Anyway, you can temporarily stop another spellcaster from accessing magical energy. So you can cast it as a reaction when someone declares an intention to cast a spell, and on a success, the target spell automatically fails, plus they lose spell points associated with the spell, plus they might actually suffer a negative consequence as a result of the failed casting attempt. So it is a very useful thing, this counterspell. So yes, you think you have basically worked it out.
It's also single use unless I spend 2 days transcribing
Correct.
it
I was
onto
just about to say that, yeah.
druidic stones. Yes.
Yep. So,
But yeah, I don't think I'm going to get that luxury tonight.
seems unlikely. A third protocol activated. That's so true. Oh man, the Eberron, the thing that would haunts their dreams. Okay. So yes, you are able to figure that out. Otherwise, I think everyone has recovered the health that they were planning on recovering, as sort of the things they were planning on doing. So it is 8 hours later, which, if we're starting at 6 in the morning, means by a feat of mathematics, I believe we're at about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, when you wake up with that very groggy, I've slept in and yet it's somehow midday kind of feeling, right? That sort of thing. Right, exactly. And everyone's breath smells bad. It's, one of those deals. Like, you're like, oh man. But you kind of pull yourself together, and you can actually hear now that there are some more people outside in the main room of the Easy Drink. Apparently, they have gathered together to frequent the establishment of one Mr. Josiah Easy. So yeah, when you come out, you can see that there's people there. I could probably actually use the ambient version of this now. Now you can actually see that there's people. Let's see. I won't do the horse. I'm so tempted to do the horse with no knight just to make it, but I won't do that. I won't be that guy. Instead, we'll do this. There we go. Ambient sounds. Now we've actually got people there too. Right. Okay. So you are awake. You folks can now move around if you wish and decide what you want to do next.
Huddle would like to go around and ask people, just generally make sure everyone's having a good time, is pleasant, whatever, but asking if they've seen anyone else in the city or know who also play Kruth, because he's got this lovely instrument that's not a lute, and we know that the parents of the red-headed girl play also the Kruth, and he'd really like to meet them, so he'd like to just see if anyone's got any leads on where he can find these other Kruth players.
Okay.
Who were in the city yesterday playing in the marketplace.
Right. So as you start talking to some of the people in the tavern who are citizens at this, I would like you to make an investigation test for me. And other people can assist you with this if they want to investigate along with you. That's up to whether they want to do that or not.
Does anyone want to help me out in looking for the parents/child that potentially has the necklace that we're looking for?
Lump will absolutely help.
Yeah.
in any
Try
way he
sniffing
You
can.
them
saved the
out.
pup. I'm so in your debt. Of course I help.
Excellent. Hweddle holds up his Kruth for Reginald to give a sniff, so he knows what kind of wood they're typically made from. You know, because there's not that many different suppliers of traditional Kruths in the city. You know, so hopefully, same wood supplier will help him sniff them out. You know.
It's true. Possibly. Because I do have a smell focus. Although it's
Your
notice,
time
not
to shine.
investigation, but...
Right. Well, I was going to say, so there's two ways to look at that. One is that you're talking to the people inside the tavern. That's really more questioning. What Reginald, if Reginald does the sniff it out, you know, let me find this out, that's more in the searching mode, like searching an area or something like that. So, so the investigation in this case is sort of addressing people. Then Hweddle, you could take the next step and like have Reginald go and like search. But at least this initial one would be investigating, which would be questioning, I would think.
Yeah.
So
It'd be good to have a general area to focus in.
okay. So what this means is that you will be making an investigation test, which is questioning. So that is going to be, first of all, investigation. Do you have the skill, Hweddle? No. Okay.
Nah.
But does anyone have the investigation skill? Like Lump, do you have the investigation skill?
No, I do not.
Okay. So this is going to be then, I think, just 3d6. If that doesn't work, then the searching with Reginald as a hound dog will be the next step.
Right. I'll use a light fate to roll an extra die to choose from.
Makes
Thank
sense.
you.
Ooh. I also should have mentioned, and this is ex post facto, so you don't need to do it on this one. Remember that you all have inspirations except for Mike. So that allows you to roll the dice again, but you don't need to use it on this. I'm not telling you to, just reminding you. Are you going to hold on to the inspiration for now, Hweddle?
It didn't give me
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be more people to ask.
Okay.
Everybody, let's make a pact to only use inspirations when it's going to give Arv Dark Fate. Donate if you like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any good die to take away from here. A 1, but then, you know, even if it's a success, it would just... Anyway, 10, I guess.
Okay. So the most of the people you're talking to here, the problem is Hweddle. So the easy drink, it comes that way by its reputation, you know, accurately. These people are drunk. They are not only drunk, but a couple times you're like, have you seen? They're like, I saw a redhead girl. She was a body lass, and then starts crying in their beer about this person they knew was a redhead. You don't think these people are in a state. They're either panicked and frightened and just drinking, trying to numb the fear, or they are completely confused and just like, or sleeping. A couple of them are snoring on the tables, passed out.
Yeah, okay. I think we can quickly ascertain then that there's not much use we're going to get out of these people. Can we thank Josiah? Can we
Easy.
thank Josiah Easy for the for sticking around bravely and providing this place of hope and light in a dark time? And then we're going to scarper and maybe go to the marketplace and see if the my fellow minstrels are there.
And he nods and he says, aye, it was a great honor to meet people who understand that a city's a pub and a pub's a city. You can't distinguish them no matter how pretty. That's my new slogan.
I like it. Put that on the wall, mate.
Good
And
sign.
he points behind him where it's obviously been recently written in bad marker, so it's like all misspelled or whatever. But and a couple people go, like holding their mug up, you know, barely. Okay. When you depart to head out, we're going to do the searching thing. We're going to switch off of the tavern music here. And let's fire up instead the Willow and the Light stuff that I had going on. Let's see. Where's my city stuff? City stuff is here. Rivertown. Yeah, there
just realized something.
Cool.
I fly up to Reginald. Can you lend me some gold?
I have no gold.
Me neither. We should leave quickly.
I didn't have anything.
Yeah.
He's currently turned
But
serving
you're
another
with me.
patron.
We
Yeah, I
shuffle
don't-
out the door.
We shuffle. I think we all pooled all of our gold to buy something. Don't we need
We
to pick
did.
something up from
We do.
the
It's
weapons?
Lump's magic gloves.
Oh, we need to go pick up Lump's magic gloves that we all spent all of our money on.
Yeah.
I just looked at my character sheet and I have noted down that I have 0 gold.
Yep. None of us
Yep.
have any
Reginald's
gold.
leaving the pub right about now. He is not getting dragged into this.
Yep. Many sessions ago, before the city started to burn.
I have this image of you all leaving, and then like a minute later, oi! Like someone like running out. Like, oh my God! Public enemy number one: save the city, but
Quick,
then
quick, quick.
thrown in.
Hold right there, criminal scum.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Must have been the wind. It's fine. Yeah. So on that,
Never should have come here.
leaving the pub, Lump's like, Wraithlord sounds like a ghost. Should probably get magic gloves. Hopefully, remembering where we actually commissioned those magic gloves from.
Yes, I think you're able to find where you commissioned it. I need to track down again the what it is that I told you the magic gloves did. But I think we talked about the fact that it's going to allow you to hit undead sort of creatures, right? That's basically what the gloves do. Yes,
That was it. Yeah.
yes. So you are able to find it, but it's important to note that when you get the gloves, you actually find them, and there's this sort of strange experience that you have where you knock on the door, you're let in, not by the smith, but by someone who looks like maybe a servant who looked extremely nervous. And when you tell them who they are, they hand you a box and then literally scurry out the door and just bolt down the street. And you can see that the forge has basically been closed down,
Yeah, fair
and everything is sort of cold. But when you open the box, you do see these beautiful gloves. In fact, there's still a little bit of silver on them, and when you kind of brush it off, you can see that they're the metal shavings from having like shaped and forged them. Like that's how recently they were done. In fact, they even feel slightly warm to you, Lump, as you put them on. But they are functional and they are, impressive. These things are,
All right.
yeah.
Punch ghosts now.
Okay, so now you're trying to search. Is that what I understood using user's
Yes.
power? Okay.
We're
So-
searching for a woman with curly red hair and freckles wearing a white dress who is also a human, which is going to go great for Lump's reputation in the city so far.
And I think you're looking, correct me if I'm wrong, for the parents because of the musician. That's why Huddle gave the Kruth for Reginald to kind of sniff, so to speak. Reginald, do you have investigation? Do you?
Nope.
Okay. So then this is going to be 3d6. But because you're getting the Kruth bonus, I'm going to allow you to add an aspect to this as if you did have the skill. So so we're talking 3d6 plus aspect, which would probably be insight, is what we're looking at. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. Wits. It's literally wits talks about searching an area. So wits.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, it's going to be a +5. I'll just do that as is. That's 2 6.
Wow. I see. So that is
One time I get to smell for something.
It's a great success. So I like the image that Reginald is sniffing this and looking down at Boots, who is like, well, he's a ghost, so Boots is like, sniffing with an echo. And Reginald, it's the scent is part of it, but it's also it is the scent of the market. It's the scent of people. It's the scent of sort of the opposite of what you're used to. Your land is the dead, but this is definitely the land of the living, and there's no place where there's more people generally milling about than the town square. And so following your instinct, assuming you are following it, because I'm guessing that's what you want to do, When you actually get to the town square, you can see that there are a few people wandering about. There's a city watch guardsman or two, but again, they look very similar to the ones in the barracks. Like one of them is actually sitting on the base of a fountain and just sort of like, looking around wearily. The other one is sort of leaning on their halberd. Again, they look like a mess. Normally, the town square at this time of day would have tons of people in it, especially during a festival, but it's largely deserted. However, you can see that over on one side of the town square, there is one person who is currently playing a mournful tune on a stringed instrument. This does actually look to be not a cruth, but a lute. But they are playing on this stringed instrument, and they are standing next to someone who's a little bit younger, and definitely does look like red hair.
I think that's it. We'd like we'd like to very casually saunter over and say hello.
So just the mental image of casually sauntering over the dwarf, the sprite, the troll, and the ghoul.
Fly casual. You can see that the two of them, the one, it is a woman who is playing, a older woman, also with red hair, really auburn, sort of dark red hair, who's standing and playing this lute. And then next to her is someone who very obviously looks like her daughter, again, a teenager who has red hair and freckles, and is wearing a dress, although this dress is quite soiled and dirty. And both of their faces look dirty. The daughter has tears streaking her face, and she is holding up a bucket, basically, with a couple of sad-sounding coins rattling around inside it, as the mother, the older woman, is playing this. Almost sounds like a dirge. It's played so slowly.
Hello. Lovely. He's about to say lovely instrument, but he just can't bring himself to say it. So he's like, anyway. No, strange question to open a conversation with, but did you I notice an elven sailor give you a wooden necklace yesterday? Small human.
And the mother who's been playing sort of says, before you speak to her, you need to speak to me. Why exactly are you asking my daughter questions? She looks and sounds exhausted.
Well, so you know how there was loads of weird clowns in the city last night? And it was pretty bad. We think that those are actually being created by this wooden necklace. And so in order to stop that from happening again and to save the city, we have to track down that necklace. So, if you still have it, all good. If you've given it away or thrown it away, if you could direct us to where you think it might be now, that would also be good. I'm Hweddle. People, you might have heard of me. But we just want to save the city and prevent any further disasters from happening.
And the when you start talking about this necklace, the girl, starts kind of looking quite uncomfortable and sort of shifting back and forth from foot to foot. And the mother says, I'm sure you mean well, and you look like you're the heroes trying to save the city, but the truth is, my wife Nora hasn't been back now for all night, and we're playing, hoping that she'll come back to find us. We've been everywhere. We asked the city watch, but they're all either dead or too busy with other things. I don't. And then the girl pipes up, Ma, we can't just sit here and do nothing if this got something to do with it. Silence, girl. You don't know what you're talking about. These are strangers. They're just, you don't
not just any strangers. I am a fellow musician of a string instrument. We are string buddies. I think there's no strangers allowed between string instrumentalists. And also, please let us help you. If you are worried there's somebody missing that you love, let us help you. Let us find her, bring her home if we can. You know, we just want to save not just the city, but the people, and that includes you.
And she sort of pauses and stops playing and looks at you and she says, I wish I could believe that. I wish I could believe people actually care and that we're not all going to end up dead with creatures of nightmares tearing at our flesh. But it's
Weddle
hard.
looks at Lump to provide a Lump TM inspirational message.
So Lump gets down on one knee to the level of the woman with the bucket. He's like, lots of bad things happening in the city. Some pieces causing it in other people's hands. Everyone come together to fight this darkness. You, no matter how small a piece in all of this, could help stop all of these nightmares.
And she sort of pauses solemnly and she looks up at her mother, who is sort of looking back down at her, and she says, Ma, you always taught me to, when things get hardest, that's when you got to stand up and do something, right? Well, things are hard now. And so we've got to do something. I want to find Ma too. And the other woman, the older woman, sort of, you could see, as I said, tears in her eyes. She just sort of nods once and then turns away. And the girl looks up at you and says, my name's Hannah. Well, I don't know anything about dreams exactly, but I did have nightmares and I was wearing a necklace. It was a nice sailor who gave it to me. And his name was Norris or Jonas or something.
Yeah.
And he gave it to me, and well, I had it and I was wearing it, but how does that help you though?
Well, that necklace might have had magic in it, and that magic might have taken those nightmares and made them real for other people. It's happened a few times. What we're trying to do, and Lump motions to the rest of them, we're trying to find this so no one else gets hurt.
Well, what nightmares? Oh, wait a minute. We have a 54-person raid from Lord Gusumba. Welcome, raiders.
Welcome in, everyone.
That's what I like to see. Thank you so much, Lord Gusumba. Welcome to ArvCon. Oh my God, and we got the boat emote too. Look at that. Good stuff. I love that. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the finale of Talisman Adventures and the premiere of By the Dice Roll, our new tabletop role-playing group that is playing this. I'm joined by Pyron J, Darksaber 2K, Wholesome Horror Gaming, and Undeveloped Bruce. And we are raising money to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We've already had scientists come in. We have raised $21,9276 out of our goal of $5,000. We would love it if you folks were able to support us by donating as well and by spreading the word. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, everybody. We got a lot more tabletop coming up today, but if you have been touched by or know others who have been touched by this scourge of cancer and you want to do something about it, this is your chance to do so. Thank you for all the follows. I really appreciate that raid, and thank you so much for doing that, and I will do the best I can to follow all of you folks back after the stream's over, but at the minute I'm juggling a bunch of plates. So, but please do consider doing that. ! Donate. We also have a bunch of giveaways going on in chat as well. So welcome, raiders. Welcome, everybody. Much love. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Definitely spread the word as well. That's a good size raid. I love it. Okay. So you yourself are going through current health issues. You understand. I'm sorry to hear that, and that's exactly why we're doing what we do here. Actually, we've raised over $30,000 to benefit Damon Runyon over the last 9 years. This is our 10th annual ArvCon, and hence our goal of $5,000. We've already raised $21.72, and we got not even halfway through the event. So, yeah, thank you so much, and please, if anyone can in that group, please check out !donate and see what you can give and spread the word. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. Yes, blah, 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 carry the one. Okay. You have, so she was explaining, her feelings about it. She says, okay,
Yeah.
you're saying there was are you saying something happened? There was, Ma, what's happening? And her mother sort of turns around and says, well, we didn't want to frighten you, Hannah. Yes, there was an attack last night. And so Hannah's eyes get very wide, and she reaches out to you, Lump, and she grabs your arm, and she says, what was it that was attacking?
Well, it looked like jesters. Is that
She
something you
literally
were dreaming
recoils
about?
when you said that. And she says, yes, they're not like regular people jesters. They're
bad people jesters.
No, they're
We
not. They're
understand.
not like ghouls and sprites and trolls and dwarves and all the regular people. They're not like that. They're. And she stops. She says, I dreamed that there were lots of them, and they were trying to scare people and hurt people. They had knives and glowing eyes. Is that my fault?
So
Is it
at
my
this
fault?
exact moment, Lump puts his hand around the back of the girl to sort of make sure she doesn't recoil and trip over or anything. He goes, no, not your fault. Just bad magic. No one knows when bad magic will happen. But sometimes it happens, and sometimes bad things happen because of it. Sometimes people like us go around and fix bad magic. You didn't do anything. The talisman, the necklace you were wearing, you didn't know what it was. So you went to sleep, and whatever scared you started scaring other people. But that's okay. We can help.
And she sort of nods a little bit as if hearing you, although she's struggling, you can tell. And she says, well, and she reaches into her pocket, and with a trembling hand, she brings out this wooden item that's hung to a lanyard. The wooden item looks very much like a talisman, but where the hands, are holding the way that a talisman usually does, like this, yes, where that has been done, there is instead just a carved flame covering over where that would have been instead. And the entire thing is made of darkened wood.
Okay.
And it looks almost scorched as well, like kind of burned from the edges. And she holds it out and she says, well, this is it. But I don't know. And then she kind of drops it on the ground and
It's okay.
leans away.
It's okay. It's not your fault. Do you mind if I take it?
Adult's just picking it up before anyone else can, and is not licking it.
Weddle, as you reach for it, the talisman suddenly glows bright red. And there is you feel a thoomph, and you are pushed backwards. Coming out of the talisman, the first thing you see are fiery red eyes. But then you see they are on an impossibly long nose. No, it's not a nose. It's a snout. And as the head comes out, you can see it is coming from the talisman, this dark mane of hair around the large head of a horse. And it leaps literally out. And as it does so, it sort of grows and grows until this dark black horse, a great size, even larger than Lump, stands before you. Its eyes glow red, and flame comes out of its nose, and it rears up And when it neighs, you can hear this whinnying across the city. Hannah and her parent and her mom scream and sort of scramble away. First of all, we just got another raid. Thank you from the 14 raiders from I Am Tinderly. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, welcome. March of the Tinderlings. We are here to cuddle. Well, you found an interesting place to cuddle against this nightmare. But welcome, everybody.
Yeah, come on. Bring it in.
Yeah,
Bring it
Lump
in.
can
Bring it
definitely
in.
cuddle.
Bring
Thank
it
you
in.
so much, everyone. Thank you so much, raiders. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Welcome to ArvCon. This is ArvCon 2024 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We are all here together, and we are super, super excited because we are raising money for this cause. And I am here with the Buy the Dice role players of Pyron J, Darksaber 2K, Wholesome Horror Gaming, and Undeveloped Bruce as we do our Talisman Adventures finale. Please do donate, ! Donate. We're also in the midst of a bunch of giveaways. We got a lot more tabletop play today, tomorrow, and Monday. So please stick around for that. Please donate to the cause. Help us get higher towards our goal. We are at 2172. We're closing in on 50%. And thank you so much for being here. This horse is now in front of you and standing in front of you, and it rears up. And it stamps its hooves. And as it does, each hoof burns with flame and sort of licks around the bottom of it. And you can see even the city guard, like the city watch is sort of like on the far end of the clearing, sort of have taken a step forward, and then they're sort of stopping, and they're terrified. You can feel fear sort of like sweeping over all of you. And it says, "What fertile ground the city has been, ripe with vivid imaginations to explore. How small and tiny you are, but how great your fear. I am the nightmare, fools. I don't appreciate you threatening my home. Unfortunately for you, I and my master know what fears live in your dreams and your hearts, and you will regret this intrusion." Ah! And he reaches up and just this like deafening whinny, and the time has come, folks, for something called combat. And no, his name is not Ed, all right? All right. Classic Magic the Gathering card. Very true, very true. All right. Let's roll. He's just a little horse. Really, Live? Really? I'm going to need you to pony up some better puns than that, all right? Like, there's no why you'd want to saddle us with these. Okay. Anyway, let's get some combat rolling as we are ready to go here. Let me get combat music. Combat music.
We're getting attacked by a
this.
horse.
All right, let's see.
Like by
A
horse.
fire horse, no less.
A fire horse. Fire horse. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go.
Why
Great.
would Tweddle be afraid of horses?
I might hoof it on out of here. Maybe she's barn with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh,
Wow.
that's brilliant.
Wow.
That's brilliant.
Wow. Good stuff, Robert. You know you're obligated to donate for every awesome pun, right? No, I'm just kidding.
That's amazing.
Just
11
joking.
out of 10.
Yeah,
for
that is
one.
tremendous.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
that's
I'm
good.
stealing that.
That's good work. That is good work if you can get it. Okay. So. All right. Okay. All right. So, we are here in the engagement phase. And so, what I need you to do is decide what you're going to do. Now, you were in, I'm afraid we're mostly Theater of the Minding it, but I don't think you need, actually, wait a minute. Let me see. We may not need to Theater of the Mind it. Yeah, let me move us over to something. We don't have to Theater of the Mind it. Let me move us here. Okay. Question is, do I have, this is the most important thing. Come on, roll 20. Don't fail me now. Let's see. No, not that. Oh my God. Okay. I do. Yeah, let's go. I do have something.
What in the Pokemon is that?
That is a nightmare from
I
Pack
should
of
laugh
Foes.
something horrible will happen to me on its turn. Never point and laugh at the final boss.
He's
No,
just
never.
like walking over towards you, Reginald. Okay. All right. Now, you actually are all beginning over here, which is where this horse is standing. Hold on. I have to close my office. We have screaming kids downstairs. Oh, we have a donation. Wait. We have a $100 donation. Oh, from the person who just made that awesome pun. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
amazing.
I didn't mean
Thank
you
you,
had to
Robert.
do that. He said, quote,
Yes,
I'll
he
get
did.
off my high
he did.
horse and support the fundraiser. Well done. Well done.
Brilliant.
That is well done. Okay, so that brings us
Oh,
now.
thank you so much.
That brings us. Thank you so much. That brings us to 2292.76. They're well in second place. Now I have to tell you, we started at about, I believe it was, we were at 1,700 going into this, roughly. So we have now raised over $500. If they raise another $700, they will become the top grossing charity event so far at ArvCon. So I'm just letting you know what's out there for people. All right, let me close the door to my office, and then we're going to go fight a nightmare. Think about how you want the combat to proceed, though, folks. Like, what order you want everybody to go in while I run downstairs to get the door.
I'm a punch it.
Is it
That's my
Lightning
plan.
bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
I'm a punch it in its face.
I don't
Should
think
we
Chris
do the,
wins
all I
the
can
one
do.
for this.
The traditional troll of shadows move.
Void troll,
combo
yes.
Yeah.
Right. While Ov's not here and can't hear this, I still have a revive potion.
Excellent, good lad.
Excellent.
I wonder if this might be an enemy moving at full speed, because then a spear can do something special.
Oh, that would be good.
So I would
Anyway,
like
he's
to
back
put-
now, so
Yes,
so
I'm back.
I would maybe like to put myself into the front row
Okay.
with a spear. But first of all, I need to, because, this is a horse. I don't think I've fought a horse before. So I would like to consult my book, use my tactician skill, and roll 3 die that I then can use in combat to replace other die.
Okay. That makes sense. Let's see. Okay, we got this.
4, 4, and 5. That is nice.
Okay, good stuff. Right.
So tactician is used.
Well, that was your tactician roll. Very nice.
Yeah, that's very nice tactician roll, isn't it?
Okay, let's
Finally.
see.
So, for those of you who can see like with the 4, 4, and 5 there and don't know what this is a skill of my little fighter sprite. I can roll these die and can replace 1 die of every other roll I do in a fight with one of those. So that's
that's
nice.
such a good skill.
Okay, yeah, it really is, and it's been
You're just
very
like,
useful
I
for
don't.
Gina.
Yeah, it really has. I don't want to roll that dice. I'm going to roll this dice instead.
Absolutely. Okay, so yeah, and thank you again, Robert, for that donation. Everyone else, keep it up. I love to see it. I literally couldn't even continue. Lord Gasumba with $50 donation. Best of luck with the fundraiser. Thank you so much. So
Aw,
we're up to
thank you.
2342. We are very close, chat, to being halfway to our goal, and not even halfway through the event. So we're making great
And quite
progress.
close to this
Thank you.
team being the highest grossing team on the docket.
Which
I'm
is
not
the
saying
key,
it's
right?
competition, but
Yeah,
we have a reputation of being the S tier team to protect.
Yesterday, the players were saying the exact same thing. They're like, as if anyone is going to catch us after raising 1220 or whatever. So I was like, all right, well, that's the gauntlet is thrown. Okay, we are galloping along. That's I spoke it into existence. That's true. Okay, thank you, Lord Gasumba, so much. Thank you
We're
for the
hot to trot.
generosity. We're outstanding. You got to rein this in, all right? Like, there's no need.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I just
There's no problem
can't.
in
But we're the
with
main
these
attraction.
jokes.
I know it's spurring you on to greater adventure, but there's no. Okay, I would argue horses are maybe the greatest like pun foundation. Like, there's so much good stuff that you can get from it. Anyway, all right, right. So, are you going first, Regina? Then I know you did your tactics thing before combat. Who wants to go first and second, third and fourth? You can see most of the people in town square have sort of cleared out. Hannah and her parents, though, are very close by. They are sort of like pressed against the wall, basically.
How far away is the horse from me, and what it is doing? What is it?
Oh, you're
doing?
like right next to it because it sprang out of the talisman. So it's like right there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not moving at full speed or something. It's just standing there.
That is right.
Well, let's hit the horse then. If nobody is against it, I would just like to poke the horse.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah. then-
I got nothing fancy that requires me to go earlier than anyone.
I'm going to go after Weddle.
Yeah. Hweddle is going to cast Void Troll, otherwise known as Cloak of Shadows, which I'm pretty sure I've only ever cast on Lump.
That's true.
The Fists of Darkness.
Fists of Darkness.
Okay. There we go. I've now placed the people in their approximate positions right underneath.
Oh, so they're
sort of
oh,
press
okay,
back.
so they're right there. Okay.
Yeah. And you folks, I'm just going to position you where you started. You can move yourselves around. I'm just showing you where you are to begin with.
I'm
So you
assuming I'm
basically-
closest to the horse because I picked up the.
Yeah, you were close. Well, you didn't pick it up yet. Like you were reaching for it when this happened, but it's literally right there. And the talisman is still there, below the hooves, if you will, of the nightmare.
Oh, it is still there.
Yeah, oh yeah, talisman is still there. Yes.
Is it burning because the horse is burning?
Unclear. It's not burning now, but it definitely has scorch marks on it. So. Something to consider. Okay, so Regina, you're going first, and then Hweddle is going to do the darkness thing. So is Hweddle going second then, or?
Yeah,
Well-
and it's a free action as well, so he can still, I believe, do something else. Is that how free actions work?
Yes, that would be right. So what else would you be doing?
He would like to attempt to pick up the talisman again with his cloak around his hand.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll talk about that when we get to your turn then. So Regina, then Hweddle, then Reginald, are you going last or are you going after before Lump? Or?
I'll go last. Yeah.
Okay.
If somebody wants to tell Regina to pick up the talisman, do so, because she's not going to think of it herself. There's a horse to poke, so poke the horse.
Yeah. No, I think Weddle's on that.
Okay. Then I would like to poke the horse. Using my melee skill with a melee focus on spears.
Okay, quick note that I am exercising my option as a GM to use Dark Fate. I know you're shocked.
Shocker.
That I'm doing this.
I'm pretty sure it's
See,
a low level
this isn't.
horse
See,
that-
this is what makes this personal. This isn't the characters doing this to us. This is Arv doing this
Yeah.
to us. That makes it extra personal.
Yeah, like, hey, what can I say? All right, so
Oh, it's
Ooh, look at
3d6 plus agility plus 2. If I see this correctly. Yes.
Another raid.
another raid from Gamer Gramp, who was here last night as well. Thank you for the raid, Gamer Gramp. Man, we have raids coming in like nobody's business. Greetings and salad tongs. Welcome, everybody. As you can see, we're
heard there's a
closing in
hot
on
announcement.
2,500. Welcome to Buy the Dice Roll, the new tabletop role-playing play group. Pyron Jade, Darksaber 2K, Wholesome Horror Gaming, Undeveloped Bruce. I've introduced them a million times now because of all the raids. And we're doing ArvCon, as you know. I know you were here yesterday, Gramp. So we are now up to almost 2,500. We are making some major progress today. So keep it up! ! Donate. All these raids are adding a lot of horsepower to the charity. Yeah, they are.
Hey.
Yeah, they are. Hey.
That's another donation, Robert.
Yep. This is a great deal for us to smile and say yes. No, donate. Okay. Right. So let's see. Right. Okay. So you're going to do that. Oh, that's on that thing. Okay. Interesting. All right. Right. Okay. So you attacked with, what was the number? What did you? What did we get?
I haven't
Regina?
rolled yet. I was waiting. So
Okay.
I'm gonna roll now.
Sounds good.
It's 3, 4, 5. In that case, I'm gonna drop the 3 for another 5 and get the roll up to 22.
22 and 2 5s, right? Is what we're looking at.
22
So-
and 2 5s.
two
This is what
fives,
we're aiming
okay.
for. Yes.
Yes. So that is in fact going to be a success, despite my threat pump. That is going to be a success. So on that melee attack success, since it was that's actually a great success. So you're going to inflict full damage on your target, and your opponent is not going to get an action, which is a good thing. So
Just
full
using one
damage.
spear. Cool. So that is, I'm using a two-handed weapon with both hands. So that is 1d6 plus 3 as usual damage. Then the physical damage modifier of 6, which is 9. And then 2, so 1d6 plus 11. Then I've never put in the additional 2 for the whole damn campaign. Great.
Best time. Well, listen, no time like the present, right?
Additional 2 of damage and plus 1. Yeah. Okay, well, now we're gonna do it. It's the damn finale, so that is fine. And there we roll.
All
16.
right. 16 damage, huh?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that's all right. So first of all, it
Never
does.
seen a horse before. No, I've seen a horse before, but still.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It does have a very thick hide, so a little bit of that is reduced, but that still puts a lot into it. In fact, wow. When I tell you all what, it's going to be funny to tell you after this what we were dealing with here to begin with. All right. When you hit it, how do you hit it, Regina? Because you really hit it hard.
I've got a spear, and I've got using the spear like with 2 hands, and I'm just, where am I? I think I'm like, and I'm just gonna hit it in the butt.
Wow.
Like just sideways in the butt, like punk. There's there's a lot of horse there, and it's not gonna bite me there, so I'm gonna hit it there.
Right. Okay. You do so, and it rears and roars in pain. And you just like so fierce is your blow that it sort of staggers forward a few steps. And as it turns around, now I have in my possession, chat, 4 dark fate. I used one of those fate now to pump up its threat uselessly in the might of Regina. And so I'm going to use 2 of my remaining dark fate now, because as you are hit by it, looks around and stares at you. Now, let's see. I'm going to assign a number to each of you. Regina's a 1, Reginald's a 2, Lump's a 3, Weddle is a 4. And I'm now going to roll a 4-sided die. 4. Weddle.
Okay.
As you are standing there, sort of like looking at Regina's incredible, blow, something comes up. So you hear a voice from behind you. And the voice says, "Well, Weddle, I suppose you've decided you know what's best. You pathetic hack. You know what you're like down deep. You know who you like and that they won't like you. You know that you're nothing." And Weddle, when you turn around and all of you see a shadow version of Weddle. Whereas Weddle always carries the Kruth in one hand, this shadow version is carrying it in the other. Whereas Weddle always has a relatively, most of the time, pleasant smile on Weddle's face, this one is a frown. Its eyes are fiery, and it glares at you, and it says, "You're a failure, and everyone knows you are." Okay, this is a nightmare minion, and it's been created through the power of this creature. It has been created to cause problems specifically for you. This is the way that it looks. It's this hugely, it's the same size as Weddle, but you can feel the sort of hate, I think is a good way to put it, radiating off of it. And Weddle, the dark Weddle, as we will call them, draws forth your rapier, right? Is what you use.
Yeah.
I believe draws forth a rapier, and points it at you. So we'll talk about what happens in a minute when we come to your turn, Weddle.
Do we
yeah.
see and hear this?
Yes, you see and hear this.
Oh my goodness me.
I
How
do
easy to
want
tell
to
apart
point
of it?
out that you didn't need to use my in real life personal fears for this. You could have used
Aw.
Weddle's.
Can I say that this is an opportunity for you to recognize that this game is wildly different than the real life circumstances in every respect. And in case anyone's curious about that, I'd ask you to look at the Buy the Dice Roll logo made by undeveloped Bruce, okay? Take a look at the logo, and clearly there would be no Shadow Weddle in this world, okay? There's no Shadow Bruce. This is game version. Let's be clear. Okay, I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to paste. Also, it was a D4. Otherwise, I would have rolled it differently. Okay. This is not controlled by Bruce, this one. This is Dark Weddle. Okay. There we go. All right. So
So
Dark
does Dark
Weddle is back
Weddle
here.
have more or less beard?
The exact same
That's
amount
an
of beard.
important question.
The exact same amount of beard, but whereas Weddle's beard is carefully, like, groomed and everything else, Dark Weddle's beard is ragged and discombobulated and sort of almost like static electricity, right, is what it looks like. So yeah. I wouldn't have used that early, but someone had to hit the Nightmare for a lot of damage just now.
I'm saying that face you pulled when the damage came in.
I was like, that's a lot. Okay, right. Nonetheless, good hit, Regina. Let's not lose sight of that in all this. Okay, let's see. Now we have the person going second, which is Weddle. Now, Weddle, you're doing your the darkness on Lump, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's thinking with the words of the Dark Weddle, it's making him think of, he'd initially trained as a dwarven scholar here in the city, but some would say he ran away, he wasn't good enough at the scholarly life, and that he ran off to become a minstrel. He told himself all this time he was spreading the words, the true story of the talismans, and the dwarven history that was lost because of the elven spreading lies about this big wizard man. But has he ever really convinced anyone? Even his friends aren't convinced, and when he had these opportunities to get these talismans, what did he do? He blinking licked one and got turned into a wooden doll, and his friends had to save him. What has he contributed? And he's got all this going through his head,
Yeah. It wouldn't be a battle against a nightmare if it wasn't an actual nightmare for a person who's fighting it, right? We'll talk about in a moment as you're getting ready to cast this what the impact of that might be, because your bonus action was this spell. But okay, let me see.
I know that Regina's turn is over, but Regina is like completely shocked, like wide-eyed, mouth open shock, and like still clinging onto her spear on the horse butt, and just like completely out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I can understand entirely. Okay, so right, let's have you cast this this Cloak of Shadows then. So you're going to do a spell test here, and you're looking for a difficulty you're trying to beat of 11, Weddle.
Yep. About to do my dice roll in the Twitch chat. Let's see, 3d6 plus aspect.
And don't forget, you have inspiration when needed. You don't need it yet necessarily, but just be aware. Also, quick note to chat. This is going to run no more than another half hour, because then I have to move on to the scientist game after that for the finale. But I think it's pretty clear this is the final battle. I think everyone got that idea. Okay, so 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 2. So we're looking at a 20. Okay, so the good news is it is a success. However, because it is not a great success, it means that there is going to be a slight effect on this. And I think what I will say is that it's going to use an extra spell point if you want this to go off normally, which I imagine you'll be okay doing, but is that okay? So you're at 6 out of 8, but it does go off normally. So now there is darkness around Lump. Once again, the dark troll rises. So
and I want to say that Weddle had that internal struggle, but he looked at his friend Lump, who has always been there to support him, his rock, and everything just washes away. He knows it's going to be okay. If we get like Dark Lump, that's going to be a different matter.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Wow. That's powerful stuff. That's powerful stuff. Okay. Well, so Lump is covered in darkness, and Lump, you can now see what is in front of you. The nightmare has been grievously hurt. I think it's fair to say. And also Dark Weddle has appeared.
Yeah, Dark Weddle has appeared. That's a thing that I wasn't expecting. Almost like the moment when you see Dark Link for the first time when playing Ocarina of Time, you're like, wait, is that?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
So, Lump is enraged by the fact that Weddle's dark counterpart has just said all of this to his best friend. So he looks up and he knows, like, he's not dumb, right? He's big and he's strong, but he's certainly not dumb. He knows that the nightmare has done this. So with the cloak of shadows billowing around him, he looks over the nightmare and he sort of goes, "You won't hurt anyone anymore." And he leaps into the air and brings both fists smashing down onto the nightmare, hopefully. Now, I'm going to spend a light fate to go heedless. Now, if this works, it means I get to roll an extra 2d6 for damage if I get a successful attack. However, I will take full damage from the attack. So instead of it being dependent on, I will just basically, you will attack me now, and then I will roll my attack like we've done before.
Okay. Yep, lump from the top rope. That's exactly right.
Pretty much.
Horse meat is back on the menu. Exactly.
So
Okay.
I will roll my attack dice 3d6. Where is my... Why have you changed all of my dice rolls? 3d6. There we go. 3d20. Oh my god. 3d20. 1. 9. And voila. Boy, dice. Oh, that one. Oh, that one.
All right.
Inspiration.
I shall take
Oh,
it.
you used yours.
I used mine.
You fool. Well, no, okay, not a fool.
Well, no, I say...
No,
Can I
no.
use my
You saved the
inspiration?
other
Yeah,
campaign.
so I was
never
going to
mind.
say, yes, you can, although technically this is ex post facto, since I love you all, yes, I'll allow you to use it in this case. If you want to use the inspiration or re-roll that, Huddle, you can, yes, well, in this case, Undeveloped Bruce actually can use that inspiration.
Okay, so is that the
Is-
whole...
So you
the
just,
whole roll?
that's right. So you just type in chat, inspire, space, and then lump. Doesn't really matter. That's fine.
Cool.
There you go. Undeveloped
I'm
Bruce is
inspired.
inspired
Look,
lump.
look at that.
You're allowed to
See?
inspire other players, just not
Like-
yourself. So
That never happened, right? Prince of Persia style. Let's roll that again. That's much better. 21.
21. Yeah, it is. Okay. So you do in fact hit. Now it is gonna because it was a regular success. You are gonna take damage back, which I'll get to.
Yep.
But yes, you are. You have, however, inflicted damage upon it. So go ahead and do that. Roll your damage, please.
I think with Heedless, I take full damage first,
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, because you were
just
doing
in case,
heedless,
because
that's
you
right.
get almost like an attack of opportunity,
Yes, that's
basically,
right.
because I'm just going in. I'm going in reckless.
Okay. You are going to get hoof kicked.
Yeah.
Is what happens here.
It's almost like both, for thematic sake and for people who don't understand it, it's almost like both attacks happening at the same time.
Yep.
Rather than it be like, I hit you, then you hit me, which is how it normally happens with the Talisman game.
Right. Okay. So you are going to take... Okay. You are going to take a grand total of 9 points. So that is going to go to, first of all, your armor. So...
Yep.
So you've got 1 point of regular armor left, and also make
Yep.
sure you double mark the other.
Got it, yeah.
Because the first hit. You have 1 out of 12 armor, but otherwise you're able to get your hit through.
Excellent stuff.
So yes.
So standard success, not a 6 on the Kismet die, with 2 weapon fighting and 2-handed master, and I used heedless, so that will be that plus that. So damage will be 16 points of damage.
Okay. Wow. So
There's 2 things Lump knows very well: inspirational quotes and turning things to jam.
Okay. So let's see. There is okay, wow. This direct punch with the glove just sort of straight down upon it. Okay. So this thing sort of staggers back and forth. And then it gets out this this roar as it glows red. And then it falls over, and both it and the talisman begin to glow red with an intense heat, and you can feel the ground beginning to shake around them. Reginald, what would you like to do?
I mean, a lot's just happened in the last few seconds.
I would agree.
I'm backing away from the talisman. I think I want to get... If I can squeeze up behind that cart stall there, I think.
Okay.
So The horse has collapsed to the ground. It hasn't disappeared. Is
It
that
has
right?
not disappeared yet, but it is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Well, keep an eye on that. But I think I'm just going to sling a lightning bolt at Dark Hweddle.
Okay.
Yep.
That sounds like a plan. Okay, so lightning bolt. So we'll need a spell test first.
Yep. So I've got spell casting with nature focus.
Okay. So we're looking at 3d6 plus aspects plus 2, right?
Yes.
I believe is what that is.
Yep, just going to roll that straight up with nothing fancy. That is a 20.
Okay. That 20 is 100% going to... Because, this is the same round. But no, it's on Dark Hweddle, not the
It's on Dark
Nightmare.
Hweddle, yes.
Right. Yes, that will hit. Absolutely.
Right. Oh, crap. What's my damage again? 1d6 plus craft, so...
Also, this is a success. Let me ask you first, Reginald.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to cost you an extra spell point if you want this to go off normally. Is that okay?
That's fine, yes. So that puts me on 5 of 7.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So it's plus craft, which is yet 7, so damage roll coming in. 10 points. I too am here doing damage.
Wow, you all took you all took your Wheaties today. Okay.
Daytime energy, people. Daytime energy.
Exactly. I know.
What I'm talking about.
It absorbs. Okay, so it absorbs a little bit of that, but it's going to take most of it, and it kind of the force is so great that it slams it back against the fountain, and the base of the fountain cracks as this thing hits it. It sort of sighs and says, "You've always wanted to really do that to this Hweddle, haven't you?" And points at this Hweddle staring at you, Reginald.
Well, yeah, but I said that to him.
And and the thing like, what? He doesn't even does not know what to do as a reaction to that. Okay. Good stuff, Reginald. Okay. So the creature, although it has been also grievously hurt in this case, is going to, let's see. Yeah. It is going to reach out, Hweddle. It's going to come at you. And it says as it comes towards you, again, sort of almost like, because it's hurt, kind of almost limping. You shouldn't even bother to defend yourself. You're as weak in a fight as you are in your music. But stabs forward with it because this has not been dealt yet. So, I am going to need, as it stabs forward, with what is known as in case you're curious, a vicious cut. All right, so I'm going to need you to make, please, for me, a defense test. And this is going to be either, it's a melee defense test using either agility or brawn. Probably agility, I would imagine, Hweddle, right?
Yeah, let's go with agility.
Okay, sounds good. So you're gonna make the attempt, and this is a vicious stab. I guess not a cut, a stab because it's a rapier.
All right. I also just want to point out that saying that my fighting is as weak as my music is saying my fighting is much better than it is. If
Very
he had
good.
said that my music is as bad as my fighting, that would have been offensive.
As it is, you feel somewhat inspired by that. Okay. Right. Okay. That is not going to be enough, I'm afraid, to resist it, which means that you are going to take full damage from the attack. And that is going to be 10 points of damage. That's going to come to you, and I don't think we're dealing with armor, so I think that's just directly to you, right? So we're at 22 out of 32 life as stabs right through Hweddle. Okay, at the top of this combat round, the talisman and horse are both shaking badly, very strongly, rumbling. The ground itself below them seems to be almost, you can see heat radiating from the ground below. And the nightmare is not moving. It's just on the ground, rumbling. Dark Hweddle is badly, badly hurt. And that's the sort of combat situation on the ground. What would you all like to do in terms of setting up for combat for this round?
Queddle's aim is still to pick up the talisman.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Even if it hurts him physically to do so.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. Do you want to do that first, second, third?
He'd quite like to do it first, yeah.
Okay. Regina, what about you? Where are you, Lump, and Reginald in this?
I think I'm gonna not go. I'm gonna leave that one to Lump and Weddle because I think it's more personal to them.
Okay.
So I'd go third then.
Cool.
That's
I'll go
okay.
second. I'll attempt to beat a dead horse.
I'm just gonna lightning bolt Dark Weddle again, so I can go whenever.
Okay.
He's on the door. Pulling the door where Dark Weddle hurt you.
That's funny. Okay. So sorry.
The heart.
So let's see. I'm really sorry. I missed that order again. So you said Lump second, Reginald, and then, or did I miss that?
I can go last, basically, because I'm just going to blast Dark Weddle with a lightning bolt if nothing else happens.
Gotcha. Okay, Regina, you going ahead of Lump or before?
After. Ahead or before? What?
So
After
Weddle,
Lump.
Lump,
After, okay.
Regina, Reginald.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Regina,
Lock it in.
Reginald. Sounds good. Okay. Right. Good. Okay. All right. So we will start with Weddle. Weddle, when you pick up the talisman, it is indeed like red hot. Like now you said, even if it hurts you, you're going to pick it up. So you are going to take damage. You are going to take 4 points of damage from the thing as you pick it up. But you now have it. What do you want to do with it?
Oh, I thought that there'd be more of a struggle to pick it up.
No.
Right. Well, he wants to run it over to the fountain and put it in the water.
Okay. I think you can do that all as part of one thing. All right. So you put it into the water, and as you do so, steam like comes up from the water as the thing goes in there. The rumbling continues. Okay. You do that. You put the thing in the water. Unless you have a bonus action, I think that's pretty much all, because picking that up and running it over and et cetera is going to take the time, I believe. So
Yeah, he thought it was a good idea.
Mm-hmm. No, it makes sense. Okay, Lump, you are up.
Cool. Lump smash.
Okay. Also, the darkness, the Cloak of Shadows is now off of Lump because that lasts till Weddle's turn.
Yes.
So
Yes, that's very true.
smash
So
away
not-
on Dark Weddle. I'm also using my
that's a
last
good
fate
point.
to increase the threat, by the way.
That's a
of
good
this
point.
creature.
The 10 points of damage, was that reduced because of the Cloak of Shadows?
Oh, actually, yes, that would be halved. Yep. You're quite
So it'll be
right.
5.
Yep, good call.
Cool. Thanks.
That's quite right. So you'd have 6 out of 12 armor instead of
Yes.
1 out of 12 armor. Okay.
Thanks.
Anyway, so I've added threat to the creature. You may proceed.
Oh, again.
Well, that's my last. It's my last dark fate. Can't take it with you. So
Oh, no. Wait till
No
some of these
one-
rolls happen.
Roll a 1.
No one roll a 1. Just roll 6s. Everyone roll 6s. Everyone's going to roll 6s. Everyone roll 6s. Not a 6,
Okay, well,
but
not a 1, though.
22 and doubles.
that is a great success. So you were going to do full damage. You're not going to take damage back.
Fantastic. So great success. Is there a 6 on the Kismet die? No. 1d6. Add my brawn. Add that. So 1d6. Oops. Add my brawn. Add that. Pow. That is 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
11 points of damage. Okay.
Thump, thump, thump.
So
Just going to
Yeah, just
town. on
don't ever
this
say
horse.
this too. Yeah. Okay.
Don't hurt my friend's feelings.
So you smash Dark Weddle over the fountain, like over the edge of the fountain. I remember I'd mentioned that he had fallen into the fountain and cracked like the back wall. You knock him over the wall into the middle of the place where the water is coming from, so hard that the top stone little flower of the marble slides off. Dark Weddle hits the ground. The thing comes right on top of him after that. Push, like just lands on top of him. And then there is a dead silence. before the rumbling that I mentioned. And then there is an explosion of red energy, fire and heat from the fountain, from the nightmare, from all around you as it just explodes. I want to cut forward to somewhere in the distant future. Not distant, future. We are looking at a graveyard. And we're looking at a graveyard around which there are, or in which there's a plot of graves that have been dug. And there are 3 specific gravestone with names on them. You see Regina Augusta III, you see Lump, and then you see Weddle. Standing behind Reginald, who is standing over these graves, are Regina Augusta III, Lump, and Weddle. Reginald, what do you want to say about these graves that you have had made for them, quote, just in case?
It's not often that I make these, then I don't need to fill them. However, I am very grateful that the effort went to waste and that we survived that.
Weddle is too busy crying because Unger broke up with him because he found out about the naked wizard in the bedroom incident. But he's also pleased that we didn't need to use a grave.
I'm amazed the wizard was as chill as he was.
Regina hugs Reginald's arm, because that is something she can hug around. Thank you. Nobody has ever gifted me a grave.
I'll tend to these until the appropriate time.
Lump sort of puts his arm lovingly around Reginald and goes, when the time comes, I don't want anybody else sending me forward than you.
I'll make sure you find your next destination in life, my friend. All of you.
You're a good friend. You're all great friends.
Weddle goes and joins the group hug, but he's still crying.
I still don't think dwarves made the talismans, though.
Weddle would like to exit the chat. It's like he goes over to the gravestone. He's like trying to pull it off the ground. Like, I don't want to be buried next
pushes
to you,
Reginald into the grave.
The city has been saved, and it has been rebuilt. There's also been an order by the city officials that the Festival of Strangers be done again, this time without the nightmare attacks and the invasion. The talisman has been destroyed, and with it, the nightmare, and that, the Wraith Lord has been defeated, although for how long, no one knows. I think we might have the camera check the necropolis, the great area of the dead, where things are proceeding exactly as they're supposed to. I think that we might check in on a group of miners who had once been turned into toads, but then had been returned to miners and are back to being the way they were. I think that probably we would check in on a certain young man who is together with his beloved and who has not picked any strange flowers that drop petals that cause problems for them when time goes. But I think also, as the camera pulls up from the city, we get the opportunity to see these 4 friends looking down upon their own graves that this day will not be used, as we zoom out on both them and on the Talisman Adventures campaign. The end. Yay!
Oh, that was such a psych. I was like,
What?
you can't
I
just
know.
kill me
I
like
was
that.
waiting. I was waiting for you to be like, how could you do? Oh.
Wait, what?
But I just was like, Reginald is like, this is his thing, right? Like,
It was an indeterminate amount of time, so I was trying to figure out, right, is this just like I live a really long time, so they've died of old age, or
Yeah.
I thought it would be fun.
I thought, because we were all close, honestly, we were all close to the fountain and you weren't. I thought it was like,
Oh, yeah.
God, he
The
gave us
fountain
a chance to
explodes.
move. Like,
I did give you a
there
chance
was
to
a
move.
rumbling and a fire and the fountain was going, and he gave us a chance to move, but we didn't take it. I genuinely thought it was like, well, you guys stayed near the nuke,
Yeah.
These I mean, that final fight, I pumped up that creature's threat you need to know to 22 or something, and then you hit it, and like not only did you hit it, but you like hit it with like 13 points followed up by Lump's 10, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
I was like,
Those were
okay, like all of a sudden I'm
exceptional
like,
rolls all round.
you know what? Like they decided to bring it, so then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna pull this out, summon the nightmare minion with Dark Weddle,
Yeah.
and you're like, how dare you? And also those gloves were clutch because that did actually help a lot with both the nightmare and with Dark Weddle. And then freaking Reginald hits for 10 points of damage and all this stuff. Like it was.
I came into that fight with an MP restoration potion as well. I was going to be a lightning Gatling gun was my plan.
Yeah, my thought was that the threat was high enough that you weren't going to hit it for a round or two, and it was going to get more of these attacks in or whatever, and summon more minions, and I was going to get more Dark Fate. That's the other thing. You didn't roll any Dark Fate for me.
No.
So that was the other thing, is I didn't have any other Dark Fate to work with.
Exactly.
So I was like,
the only time I rolled a 1, it was reversed by the inspiration that Echo Alpha X5 gave us.
yeah, that damage was so obscene. I was worried Twitch TOS would kick in. I know. I was like, what the frick? Because in Talisman, that is a
sick.
huge hit.
That is
like,
huge.
So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. So very, 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 very good work. And a lot of the prep work in terms of like tracking down the talisman was done before this, like who actually had it and, what happened. I had a plan, Bruce, if you didn't have a plan for Unger and for the Naked Wizard, but then you did such a beautiful job of like, this is what happened. I'm like, never mind. Just like that, whatever you said was great. Like that was even better. So a campaign finale. Wow. But it is not a finale with these people because, as you know, these folks are all going to be with us for Ghosts of Saltmarsh, which starting next month is going to twice a month. We're going to be playing Ghosts of Saltmarsh now. But Talisman Adventures has been great. I do want to thank Pegasus Spiele for having originally sponsored this campaign back in the day. And I want to thank them for doing that. And I also want to thank all the folks who followed the adventures of Talisman Adventures, including that amazing video. I might play that. I don't have time to play it now. I might play it for like old time's sake. Maybe the next time we get together as sort of one last time before we, say goodbye to Talisman Adventures. But it's been a great campaign, and it's been an absolute joy to play it with these players. I enjoyed the system and especially enjoyed these players. So as I ask each of these folks to give me their thoughts before I let them go, I do want to remind everybody, please donate. You've done a wonderful job of that so far, but let's keep it up. This is all donating to ArvCon, the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Please do that and make sure it happens as soon as you can. If you want these people to be your top grossing thing, that obviously is not the important thing. The important thing is that we're raising so much money for Damon Runyon, which is amazing. So, Bruce, I will start with you. First of all, I really genuinely, Bruce, am glad that you decided you can join us for Saltmarsh. I was not looking forward to saying goodbye to you as a player for now, so I am really glad you're back with us for that. But how did you feel about the final word, if at least for now, is the foreseeable future for Weddle? How'd you feel about the final session?
Yeah, I think it left off on a really hopeful note, and these pals together, I don't know, I really like the way that it ended. I'm just really glad about how everything turned out. And I'm glad actually that we didn't get around to role playing the dinner with Unger, because as a human I'm not very good talk, so I would not have known it would have been an incredible awkward flirtation. So yeah, I think it's for the best that they break up and Weddle can just carry on with his pals and his best friend Lump and Lump's friends Regina and an acquaintance that happens to hang around called like Reginald or something. Don't know. He's like deleted Reginald from his brain after finding out about the whole believes in the Great Wizard thing. Yeah. Anyway, great. And I'm looking forward to joining everyone for Saltmarsh.
Good stuff. Thank you, Bruce. And thank you again for the amazing By the Dice Roll logo. Good stuff. Okay. Mike, Wholesome Horror Gaming. Listen, Mike, great stuff as always from Lump. I really love the image of you sort of putting on the gloves, and then the dice became the dark dice and all that. But there was a lot, I think, that sort of carried together some of it. I could have imagined doing some stuff even with more of Lump's backstory if we were going to extend the campaign extensively. But I think we did get some of that backstory, and we got a lot of sort of the development of Lump. Lump became sort of the conscience of the group in a lot of ways. And the stuff of speaking to Hannah about, you're not the problem. Like sometimes bad magic happens. That as Weddle said to you, I need a Lump TM inspirational speech. Lump became really the sort of heart of the group in terms of the conscience of it. And I really enjoyed seeing that play out. And seeing Lump, who became much more than just a one-note pound things into the dust character, and I thought that was really cool. How did you feel in the end about our session, about the campaign, and all that kind of lovely stuff? Where will we see you next?
Every single time I seem to say the same thing. I adore this group. I adore this camaraderie that we've got and this friendship that we've got both on and off screen. It's brilliant. And you're absolutely right. Lump became almost like the motivational quote troll, and that's really not how I wrote him. Like, really not. He was meant to be like very quiet, very sullen, almost moody. Do you know what I mean? Like, and coincidentally, that's how my elven sorcerer has turned out in Ghost of Saltmarsh, but that's for another day. But yeah, he sort of became this like moral center, like always trying to do the right thing. And I think it really grew. And you even expressed, as a little bit of a retrospective, you expressed concerns that you didn't want Lump to be a one-trick pony. No pun intended there.
Because for you, because I know the kind of player that you are and all that,
Absolutely. And I was concerned a little bit because, it's a troll, it's a warrior. I was like, the main thing is going to be smashing things with fists. But then because he was using fists and not a weapon or a sword or anything like that, I sort of knitted that into his backstory. And even though the backstory was limited, like I think there were some bits and pieces that came up that was really nice. And I think you got the impression that he was a troll just trying to do the most good, if that makes sense. But I absolutely adored it. Absolutely. I think as well, just as an ending to a campaign, this is exactly how the last few pages should have gone. Like this isn't the end of these characters. It's just the end of this story. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? And it just, I don't know, we've wrapped up, you and I together for over the many decades we've been doing this. I've wrapped up a number of campaigns, and we've signed off and killed off a number of characters together. And I just feel like this, having a campaign and everyone's alive, which is also a good thing, everything feels like it's tied up. I don't know. I couldn't, as a player, I couldn't have asked for a better close to a campaign than this. I can now look at the book on my shelf and be like, I have such good memories of that adventure and that campaign. But if people want to check out my stupid voice and face, you can do it on my channel as well, Wholesome Horror Gaming, where I play mainly horror games, shocker. And yeah, I play every Tuesday and Thursday. So come and check me out if you like it.
Good stuff. Thank you, Mike. And yeah, I co-sign on so much of that in terms of the sort of emotional resonance of the campaign. I'm glad that it worked the way that you folks hoped that it would. Saber, Reginald, in a lot of ways, if Lump was the heart of the campaign, the heart of like the group, the compassionate side of the group, in so many ways it felt to me like there was a kind of almost philosophical route that Reginald represented. I think part of it may have happened with the whole Necropolis thing, which is obviously where Reginald got to. Oh, we got a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous, one of my favorite people. Thank you so much for that. We are up to 2352. Let's keep it up. Thank you so much for that. But I feel like the sort of the philosophical side of things with the Necropolis, sort of an understanding of the role of life and death, of the idea that it is one step in a journey. It's not the conclusion, the end, at least from Reginald's point of view, right? I really liked that. And it meant that Reginald became a character that sort of was... everyone was sort of the glue in some ways. It was like, all right, even though like I've seen death, none of you understand that sort of thing, but somehow still found camaraderie among this group of characters. and obviously mechanically was hugely important on multiple levels with the magic, but also just really seemed to understand philosophically what Talisman the World was about, which I thought was cool. How did you feel about the conclusion of the campaign, and any final thoughts on Reginald?
It's been a great campaign. I'll just get it out of the way because I want to say a big thank you to my fellow players, to you, Arv, and to everybody who's watched this campaign or any campaigns that we do over over a period of time. It's been a hell of a journey. Very, very entertaining. Let's say Reginald, it was one of those like, okay, so you could be the ghoul. I started reading about the ghoul and I really loved how fleshed out it was. Like the ghoul lore in the book is fantastic.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
a fascinating species.
Yep.
So that gave me a lot of stuff to work with. And then I was like, what would be like the most bizarre thing a ghoul could be? And to me it was either going to be like a minstrel or a druid. And Pyron threatens to murder my character every time I vaguely hint that I'm going to make a minstrel or a bard. So
didn't murder Bruce for making a minstrel.
no, well, not me, was it?
Oh, only you. Oh, you're the only person. Okay.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to make bards. Yeah,
I see.
but it's just like having Boots along for the ride was always fun. When I remembered that I had him. That's the problem with having a ghost one. Like, Boots can be there or not there as I can be bothered dealing with
That's
him.
right, as a follower. Well, I had even had to make a whole part of an adventure where Boots disappeared, and you were like,
Yes,
say
yeah, you
hashtag
got
save Boots,
Yeah, we got a whole story arc around Boots, which was a bit gut-wrenching until that worked out, but man, just so many great memories. I could probably sit here for another 20 minutes going, and remember the time.
Yeah.
When he brought down the ceiling of the cave with a wind blast.
Oh, man.
No, I think I set the cave on fire.
Set the cave on
and then did a
fire.
wind blast, which
That's
whipped
true.
everything up.
Wiped out my bat attack with one freaking gust of wind. Oh, man.
To be fair, we were all like, oh, okay.
Oh, that worked. That worked really well.
Yep. Yeah. So lots of great times. But as for me, well, I'll be here with Ghost of Saltmarsh. Definitely looking forward to getting back to that one because that is also a really great campaign. And as for me, I stream every day, basically. I'm on GOG Wednesdays and Sundays and my channel just about every other day. So again, thank you very much to my fellow players, to the DM, and to all the viewers. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Saber. And very, very happy that we're going to keep having you in Saltmarsh, of course. That's great. And looking forward to seeing all of you in person, but I'll say that again in a minute. Pyron, last but certainly not least, the person, so as I've said, there's something that each person provided. So much of Huerto was providing so many like fun moments, so many clever moments, so many like that was Huerto's big thing was always surprising me. And I feel like, and I've talked about what each of the others of you did. I feel like for Regina was always the one who was the sort of spark plug of the group. Like when everyone else was like, okay, maybe this, we're going to think about this. Regina's like, all right, I am going to angrily buzz at this thing because what the F is like today, the whole thing about you being like, you don't understand. You need to keep this pub open. Everything relies on you keeping this pub open. That felt like that was like the biggest emotional moment for Regina. The whole keep this pub alive. Like it was, oh God, it was cracking me up. And that effect that, of course, you also then became this tactician and this ridiculous combat ability. Like the fact that you just obliterated this nightmare in practically one round, you're like, screw your extra threat. Like, have this. I was just like, okay, I guess
We
that
were-
just...
We
that
were
just
1 point
happened.
off from the max damage Regina could do.
Unreal. And it was because of the tactician book, because you replaced it with the whole bit. It was amazing to watch Regina's development.
Regina read a book. It was super effective.
Super effective. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you feel? Oh, and also I loved when everything was reversed and during the Necropolis thing, where Regina was kind of like, I feel heroic, but don't really know why. Like, no, we should be doing this. I mean, I don't know. It was very funny. How did you feel about Regina as a whole and about the conclusion of the campaign part?
Well, some of you who've been a little bit longer with this group know about Greta Goldenfire. And Greta Goldenfire was more of a serious character and trying to manage things, and I needed kind of a palate cleanser after that, and this is also a little bit where Regina came from. I will be very honest. Because
Can I stop
just-
you and thank you for contributing, you and Ebenezer, to the cause? $20 just sent by Pyron Jade and Ebenezer saying an epic ending, and that goes to the amount. So we're now up to $23.72.76. I would only interrupt because it was you, Pyron. Thank you. But go on.
No problem. Yeah. Needed to be done because we're the S-Tire group. And so I enjoyed it immensely, and I didn't know the system beforehand, and I have to say I'm really, really happy with the talisman system. I'm just gonna pick up my book. Yeah, book. And I now know to hold it in front of my face so that it doesn't disappear. Come on. Face. Like this. And I can seriously recommend it because if you just get the core rules, you get like everything you need, including an adventure. It's a very comprehensive book, and the lore, as Saber said, is a lot of fun. I've got like all the physical books that are available for the system, and can imagine DMing it at a convention or something like that because I really like it. So it's a definite recommendation from me. And in the end, I was like, when you just closed it with the graves, I was like, how would Regina react to be gifted a grave? And then I thought about it, and it's Regina's in exile. She cannot go home, and she's really sad and angry about that. And I think she knows that the graveyard is Reginald's home, so he gifted her a piece of his home, and that was really special for her. And so she did really appreciate that. And I like that as an end piece for this. So. It was a very happy campaign. I'm gonna miss Muriel a little bit still, but this is fine. Muriel is not just somebody to miss. Gonna miss Ashflower a bit, the friends we left on the way. But it was a great campaign. It's a really good system, and I'm absolutely grateful also to you, Arv, that you gave us this opportunity, because this is it was wonderful for me. And thank you to all my companion players and all of this. So yeah, for me this was just great.
It was again a great pleasure to be able to do it. I really enjoyed it a lot, and I enjoyed having all of you along for the ride. And as someone who grew up with two main games, which was D&D obviously, and then Talisman is the other one. It was an honor to be able to in some way connect some of them with such good and engaged and fun players. And so really enjoyed it greatly. And although I will miss that spectacular video introduction of Mike's, and I will miss having all of the shenanigans all of you get up to, it's great that we're still going to have you in Saltmarsh, and that this ends on a somewhat hopeful note. I hope it is a appropriate launch event for By the Dice Roll, as we are now an official group that has a name and a website and everything, and a first event. So remember that, chat. Again, don't forget to check out not just the website, but get tickets, because this is happening. It's booked. The venue is booked, all that. It's going to happen on Saturday, August 17th at 6 p.m. BST, I believe is when the event itself starts. We may have it open even a little bit before that. We'll see. But definitely do that, because it really makes a difference if we can get people there. We're going to have a great time meeting each other and getting a chance to play for all of you, and hopefully stream it live as well. So, but I will see these folks back here for Ghosts of Saltmarsh next month. I want to thank them so much for giving up a portion of their Saturday to this. And for one final time in the Talisman Adventures group, can I get love from chat for the amazing players of Pyron Jade, Darksaber 2K, Wholesome Horror Gaming, and Undeveloped Bruce. Wonderful job, players. Campaign complete. Thank you for being great at this, and much excitement with By the Dice Roll to come.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Appreciate your local pubs.
We love you.
Bye all. Alrighty. So, Echo's question for Bruce. Oh, I will ask that. I'll ask that in chat. I honestly, I mean, I'll be able to ask that in Discord. I really am I'm already 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late actually. And so the issue that we're running into, which I'll explain, first of all, let me just say thank you again, everybody. So the issue we're running into is that unfortunately, Johnny Pittman, who is the GM of the scientist game that's supposed to start negative 10 minutes ago, is ill. He is not able to do it. And so That is what I've been trying to scramble to do to figure out an alternative over the last hour and a half, 2 hours plus. So I'm a little overloaded trying to track down who I could do. I could theoretically GM something myself. Obviously, the problem is that it's not going to be Star Wars because I don't have expertise in that particular system. So I am going to figure it out. No, I don't need more people. I want to do something for these scientists. So that's what I've been trying to figure out. So he should be okay. It's basically that his neck and back are in terrible pain and he just can't sit in front of a camera. He said that he will be fine by by Monday, I beg your pardon, which is the Dune premiere. So he should be fine for that. But he just can't make it for this. So that is what it is. I totally understand. I'm not blaming him in the least. It just means that I only found out about it literally about 5 minutes before this talisman adventure was supposed to happen. So I'm like, oh God, so that's why we're sort of working this around. So I am going to make my best effort to try to get this way as going. I can feel the anxiety through my screen. It's just there's a lot going on. So I apologize that I didn't get to your question, Echo, but I hope you'll understand. I have a lot of plates I'm spinning. So I will be back to all of you lovely folks in just a little bit. We are now sitting at, I keep forgetting that's $20 more because there's one that didn't get there. So we are at 2372.76 out of 5,000. So please make sure maybe a game of Talisman. Well, we'll see. I'll figure something out. No. I hear you. We will get some more people on here. So a couple things I need to ask from all of you. First of all, we've had a wonderful turnout today. All the raids and everybody else, I really appreciate that. Secondly, it's really made us like have tremendous progress. We started today at 1220. We are now over $1,000 more. So we need to keep that up. I want us to get past 2,500 and on to 3,000 and beyond. So I am going to head out briefly, just for a little bit of a break. Not for a break for you, not a break for me. I'm going to go and make sure that I can try to arrange things with the scientists for alternative. I'm going to do that, and then once I have done that, we will be back on the platform, and we'll be back here to do some more entertainment awesomeness for you. Don't forget, tonight we have Kilgore Trout and ChronoWolf doing the concert. That'll be happening tonight, and then the Shadow Crew will be back this evening with more community D&D with Waterdeep Dragon Heist as we continue to forge along. So that's the deal with that. Thank you for answering that, Undeveloped Bruce. I appreciate it. So I'll be back. Please, nobody leave. Please don't anyone go anywhere. And please do donate, ! Donate to ArvCon, to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And thank you for being with us with the Talisman Adventures finale as well. Back in a few minutes. Love you all. I shall be right. Wait a second. I shall be, there it is. Back in a few minutes. Hang tight. Okay. Hi everyone. Wow. All right. So we've had a lot of stuff that we've been coordinating at the same time. Oh, and I need to remove that so we have that up there. Okay. So I have good news and bad news. I'll start with the bad news first. The bad news first is that the scientist game is not going to happen today, and the reason is I could run lots of different kinds of systems for sure. I just don't have expertise in West End Star Wars, nor do I have expertise in grabbing, like, I'd need to brush up on Scum and Villainy. There's just no way that I can do it this fast. And I reached out and we were not able to get other GMs on extremely short notice either. So the good news is, and here's the good part of this, I have spoken to the scientists and we are rescheduling the game to Monday. So there is going to be a Star Wars game. Now, I don't yet know whether Johnny Pittman is going to be the GM. That depends on how he's feeling. Johnny is going to be already doing the Dune premiere on Monday, so I want to make sure that he's rested. But they are going to be able to do this. So that rescheduled game is now going to be happening at 11:30 a.m. Eastern on Monday. It's going to be a 2-hour session from 11:30 to 1:30. All 3 scientists will be there. And exactly, Robert, if I had to, I could have him, I could brush up before then, or whatever. The family is going to be, I'm a little less, I'm hoping to find a GM because the family already is not usually, they support me and they're very happy that we do this, but they get a little bit twitchy if I miss the entire Memorial Day weekend doing nothing but this. So usually the Mondays are when I'm able to do the wrap up and someone else is covering the other stuff. But either way, I will find another GM. I had some people that were close to being able to do it today. I have a network of GMs that I can reach out to who can do this, and I'm going to reach out to some more. I have no doubt I can get someone in 2 days. I just know that I couldn't get somebody in 2 hours or the equivalent. Like, there was just no way to do it. So it's going to be happening 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. PST, which is, again, that is 11:30 to 1:30, 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So that's where we're going. Yeah, I know, world needs more GMs. That's right. So that's the deal with that. Now, our concert with Kilgore Trout is going to be starting at 6:15. So I have decided to call an audible, and I have an idea. It's a crazy idea, but it's an idea. Here is the way that this is going to work. Now, you will all know, first of all, I need to find the thing that we do this with. Okay. I want to confirm that I can do this first. So just give me a second, and then I will explain what we're doing with that. This is a crazy idea, and not as crazy as the fact that we're heading up to $2,500, or that I just introduced a new actual play group called By the Dice Roll, or any of that stuff. That's going to be super cool. I'm super pumped about that, by the way. I cannot even tell you how really cool that is going to be. All right, so just a moment here. I am in there. Give me one moment. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yes, indeed. Okay, there's that. Let's go with... Okay, hang on just a second. We're downloading something here. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, chat. I've done some wild and crazy things before, but this may be the wildest and craziest. I thought to myself, Star Wars. I thought to myself, chat and Star Wars, right? I mean, like, these are things that are all, really important, that all have to happen. So then I was like, how do I do this? Maintain lots of fun, continue to keep the ball rolling, keep things going. I don't want to go dark for 2 hours before the concert begins. And so I came to this, and I'm going to put this up so that we can actually see it, because I thought, where better to go for help in this situation, chat, than with our wonderful Arvanaut viewers themselves. And so I'm going to fire this up. There we go. I'm going to get rid of that. And I am going to... The Empire did nothing wrong. Okay, here we go. Thank you for the follow, Nubicom. Thank you, everybody, for all the follows and gift subs as well. Again, I've been really trying to make things, go as fast as I possibly can. I was trying to figure all of that stuff out that I just told you, while also making the announcement, while also coordinating everything with. It was just there was a lot. Okay, so not that one. That's the one. There we go. Okay, we've got that there. So let me reduce this just a bit. That's what I'm talking about. Good. All right. Now you may ask yourself, why exactly is ArvBot Plus on the screen? Why have the polls loaded? I'm glad you asked me, chat. Because what we are going to do together, since we can't do Star Wars right this second, I give to you Star Wars, a Han and Chewie adventure. That's right. Choose your destiny. We are going to run through the Choose Your Destiny Star Wars adventure book where you will decide what happens. Okay? We are going to do it. We're going to make it happen. And I can't now. I was actually going to show the pages on screen, but since this is Disney, I really do not want to get shut down and sued out of existence. So instead, we're going to be able to do this. That's true. I can do the giveaway viewer. You make an excellent point. Yes. And by the way, Effect Life, I hope you know that I cannot express how much I am happy that you made this. Like, it's been so useful. So I don't ever want you to feel like I'm just ignoring it when you ask me these questions. I totally am not. I just have a lot that I'm trying to work through. So that's basically it. I'm trying to figure out a lot of stuff at once. So there is the giveaway thing that we've got working right now that we're going to have going as we do these giveaways. Okay, so let us get some music. Now for this, let me ask my legal eagles in chat actually about this. For this, I guess I can just, if I run the OST for like, oh man, how can I do this where we're not going to get muted? Oh, wait, first of all, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm going to start recording. Okay, here we go. Because I've also got to adjust the Twitch channel as well. So, let's do that. Let me adjust the Twitch channel. So yeah, so I guess I can't really put, that's what I was going to ask Classicor, because like I would normally stream. See, here's what I'm worried about. I don't want sections of this to be muted. So I feel like I can't do that. I have to probably do, like I was going to play like Jedi Survivor music or Jedi, Fallen Order music or Battlefront music or something. But the problem is that if I do that, then I'm afraid I'm still going to have like some stuff muted. So planets in the background. No, Duel of the Fates. Dun, 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 dun. Dark Forces. Well, see, I don't know. Like, is that, I'm wondering about that. Is that going to cause, do you think that's going to cause all kinds of, I mean, they wouldn't like, it's not going to be a copyright strike or anything. But all right. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. MIDI music works. Oh, Kilgore, you are the perfect person to ask about this because you've done this. Star Wars MIDI music is okay? Is that what you're saying? Star Wars MIDI music is fine? No, I know there's royalty-free space music. I'm trying to find Star Wars music, though. Okay. All right. OST. Star Wars. OST MIDI. Okay. Okay, let me check that out. Has anyone noticed, by the way, that YouTube has been incredibly slow lately? Like, I mean, really laggy. Just YouTube. I don't know what it is. I don't use ad blockers, so I don't get it, but All right, let's see. So, Star Wars. Okay, so now soundtrack. All right, hang on. Lots of buffering, yeah. Okay. You've never had it muted. Do you use Kilgore? Do you use All right, let me play you this and see. That's not it. Ignore that. Not that. Okay. Let's see. No, that's the full. I need it to be MIDI. That's the full. I need MIDI. That's fine, right? That's fine, right? That's okay? Your Discord, you're sending me something? Oh, I see. Is that thank you, but is that okay, let me click on that. But I need to know if that's MIDI though. It's already muted. Oh, god damn it. I can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had my desktop audio off. Let me try that again. So you're talking about this? Is that fine? So I trust Kilgore on this because Kilgore has done this a million times. So if Kilgore thinks that works, that is from the original X-Wing. So, oh my goodness, so we just had a donation while I was doing all of this. Oh, Tony has sent along $10 to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation to our cause, to ArvCon 2024. Thank you so much for doing that. So, no, I know, not that one. I'm talking about the one that Kilgore just did. I'm asking Kilgore if that one that I played is fine. Okay. Now, this is the one Echo sent. Oh, yeah. Okay. You know what? In that case, that also should work. All right, we're going to use this. Thank you, Echo, for sending that along. I appreciate it. We will use that. Okay, we will use that. You heard correctly, and thank you, Tony, so much for that. We really do appreciate that very much. Okay, it is a charity stream. So we are now at 23. Now, that number there is not accurate. It's actually 2382 right now. So let me correct that. So as we're going through, please do contribute because we want to get past 2,500 heading into the concert, which is going to be starting with Kilgore Trout at 6:15. And I don't know if you heard any of that, Kilgore, but basically what happened is that Johnny had a back situation pop up where he's not able to sit in front of the camera. He's like in incredible pain. So he's going to be doing the Dune premiere on Monday. And so the scientists have rescheduled their game to Monday. It may or may not be GM'd by Johnny. I have no confirmation of that, but somebody will GM it. So that's the deal with that. But that should not affect you at all, Kilgore. But that's what's going on. So there's been stuff happening behind the scenes. Kilgore will be our opening of our concert as we go through. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, no, it totally is. Yes. Okay, great. All right. So, yeah, here we go. So let's fire up this soundtrack here. Oh, and I have to, I have to change So many things to think about. Okay, I have to change my live streaming here. Okay. 2024. Star Wars. Choose your destiny. The chat. Okay. And we will save that. And that switches us over. Great. All right, wonderful. Lovely. Here we go. Oh, the 45-minute set. Yes, that should be fine. That's no problem. Absolutely. Also, thank you for the anonymous donor who just gave us $25, which now puts us over that limit. So we are now sitting at, let's see, 2387.76 plus 20. So that is 2407.76. Very awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So happy with how this is going, folks. I can't tell you it. It's been, even with all of the craziness behind the scenes, it's been a really lovely, lovely day. Let's keep it going. So can I just again thank Triffid? Can I thank Emily? Can I thank Drew? Can I thank Dragon Spear? Can I thank Hilness? Can I thank Prince Justin? Can I thank Triffid again? Can I thank all of the wonderful mods who have done their work? And can I also thank, for doing all this incredible work behind the scenes, can I also thank Echo Alpha for not only multiple gift subs, but also for broadcasting this to all and sundry, and for giving the inspiration and all that kind of stuff, sending me the soundtrack. Thank you to them. Thank you to him. And can I also thank Effect Life for the work with ArcanusBot, with ArvBot and all that kind of stuff. Thank you. All of that stuff is really, really awesome, and it makes a big difference. So thank you. Also, we just got another $21.24 donation, which now brings us up to $24.29 is what we're up to now. So $24.29. So thank you to everybody. $24.29. Thank you all. It really does make a difference. Thanks, Saber. I appreciate that, man. Okay, right. Let's do it. So, chat, it's time to fire up the music. I'm so hyped to do this with all of you. I can't even tell you. Even though we're doing this, it's kind of like we're doing it in this kind of weird, like, wait, what's happening? We're doing it live, but we're doing it live. All right, here we go. Chat, it is time to get hyped. All right. All right. Can everyone hear the music? Coming up now. Wait a second. Can everyone hear it? Thanks. Well, it's my pleasure. It's my honor to do it. Ba, 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 ba. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. I got to actually turn on my... It'd be helpful if I turned on my Kindle, wouldn't it? Okay. A long time ago, a galaxy far, far away. Attention, reader. Han Solo and his Wookiee co-pilot Chewbacca are two of the galaxy's greatest smugglers, but they need your help. This book is full of choices that lead to different adventures, choices that you must make to help Han and Chewie. Do not read the following pages straight through from start to finish. When you were asked to make a choice, follow the instructions to see where that choice will lead Han and Chewie next. Choose carefully, and may the Force be with you! Classic Horror has just contributed $17.17, saying, do not suffer the donation amount to be a rounded number. So that brings us up to $24.46.17. $24.46.17. Yay. $24.46.17. And so it begins. Here we go. I'm telling you, Chewie, Han Solo said as he checked the flight controls. This is easy money. It's the easiest we've ever made. The Millennium Falcon's cockpit was immediately filled with a barrage of disbelieving growls and grunts. Han frowned at the Wookiee in his co-pilot's seat. I mean it. All we have to do is deliver the cargo to Jabba. What's the problem? Chewbacca answered in his native language. Luckily, Han understood Shirawook. The problem was that Jabba the Hutt was one of the most dangerous crime lords in the galaxy. The last smuggler to cross the gruesome gangster had met an untimely end. Han still shuddered at the memory of the sound of crunching bones echoing around Jabba's throne room. Taking a job from Jabba was always risky. Things had a habit of going wrong, but this time would be different. The Millennium Falcon's cargo hold was packed with crates of stolen Imperial tech. Han didn't know why Jabba wanted the tech, and he cared even less. He just wanted to get paid. See? Han checked the Navicomputer and prepared to make a course correction. "Trust me, will you?" he told Chewie. "I've got a good feeling about this." With a flick of a lever, the Falcon dropped out of hyperspace. A sea of sparkling stars stretched out in front of them. It would have been beautiful, if not for the flotilla of imposing starships that blocked their path. "It's an Imperial blockade!" Han shouted as he slammed on the reverse engines, bringing the Falcon to an emergency stop. "What's the Empire doing here?" 3 Imperial Gozanti-class cruisers formed a checkpoint between the Falcon and the planets beyond, along with a Star Destroyer, 2 frigates, and countless TIE fighters that darted among the larger ships like angry wasps. A light flashed on the comm. A message was coming through. "Unidentified cruiser, this is blockade control," cracked a clipped voice. "You're not transmitting your ID code." There was a reason for that. All ships were required to automatically broadcast an IFF code, which identified them as a friend or a foe. Han had deactivated the Falcon's transmitter long before, after winning the ship from fellow smuggler Lando Calrissian in a game of Sabacc. Han liked to keep a low profile. He clicked a button to reply. That's an affirmative, Control. We have a fault in our transponder. Been meaning to get it fixed. Transmit your IFF now." Han could almost feel the Imperial cannons locking onto his position. "Sure," he agreed, trying to sound cheerful. "Stand by for transmission." Muting the comm, he turned to Chewie. "Do we have any IFF codes?" "You bought codes from Asmorrigan? Are you crazy? The guy's a crook." "Yeah, I know we're crooks, but at least we're honest crooks." The same could not be said of Asmorrigan. Han had been double-crossed by the Jablogian more times than he cared to remember, but he was running out of time. There was no guarantee Asmorrigan's codes would even work, but it was either that or blast their way through the blockade. What should Han do? Should he use Asmorrigan's code, or should he blast his way through the Imperial blockade? All right, I have opened a poll, chat. $VoteSpace1 if you think he should use Asmorrigan's codes, or $VoteSpace2 if he should blast his ways through the Imperial blockade. Please get your votes in now. Let's do it. Get your votes in now. All of you are like, who's the one who voted to play? I'm really curious. Who? Oh, it doesn't actually. Oh, man. I didn't know who voted for whom. I have to go back. Who voted for Classicor? Classicor. Really? It's very funny. So anyhow, I started blasting. Okay. I'm going to last call this. We do have a couple of votes here. Both Classicor and Echo Alpha have decided to vote for this. Last call, last call. Keep your finger on the previous page. Hey, listen, I got my thing right here. I'm all good to go. Pew, 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 pew. Dude, this Kindle Scribe actually has saved me on multiple occasions. I really like this. I'm not wild about having to support Amazon in general, though, of course, we do approve of Amazon here at Twitch, our corporate overlords. But regardless, I mean, their Scribe has really been useful for me. I have one. That's what this is. It's a Kindle Scribe. I have found great use out of this. I've done a lot of reading on it. I have lots of physical books too, but like a lot of books now I get on the Kindle because it's just so much easier to carry, and because the battery life lasts forever, and because I'm able to do things like I just did here. Also, I can make notes on PDF, so I've had students that sent me papers that I can send them to here, and then I can literally like handwrite using the stylus. I can handwrite on it and then send it back to my email and have the comments that were made with there. So yeah, complete with a grin is exactly right. Also, hi, Crit Twitch. I had a Nook back in the day, live suing, but does not have the thing you can write on it as well. The battery life on this thing I bought this like 4 or 5 months ago. I have charged it once. And literally right now it is sitting at, let me see, what is it at? 49%, and I've charged it once in like 4 months. It's ridiculous. The battery life is absurd. Okay, here we go. All right, so you have chosen to use as Morrigan's codes. Let's see. Han reopened the channel. The controller wasn't happy. Unidentified ship. You will respond to this message. Repeat. You will respond or we will open fire. Okay, Han replied. I'm transmitting codes now. Han checked the IFF codes in the computer. There were 2 to choose from. One would identify the Vulcan as a medical transport, ferrying essential supplies to the western reaches. The other was for a consular ship on official business for the Imperial Senate. Neither was particularly believable. All right, chat, so here's the question. Should Han choose the medical ship code, or should he choose the diplomatic cruiser ship code? Medical ship is $vote space 1. Diplomatic cruiser ship is $vote space 2. Hi, Craigery. Again, remember, folks, donations are continuing here as we do this. Could not be happier with this day, despite all of the problems, like in terms of like having to, like, you know, scramble. The money, we're doing a wonderful job on the money side. We are actually now, we've made more today than we did yesterday, so we're doing great there. And we're heading on towards the evening tonight. Would love to get us past 3,000 and on to 3,500 before we go into Eberron tomorrow, so. I'm digging this, actually. All right. Again, chat is largely in agreement, except Echo Alpha and Craigery think that diplomatic is the way to go. ICQ is being shut down? I didn't know it was still going either. My goodness. Wow. Wom. Thank you all who have been here, by the way, and who I haven't been able to say hi to during a very, very busy hours since we got started. We've been rolling now for 4 hours and 45 minutes, but it's been a lot. But thank you so much, everybody. Just wonderful warmth from the community, excitement, fun, and a lot of money raised so far, with a lot more to come for Damon Runyon. So thank you. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to last call this. Last call. Going once, going twice. Okay. So we are going to do that. All right, we're sending the medical ship. This better work, Han murmured, transmitting the code for the medical vessel. What was that? Asked the controller. Can't wait to get to work, Han lied. The Imperial officer didn't sound convinced. Checking now. The comm fell silent. Sweat prickled beneath Han's collar. If they discovered that the ID codes were fake... Everything is in order, the Imperial officer reported. You're free to proceed. We are? Han stammered, not quite believing their luck. I mean, we are. Thanks, we'll be on our way. You need to fix that transmitter. You bet, Han said, firing up the sublight engines. As soon as we deliver the medicine. Over and out. The controller wasn't finished yet. Where are you heading? The question stopped Han in his tracks. Sorry? Which planet? I originally served in the western reaches, on Ratatak. Trust Han to get a chatty Imperial officer. Oh, you know, the western reaches. It's a big place. Lots and lots of planets. Which one? The controller asked again. Her tone had hardened. A big one. Sort of greeny, with oceans and trees. Lots of trees. Who doesn't like trees? He winced. This wasn't going well. Do you like trees? He asked weakly. I like planets with names, the controller snapped. Tell me your destination now. What should Han do? Make up a planet's name and hope for the best, or give up on the lie and try to blast his way through the blockade? So, $vote space 1, make up a planet's name, hope for the best. $vote space 2, give up on the lie and try to blast his way through the blockade. What's it going to be, chat? This is really funny. And by the way, in case people are curious, this is going to be going on until right around 6:15. Then at 6:15, Kilgore will be here. Kilgore will go from, I believe it is 6:15. Nope, not that one. From 6:15 to about 7. And then we will have ChronoWolf coming on somewhere between right around 7:15 to 7:30. Then when he's done, right around 9 p.m. Eastern or close thereby, is where the incredible Waterdeep Dragon Heist crew will be coming about. The Shadow Crew, Community D&D, to wrap up ArvCon Day 2. So that's what we've got going on right now, in case people are curious. Oh, chat's a little more unsure about this. Now we have Darksaber, Classic, or an Echo have decided to blast through, but everyone else is like, nope, got to make up a planet. Make up something. Right, exactly what Effect Life said. Yep. I wish I could figure out a way. That's one thing I'm going to give feedback to Tiltify. I know why, because they don't want to make it where you could like game the system, but there's got to be some way to make it if for some reason something breaks down, because otherwise it means I have to basically manually add $20 the whole way, which is, you know, obviously I'm very happy to have the $20, and it's not the fault of the person who couldn't get it to work. It's just something that Tiltify should include in their campaigns going forward, so. All right. Going once as we hit the last call. Going twice. And oh my goodness. Suddenly we just got a donation. Wait a second. That Hillness contributes $41.85 saying, I can see the patterns. Okay, so that is now $24.8802. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. $24.8802. Wow. That's amazing. Thank you, Hillness, for the incredible generosity. Hillness has given, of course, a lot already. So thank you, everybody. That's really awesome. And very funny. We are almost halfway there, people. Now, my pattern. No, my pattern. Oh, no, but see, it's not. You got to figure the $20. Remember, Hillness? You got to see that. You got to add in your head $20. So we are less than $20 away from being halfway to our goal and breaking 2,500. We're almost there. Yeah. Well, someone's going to have to fix that pattern. That's all that is. Okay, we're going to close this, and here we go. Make up a planet's name, hope for the best. Han was running out of options. In cases like this, he had to do what he always did best. Lie. You want the name? Why didn't you say so? The planet's called, Why couldn't he think of any names? He looked at Chewie, but the Wookiee was no help. Han said the first thing that came into his head. Fuzzbalia, he spluttered. Fuzzbalia 7. The other end of the comm was silent. For a moment, Han thought his bluff was going to work, that the blockade controller would be so bored with the conversation she would wave the Falcon through. But then a tractor beam burst from the nearest Star Destroyer, locking them in place. Han tried to break the Falcon free, but the beam was too strong. He had gambled and lost. Jabba would never get his cargo now. The end. Can you go back and help Han make a better decision? Where will the adventure lead next time? All right. So we're going to jump back then to where we came from. So we did this. Because of the way this works, it's a little bit more, it's a choose your own adventure. So, all right. So we're going to have to give up on the lie and try to blast our way through the blockade. All right. Han considered making up the name of a planet, but what was the point? If the officer knew the Western Reaches as well as she claimed, she would see through the lie easily. Shutting down the comm, he cut off the increasingly irate officer. Some people just don't know when to zip it. No, it's like... No, it's not right. I can't do it. Bart Chewie, that's closer. I know they're going to shoot us. Han snapped back as he gunned the engines. Whew. I know they're going to shoot us. Han snapped back as he gunned the engines. Next time, you do the talking. The Falcon shot forward, zooming toward the blockade. The Star Destroyer lay straight ahead, flanked by a Gozanti-class cruiser. Han swung around, putting them on a collision course with the smaller of the two vessels. Han opened fire, the Falcon's quad cannons raking the cruiser's bow. The Imperial ship shot back, but Han dropped into a roll, narrowly avoiding the volley of emerald green plasma. He streaked past the cruiser, heading for a gap between the two frigates. It was going to be tight, possibly too tight. Chewie understood what Han was planning to do and looked over at his friend in disbelief. Trust me, Han replied. I've done this before. Kind of. Realizing his foolhardy plan, the frigates started to move closer together, the gap narrowing by the second. Han turned the ship on its side. The Falcon shot through the gap, so close that its sensor disc scraped the standard frigate's hull. But then they were through, soaring into clear space. Chewie roared in approval. They'd made it. Or so they thought. In the excitement, they'd forgotten about the Star Destroyer. The colossal warship fired, its turbo lasers finding their target. The deadly energy struck the Falcon at point-blank range, surging through its shields. Systems blew from bow to stern, and fires ignited all across the ship as power lines ruptured and circuits overloaded. Han cried out as the console above his head exploded, a heavy panel dropping to pin him against the dashboard. Taking control of the ship, Chewbacca steered the Falcon away from the TIE fighters that had dropped into pursuit. I'm fine, Han lied, shoving the twisted panel off his wounded shoulder. The ship shuddered as the nearest starfighter unloaded its lasers into their already damaged hull. Han imagined the TIE's black-clad pilot hunched over his targeting computer. He'd be searching for the quickest way to blast the Falcon into space dust. Well, not today, pal, Han promised through his pain. The Falcon was about to fire back. Who should fire the Falcon's cannons, Han or Chewbacca? If you think it should be Han, $vote space 1. If you think it should be Chewie, $vote space 2. Who fires? Oh my god, how does anybody do a Wookiee thing? Okay. Oh, this is a close one. This is a close one. Chewie has the Boltcaster. This is perfect for this. All right, last call. 6 votes for Han, 5 votes for Chewie. Yeah, let's go. The cruiser coming in. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Right? I love the keyword as usual, Triffid. Great stuff. All right. And Han it is. Han pushed himself up. I'll take the cannons. You get us out of here. Chewie called after him, but Han wasn't listening. He could barely think with the pain in his shoulder, which was only made worse by the climb down to the cannons. But Han refused to give up. No one could man the Falcon's guns better than he could. He knew that weapon system better than anyone. Wincing, Han dropped into the gunner's seat and tried to lock onto the nearest starfighter. It was impossible. His shoulder was seizing up, making it difficult to aim. He fired, but his shots went wide, missing the TIE completely. Their Imperial pilot had no such trouble. The TIE fighter blasted the Falcon, knocking out the already damaged engines with a single shot. Han gripped his aching shoulder as his ship shook violently. The blockade controller's voice boomed over the comm, telling them that a shuttle was on its way and they should prepare to be boarded. They were sunk, for now at least. They'd find a way to escape, but it wasn't going to be easy. Han sighed. If only he had let Chewie man the cannons. The end. Can you go back and help Han make a better decision? Where will the adventurer lead this time? All right, so codes, medical ship, blast for the blockade, page 6. All right, so Chewbacca now. I voted for Chewie. I feel vindicated. There you go. I'll take the cannons, Han said, levering himself out of his seat. He didn't get far. Pain coursed through his shoulder, forcing him to shout out. Chewie bellowed as Han flopped helplessly back into the chair. You're right, Han admitted, clutching his throbbing arm. I'll never be able to aim. You go. The Wookiee charged out of the cockpit, heading for the Falcon's lower gun turret. Reaching the rotating pod, Chewie grabbed the headset that would connect into Han in the cockpit. 3 of them, coming in fast, Han said over the comm. Teach those bucketheads a lesson. Activating the targeting system, Chewie grabbed hold of the firing grips. Another direct hit shook the ship, and a TIE fighter howled past Chewbacca's gun. Locking onto the starfighter, Chewie tracked its path and squeezed the triggers. The Falcon's cannons bucked, sending scarlet bolts screaming after the TIE. Chewbacca bellowed in frustration as the starfighter veered sharply to the left, the shots dissolving harmlessly in the void. I give to you angry Chewbacca. Angry firing gun Chewbacca. All right? You nearly had him, pal, Han yelled in his ear. Keep going. Chewbacca swiveled around, the targeting computer beeping as it once again zeroed in on the fighter. Chewie fired again, and this time the TIE erupted in a dazzling explosion. 1 down, 2 to go. The last thing Chewie needed was a countdown from Han. He'd already spotted the second starfighter zooming in for the kill, and he had the Imperial pilot right where he wanted. There was no way Chewbacca could miss. With a satisfied grunt, Chewie squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. There were no lasers, no explosions, nothing. Chewie tried again, shaking the firing grip, but the guns were dead. The TIE fighter's lasers flared in the darkness. Warning lights flashed all over the cockpit. That last strike had been bad. The Falcon's shields were failing, and at least a dozen power lines had blown. Chewie? Han yelled into the comm. Talk to me, pal. A wail behind him nearly made Han jump out of his seat. Han twisted around, ignoring the stabbing pain in his shoulder as Chewie rushed back into the cockpit. I know the guns aren't working, Han replied, relieved his friend was okay, but snapping back to business. The remaining 2 starfighters had dropped into an attack run, ready to finish them off. The power converters are smashed, and the shield generators are hanging on by a thread. The sudden blare of an alarm forced him to correct his diagnosis. Okay, the shield generators are gone. This is going to be bumpy. Han threw the ship into a spin as the TIE fighters came out of nowhere, their lasers missing the Falcon by a hair. Han grimaced as he tried to pull around. His shoulder felt like it was on fire, and the controls were getting more sluggish by the second. Even with its armor plating, another direct hit would disable the Falcon once and for all. I'm going to attempt lightspeed, Han said. It was their only chance. TIE fighters couldn't make the jump to hyperspace, and even if the rest of the blockade followed, the Falcon could outrun the fastest Imperial ship. Priming the hyperdrive, Han gritted his teeth and yanked back the control. There was a jolt and a shudder, and you hear, and the hyperdrive panel exploded beneath Han's hands. You called in reinforcements? Reinforcements from... Reinforcements? Where was I? That's just perfect, Han said, blowing on his scorched fingers. Now the hyperdrive's gone, too. Chewie counted the number of TIE fighters that were now on their tail. Han stopped him when he got to 7. How about you do something more useful, Han, like getting the weapons back up and running again? But Chewie had another idea. Oh my goodness, we got a raid from Benez 256. Welcome, raiders. Hey, welcome everyone. Hello to Draconic Dude. Hello again to Babylon Zool. Good to see you again. Hello to Tony68. Good to see you. Welcome, Jabu. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid, everyone. Thank you, Echo, for letting people know about this. Thank you, Kaylee Lou. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Benez. Thank you so much for the raid, folks. And thank you, Echo, for letting them know. Welcome to ArvCon 2024. This is a little bit of an audible here. We have a bunch of tabletop events planned all weekend. Already today, we had an interview with the scientists. We had the Talisman Adventures finale. We had a major announcement of a new tabletop role-playing game actual play group. Yesterday, we had Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which is another tabletop game. We had the first part of a concert. Tonight at 6:15, we have 2 more people, Kilgore Travel out in ChronoWolf doing a concert. More D&D tonight with the community D&D crew. More D&D tomorrow with a marathon session of Eberron. And then Monday, we have got a scientist, Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientist game of Star Wars. And then we have got the premiere of Dune Imperium with Johnny Pittman as GM. So we got a lot of amazing stuff happening. But that said, at the moment, the person who's supposed to GM the scientist game has a back injury and so was unable to do it. He can't sit in front of the camera. He's in too much pain. So we are audibling it to Star Wars. We are playing a Choose Your Own Destiny Star Wars game with chat. So please join us. Please become part of the vote. And please also, if you haven't already done so, check out our charity. It is the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. They do amazing work. We have raised over $30,000 for them in the last 9 years. This is our 10th annual ArvCon, and we are just about 50% of our way through the goal and are not quite 50%. We're not 50% of the way through the event. So we are only not even like 40%, I guess. We're 40% of the way through. So you can do that now. ! Donate. We have a ton of giveaways going on in chat as well. Thank you so much, Raiders. Thank you, Echo, for letting them know. All right. Let's see. Chewie counted the number. Oh, yeah, he said that. Hound shook his head. Repairing the hyperdrive will take too long. You'll have to reroute the field stabilizers and... I hear you, buddy, but you don't have time to fix both. Weapons or hyperdrive. It's one or the other. All right. We have just gotten a donation of $10, which brings us down to $24.98.02. Turn that down slightly. All right, let me adjust that. Thank you so much for the donation, $24.98.02. Reminder that it is the number that's at the top left is off by $20 because someone wasn't able to use the whatchamacallit, Tiltify, so they had to donate directly and then sent me a screenshot, which they did. So we are now less than $2 away from that $2,500 50% through goal. We are getting there. We are making great progress. Thank you as well to all the sponsors and the giveaway folks as well. Oh, really, Saber? Yeah. See? Okay. So here's the question, chat. Should Chewie fix either the weapon system or the hyperdrive system? Chat, you can do this. $ vote space and the number 1 means you're voting for Chewie to fix the weapons. $ vote space and the number 2 means you are voting for Chewie to fix the hyperdrive. And in case you're curious, you are surrounded by a bunch of TIE fighters, an Imperial cruiser, and yeah. So yes, thank you for doing that. Hey, Tim Coolish. All right. Last call. Last call. Okay. Yeah, the Lone Wolf series, Saber. I had the whole bunch of those. We've run through a bunch of those on here. All right, here we go. So we have decided for Chewie to fix the hyperdrive. Okay, let's see. Han raised his hands in surrender as Chewie continued to argue. Okay, you win. Fix the hyperdrive. Anything to shut you up. Chewbacca grabbed his tools and bustled out of the cockpit. There's no need to worry, Han told himself. Chewie can fix anything. I taught him everything he knows. He glanced at the rear monitors. The ties were gaining fast. He needed to buy Chewie more time, but how? He did have one idea, but he was pretty sure it would never work. Okay, what does Han do? Does he dump their cargo in space to create a distraction, or does he power down the engines and pretend to surrender? So $ vote space 1 means he dumps their cargo in space to create a distraction. $ vote space 2 means he powers down the engines and pretends to surrender. Yeah, absolutely, Saber. I don't know the answer to that question, actually. I'm not sure. I would need to look into the lore. It doesn't say it in the book. At least not the initial part of the book, anyway. No, I know. Canonically, I know. I don't honestly know where it is. Like, I'm not sure where this is in the timeline, to be honest. Is this that disastrous run that got him the carbonite display treatment? Yeah. Oh, that's true. That would make sense, right? He does the whole like, even I get boarded sometimes. Yeah. Like, that's interesting. Live suing. Are you saying that Greedo shot first? Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I was waiting for chat to be like, Han shot first. Oh, good times. Okay. Last call. Greedo defeated himself. Yeah, it's true. Greedo That's what Han should have done. He should have like shot him, stood up, and be like, "Congratulations, you played yourself." That's what he should have done. What are you talking about, Prince Justin? I am an innocent man. I'm just here raising money for cancer research, you know, with wonderful best viewers on Twitch. That's all I'm doing. I'm just it's very simple. Yeah, you could more or less say that. All right. Going once, going twice. Okay. So, Chad has decided to dump the cargo in space. It was an utterly terrible idea. The Falcon's cargo belonged to Jabba the Hutt. Jabba would react badly if any of it didn't reach Tatooine. In fact, the overgrown space slug would probably rip Han's head from his shoulders and freeze him in carbonite. Spoiler. No, just kidding. But hey, what use was a head if Han was atomized by a squad of TIE fighters first? Jabba will understand, he told himself as he punched a series of buttons above his head. He's an understanding guy, right? The computer beeped that it was ready. Han put a finger on his comlink. Chewie, you better hang on to something. I'm about to do something stupid. Chewie asked over the comm. Really stupid, Han confirmed, and Jab won final control. Behind the Falcon, the TIE fighters dropped into a standard attack formation. They were almost in range, the squadron leader eager to take the shot himself. He smiled behind his black helmet, the expression faltering as their prey's airlock suddenly opened. Crates streamed from the back of the Millennium Falcon. Large crates. Heavy crates. Solid crates. Before he could pull up, the leader's TIE fighter barreled into the dumped cargo and exploded on impact. Han didn't watch his improvised minefield reduce the rest of the TIE fighters to scrap. He was too busy trying to close the airlock. The Falcon was decompressing. The air inside the ship was getting sucked through the open door into the cold vacuum of space. At that rate, everything in the Falcon would get dragged with it, Han included. With a final cry of defiance, Han slapped his hand down on the override. The airlock sealed and all was calm. Han panted heavily as an indicator over his head flashed from red to blue. The hyperdrive was working again. Good work, Chewie, Han cheered, rerouting the hyperdrive controls to another panel in front of him. Chewie responded by asking what had happened to the cargo. Jabba won't mind, Han replied. What's a few crates among friends? The Millennium Falcon leapt into hyperspace. They had run the Imperial blockade and survived. Hey, watch it! While Chewbacca was an excellent co-pilot, the Wookiee made for a lousy nurse, but he tried his best to apply back-to-soaked bandages to Han's shoulder. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Chewie pulled the bandages even tighter. Ow! Han swatted Chewie's hand away. Tell you what, I'll do it myself. The bandages in place, Han pulled on his shirt. The Falcon's hull creaked ominously. Han put his hand on the nearest wall, feeling the vibrations through his palm. The old girl had taken a pummeling. Most of her systems were offline, but at least they were safe, the autopilot guiding them through hyperspace. Or so they thought. The deck lurched violently beneath Han's feet, throwing him against Chewie. The hyperdrive's cut out, Han said as they raced for the cockpit, bouncing off the bulkheads with every shake and shudder. I thought you fixed that thing. He tumbled through the hatch, stopping short when he saw the huge flame-colored planet in front of them. We're caught in its gravitational pull, Han said, dropping into the seat in front of the flight controls. Reverse engines, full power. They continued thundering toward the planet. I said full power. But it was no good. Han checked a readout. Propulsion systems have failed. There's no way to break free. They were deep in the planet's atmosphere, plunging through clouds the color of molten lava. If they couldn't escape the planet's atmosphere, they'd have to land. Most of the planet's surface seemed to be covered in dense jungle, the odd outcrop of jagged mountains rising from the trees. Han was the best pilot he knew, but even he couldn't land a ship he could barely steer. The only other option was to abandon ship. There was a chance that the escape pods wouldn't launch, but they had ejection packs stowed in the main hold. Could he bear to abandon the Falcon? What does Han decide to do? Should he abandon ship, that's $vote space 1, or try to land $vote space 2? All right. $vote space 1 for abandon ship, $vote space 2 for try to land. I got to run down and grab something. I will be right back up. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. And get those votes in and donate. Okay. Alrighty. I like that everyone has decided to, they're like, you can't give up the Falcon. Like, you can't do that. You just can't give up. You can't give it up. Don't give up. You still have Han. Okay. All right, last call. Yeah, there you go, imaginary exponent, exactly. They would never actually do this. Okay. And we're going to close that because chat has decided. Try to land. No way, Han thought. Not today, not ever. He gripped the yoke with renewed vigor. Chewie, divert everything we have to the emergency repulsors. Chewbacca's fingers flew over the controls and the repulsors whined as all remaining power flooded the propulsion system. Han tested the controls. The Falcon responded, shifting slightly to the right. Yes, they could do this. They could take the Falcon down safely. But where? Han had only two choices, jungle or mountainside. What do you think, pal? He asked Chewbacca. Soft or hard landing, what's it going to be? Okay, should we land the Falcon in the jungle? That's $ vote space 1. Or land the Falcon on the mountainside? That's $ vote space 2. Oh. Thank you. What is that? What is it?
It's for the transmissions.
Oh, cool. Okay. Very cool. Thank you, sweetheart. The little Arv is here, by the way, everybody. There we go. We have raised almost $2,500 so far. That is the amazing amazing little Arv. So what we're doing right now is she has just brought me, first of all, pancakes. Please note, pancakes. That's where it's about. I'm going to be eating these pancakes when the concert begins. Trust me. So the person who's supposed to do the game with the scientists threw his back out basically and is in too much pain. Right. So what we're playing. Oh, I told you all that. Well, what we're playing right now is a Choose Your Own Destiny, Han and Chewie book with chat as they're doing. Well, no, but actually, as it turns out, it was Star Wars, and it's been a ton of fun because I do a lot of this stuff with the, Choose Your Own Adventure stuff with chat all the time. So that actually worked out. Say again? Yeah, of course, 100%. Okay, yeah, no, I'd love to have you up here. I'll have to change my set list for pancake music. Listen, that pancake music. It's also from a local place here, which is a very good place. And this breakfast place called the Tasty Yolk makes this thing called berry pancakes with like blue. Oh man, super good. I am super excited. I have leftover cereal. I have a thing of cottage cheese that I haven't been able to touch because I've been too busy. But when the concert starts, there will be pancakes consumed. I am looking forward to it. So it's going to be a good time. I love breakfast. Honestly, I enjoy eating. I enjoy food, but like, if I go to a diner, I generally have to get a breakfast. I don't know why. I'm just kind of like my dad and I, when I were a kid, we used to go to like the IHOP, International House of Pancakes. This is cheap little place, but like a chain, but I'm saying like it's not like an amazing breakfast place, but I don't know. I always associate good things with breakfast. So, I mean, because everything's good in it. Sausage is good in it. Not only have I been to Waffle House, Prince Justin, I understand that Waffle House is a meme, okay? I don't care what anybody says. They do make good waffles. I'm just telling you. Like, I understand that their food may be whatever, but their waffles are good. I've had them. They're good. I don't know what to say. They're good. And I actually technically prefer waffles slightly to pancakes. For me, it goes waffles, pancakes, French toast, although I like all of them. So, you know what I'm saying, Geister? Like they're not bad. You wouldn't expect them to make good tires. Well, no, because they're really cheap and everything. So everyone always like jokes around like, oh, Waffle House is cheap. But like, it's good, right? Oh, you've been there, yeah. There are so many Waffle Houses in the South. It's like the old Starbucks joke in Shrek, whatever it is, Shrek 1 or 2, where like you can see them across the road. There's like a Starbucks. Everyone runs across the road to the other Starbucks. That's what it's like with Waffle House. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, so if you just want to like carefully move things around, like if you can move that picture to on top of that. Actually, this is a good time to show this now that I think of it. Yes, exactly. All right, folks, a couple of reminders here. The 3 top donors are going to get some cool stuff, okay? The 3rd top donator is going to get, you can move all of that in there. Just don't change the files. That's all. Okay. So The third top donator is going to get this D&D prize pack, which consists of Candlekeep Mysteries, which consists of keys from the Golden Vault, which I'm actually looking forward to running at some point, and which includes this dice set. So that's the third top donator is going to get that. The second top donator is going to get this extraordinary photograph from the amazing Prince Justin. And you can see that there is a kickstand on the back. So you can either frame it, obviously, or just put it up on the wall. Well, you'd have to frame it to put it up on the wall. So frame it, or you could put it on your desk like that. That's going to go to the second top donator. And the top donator, is going to get this from Drew the Damager. And that is this super, super amazing dark starry night sky with that tower with graffiti in the front. Super cool. And as you can see, also put on metal and can also be hung. So that's going to go to the top donator. If people want these hand delivered to them in the UK, they have a chance. I'm glad you asked that question, Darksaber. Is it true that if people want these hand delivered to them in the UK, they can have them delivered in August? That would be accurate, Darksaber, because I'm going to be going to the UK in August, as announced today, as a part of Buy the Dice Roll, the play group featuring Darksaber 2K and others. So anyway, yes, that is going to be the case. Although, if we have a ton of people in the UK, I probably won't be able to deliver all of them to you in August because I am but one person with a family. But I'll just have little Arv carry all of it. Oh, we got a donation. And the donation is 21 something. I think that's Mrs. Dunsel, if I see that correctly. Yes, Mrs. Dunsel has done $21.98, which is going to bring us to, let me see, that's 25, and it's actually 25.20 because we're slightly lower than that because someone who is unable to do that. So 25.20, we are officially over 50% of our goal, and we are not even 50% of the way through. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. So good to see you here. Thank you, thank you. Also, I just want to let people know that Team Chaos, you have fallen back again because now it is an even number again. Just letting you know. Team Chaos, which wants even numbers, has been battling back against uneven cents and figures. Team Chaos. So Order and Chaos has been battling. Yeah. So hold my blaster. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that. Super great. So much good being done for Damon Runyon. I'm so happy about it. Let's keep it going. It's been great today. Plus, we've had tons of subs. We've had great turnout all day. It's been really, really good day. Okay. Despite all of the the last minute things. Thank goodness for Arcanus Bot and for my chat here. Okay. Oh, right. That's right. We were voting. All right. Last call. So the decision is Chad has decided to touch down the Millennium Falcon in the jungle. Hurt, answered Chewie. I was thinking the same thing myself, said Han, wrestling with the controls. Centimeter by painful centimeter, the Falcon banked toward the jungle. The top donator right now, I believe. Let me take a quick look here. The current top donator, I see we got another one. The current, I'll talk about that in a minute. The current top donator is definitely not Bruce at $300. Right behind that is, I believe, Hillness, and right behind Hillness is Dragon Spear. So that is the deal. Also, Classicor just donated $12.34 saying, quote, no order for you. This totally works, I'm telling you. Okay. And that's 25, 32, 34. So give me a second here. 25, 32, 34.
You just making things harder for Arv.
I'll take it. If it gets more money to this foundation, I'll get it. Okay. So, exotic birds burst from the thick canopy ahead of them, spooked by the Falcon's nosy descent. Han was pretty spooked himself. If he could just use the trees, I'm going to zoom out slightly here. Because the camera's like, who do I focus on? If he could just use the trees to cushion their landing. Here we go. The ship plowed into the trees. Trunks splintered like twigs, the ragged stumps tearing chunks of armor plating from the Falcon's bow, creating chaos, just like the Chaos team just did with contributing more money to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Han and Chewie hung on to their controls as the cruiser carved a chaotic path through the jungle. Branches slammed against the viewport and the ship finally made contact with the ground. The Falcon bounced once before skidding on its belly, gouging a deep trench. With one final bone-shattering jolt, the ship shuddered to a halt, smoke billowing from its engines. There you go, chat. There is the smoke billowing. Smoke billowing from the engines, chat. You've had the stream running all day. Got to go back out. We can't wait for it. No, that's totally awesome, Drew. I appreciate that, and we'll see you tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm really happy with all of the. This has been great so far. We made $1,220 yesterday. We have made over $1,300 today. We can clearly get past 3,000. I want us to head towards 3,500 or beyond, and really put us in a great position going into tomorrow, into day 3. So, absolutely loving this. Yeah, no, I mean. Live Swing, why would you mention that the smoke trail can be seen for miles? I don't see why that would be a problem. I'm sure that everyone on this planet is friendly. Han opened one eye cautiously. As far as he could tell, they were down and safe. Sunlight streamed through the windows, the transparent steel miraculously free of cracks. He let out a whoop of joy and relief. Forgetting Han's injuries, Chewbacca slapped him on the shoulder, killing him instantly. No, I made that part up. But Han didn't care. They had made it. That was all that mattered. Now they just had to check the damage. Well, I've seen worse. They were standing in the clearing the Falcon had carved through the trees. While Chewie sifted through the debris, Han, walked a wide circle around his ship. The starfighter's lasers had blackened the Falcon's hull, but a few scorch marks didn't bother Han. The main repairs were going to take time, and they were missing a few essential components. The crash had damaged the power core's primary heat exchanger. Han was convinced the ship could still get them off planet, but Chewie wasn't so sure. Han has died from dysentery, yeah. They went to work, starting with the hull. Chewie crouched beneath the ship, welding cracks in the armor plating, while Han climbed up top to repair the fuel line to the primary cannon. They worked in silence, the stillness of the jungle punctuated by the calls of strange birds and the monotonous chirp of insects. It was peaceful, almost calming. It was a pleasant change from being shot at. Crack! Han looked up at the sound of splintering wood. He peered into the trees for a moment before clambering down to Chewbacca. You hear that? Chewie nodded, wiping his hands on an oily rag. Han's hand dropped instinctively to the blaster he wore in a holster on his right leg. What do you think it was, a wild animal? Crack! There it was again, behind them that time. Han spun around. Chewie grumbled. Han's eyebrows shot up. You want me to go? You're the one who can rip arms out of their sockets. Besides, for all we know, it's just an ash rabbit or something. Imagine that, the big bad Wookiee scared of a little bunny. Han was uneasy too, although he would never admit it. They were being watched. He was sure of it. Should Han investigate? $vote space 1? Nah, it's probably just an ash rabbit. $vote space 2? Yeah, you can never be too careful. All right, what do you think, chat? Should Han investigate or not? If he should investigate, $vote space 1. If he shouldn't, $vote... Oh, sorry. If he should not investigate, $vote space 1. If he should investigate, $vote space 2. I'll make sure I get that right. Yes, you can change your vote. $change vote, that's one word. $change vote, space, and then the number you want to change it to, and it will change your vote, Dragonspawn. And again, this amazing bot, by the way, is brought to you by Effect Life, who programmed Arcanus Bot, programmed ArvBot Plus, based upon the work that was done originally by Netawin, one of my original mods way back in the day, who designed an early version of ArvBot, which was great too. But Effect Life has taken that and made it into something extraordinary. There's a question system in here. There's a giveaway monitor, as you can see. There's all kinds of things. You could do multi-votes. We use these for our Fighting Fantasy Gamebook things every month. So very, very cool. You should have called it EffectBot. Nearly unanimous. Well, right now we have Craigery, who thinks that, it's probably an ash rabbit. Last call. Oh, I didn't know that. That you developed a Discord bot for Dragon Spawn? Listen, anytime anything, first of all, any friend of Effect Life is I think I did know this. Actually, yes. I do know this. I do know that you know each other. Yes. And I know why you know each other. I won't get into that, but I know why. Yes. But anytime Effect Life can do anything for anybody regarding like, Effect Life is amazing at that stuff. So this is the repair music chat. Thanks to Echo for sending this along, by the way, because this is a good call, the Dark Forces soundtrack here. You can vote on Monday night, too. No, Monday is going to be different. Monday is going to be a Star Wars game with the scientists that should be a tabletop role-playing game once I find a GM for it. But that's going to be happening on Monday and that'll be Monday morning, actually, Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Eastern to 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Donate. Yeah. You can definitely donate. You can donate all the way up until, I'm going to leave the campaign up afterwards because we usually get a straggler donation or two. But the official end of ArvCon 2024, at least the live portion of it, is going to be happening at about 7 p.m. Eastern on Monday. We have the Scientist game now on Monday, and then we have the premiere of Dune Imperium, Plans Within Plans, happening on Monday as well. So yes. All right, so it looks like chat has made its decision. And it looks like, yeah, you can never be too careful. Chewie gave Han a shove toward the trees. All right, I'll go look, you big bloggin'. Han drew his blaster. Wait till Maz hears about this. Something glinted up ahead. A speeder bike sat in a small clearing. Han recognized the model, a Kaylee Merced Skyblade 330. He hadn't seen one in years, not since his run-in with Enfys Nest Marauders. Keeping his eyes on the trees, he snuck forward, reaching for the engine. It was still warm. Laser fire whistled past Han's ear. Pew! He ducked and rolled, taking cover behind a thick tree. Han looked around the trunk to see who was firing. It was a young Twi'lek woman dressed in leather and holding a snub-nosed blaster rifle. Not just any rifle, a Zerka 4000. Han knew the weapon. The power pack would need to recharge every 9 shots. Cocking his own blaster, Han counted out her blasts, and on the 9th he turned and fired at the woman's rifle. Now, here's the question, chat. First of all, yes, it is blogging. So here's a nice picture, just so you can see. There's Han, making fire, being fired at. So here's the question, chat. Does Han make the shot or not? Does Han make the shot? $ vote space 1 means no, he does not make the shot. $ vote space 2 means yes, he does make the shot. Right, he fired at her weapon. Yep. $ vote space 1, no, he does not make the shot. $ vote space 2, yes, he makes the shot. Towards the weapon. Or are you in? It's $ vote space 1 to say no, $ vote space 2 to say yes. Well, I see someone that I know. I wonder who that could be. It's a mystery. Absolutely crazy. It is a tie. Generally, it's Dragonspear who does that. So we are tied 4-4. Who will break this tie? Who will win this titanic struggle? Yeah, I won't tell you why I know them exactly, Glasscar. All right, what's it going to be, chat? What say you? Live suing tried to vote. You can use a credit card. Yep. You can use a credit card. You can also do financial. Oh, thank you, Echo. Echo has gifted you 3 months of a tier 1 sub. I mean, assuming you were Sunny Sunny. I don't know. It means that you may have a sub to my channel with, emotes that you can use and all that good stuff. Well, thank you, Echo. Serenade you with your wondrous voice, my wondrous voice, while I clear weeds from a 5-acre lot. Okay, I'm going to do it to this music. Ready, Tilted? 5-acre lot. Boy, those weeds are just as much a lot. Oh, mow weeds a lot. I know that place is gonna be like a bot. I wish I had a robot to weed this place. I wish it wouldn't fall back in my face. The only way I can be is to be this way now. I'm gonna make this weeding now. Woo, no now. Woo. $vote space 1 is what you're looking for live suing. Thank you for the backup. No, $vote live suing it. The word. You have to do the word. $vote. The literal word. $vote space and then the number. Right now you're just giving us $1. There it is. Thank you, live suing. That was funny. You're like, no, I'm doing it. I'm like, no, you're giving us $1, which, you know, no complaints against dollars. All right. There we go. So, according to live suing, he does not make the shot. Han's shot went wide, missing the woman's rifle. But the energy bolt cut deep into the tree behind her, slicing into the trunk like an axe. She turned just as it toppled forward, knocking her to the side. Hurt! Bellowed as he crashed into the clearing to find Han checking on the woman, who had been knocked unconscious by the falling tree. Now he arrives, Han said, grabbing a handful of vines. With a grunt, he ripped them free and threw them at the Wookiee. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, good. It's still doing that thing. Great. It should be. Tie up her hands, will you? Chewie caught the vines and rumbled a question. How am I supposed to know where she came from? Han replied. What does it matter? We'll be long gone by the time she wakes up. The repairs took longer than either of them expected. Night had fallen by the time Han scrambled out from beneath the Falcon's undercarriage. Yawning, he turned and found himself staring down the barrel of a blaster. His hand went to his holster, but before he could shoot, a laser bolt hit him in the chest. He was thrown back, stunned. Hands grabbed him, dragging him in front of a pair of oversized black boots. He looked up to see a blurry figure above him. He could just make out 2 sets of muscular arms and a broad face covered in thick green scales. The reptilian was wearing dirty overalls, complete with a patch proclaiming what Han could only assume was its name. Han tried to focus on the writing. His vision was still blurred, but he could just make out the letters, No-Do. Who are you? Hissed the alien, glowering down at him. And who do you work for? Who does Han say he works for? Himself? That's $vote space 1. Jabba the Hutt? That's $vote space 2. Who's he work for? Himself or Jabba the Hutt? Himself, $vote space 1. Jabba the Hutt, $vote space 2. Who does number 2 work for? Yeah, you have to do $vote. Yeah. As many times as Arvin has eaten bagels on stream while waiting, Sunny Senny, I feel you just won the largest sandwich eaten on stream. Congratulations, says Emily. Was that from also from Tasty? What is it? Isn't it called the Clucker or something? Oh, on the special menu. And then you saw it. Outstanding. I'm going to eat as soon as the concert starts, which is going to be happening in about 15 minutes to a half hour. We have Kilgore Trout, one of my regular viewers and streamer himself, is playing. He plays every year. He's going to be playing guitar. And then ChronoWolf, and you know ChronoWolf, right, is going to be doing the next one after that. And then it's going to be Community D&D, which is Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So, yes, I'm excited for all of that. Let's keep it real. There's video evidence. It was huge. Well, look, I mean... and I got ChronoWolf's info lined up. Yeah, I'm excited to have him back. Very excited to have him back. Little Birdie told me he might have a little bit of, it might not be just ChronoWolf on his own either. He might be getting some assistance. Hilness has a question for Little Arv. Yeah, Zach was great. Last call, last call. As soon as Hilness asks his question, I'm going to close this. Yep. Yeah, he is. Did you know that Two Towers and Aragorn kicks the helmet? Viggo Mortensen broke his toe.
Yes, I know that. Oh my gosh. Yes, I know that. Everyone knows that. Literally my favorite meme. Everyone says it. I'm so ready to show one of my friends. I'm not sure this is interesting, but I want to show one of my friends the Lord of the Rings and be like, "Did you know?"
Are you aware of that? You know? Oh my god. Yeah. That's literally, yeah. And he kept his composure through all of it. Like, he didn't break character. I'm like, that's metal right there. Like, that's
Very impressive.
yeah, it was impressive. All right. Little Arv and I have both, of course, met Hiln, and I had already. Okay, let me back up. We had already met Hilness in person at Gen Con, but we actually got to watch because Hilness got tickets for the same show that we did when we went to see the Two Towers with the live concert, which also featured our mutual friend Rob, Darkside Rob, in the chorus, in the choir, with the orchestra. And we have already gotten tickets for Return of the King, which is going to be next. I mean, because we have to. Like, it's been an incredible experience, right? Like both times. Like, yeah. So super cool. Yeah. It was like. That was an insta-buy. You know how everyone's always like, don't get advanced tickets because of blah, 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 blah. That was one that popped in my email box, and I'm like, I insta-buy this. Like,
Oh my gosh, they all stood up and like.
so good. Oh my gosh. All right, so the answer is, you're going to say works for himself. My name's Han Solo, we told him, and I work for myself. And no one will miss you, Noda replied, grinning horribly. Take him back to the yard. Something cold clamped around Han's neck. Nearby, he heard Chewie growl. Get a shock collar on the Wookiee, too, Noda ordered. What are you going to do to us? Han asked, trying to pull the heavy collar from his neck. Nodo's hands went to a control on his belt, and Han cried out as electricity arched out of the collar. Nodo loomed over him as Han gasped for breath. That's what happens if you try to take off your collar. From this day on, you work for me, Han Solo. And so does your Wookiee. The end. Can you go back and help Han make a better decision? Where will the adventure lead next time? All right, so it's not that. It was Jabba the Hutt. So we've had 3 times so far that Chad has chosen incorrectly. All right. Well, yeah, because no, not this one, but like there have been other ones in the book. Like at one point, what was the one, chat, that was like Han fire the gun with an injured shoulder? That didn't work out. Or, you know. Okay. Fail count 3. Yeah, thank you, Driven. My name's Han Solo, and I work for Jabba the Hutt. Is that so? And maybe I'll pay a ransom for your safe return. Han snorted. Jabba? Waste credits on us? Don't make me laugh. Only one way to find out, Nodo said, turning to his men. Take him back to the yard. He heard Chewie roar in anger, only to be silenced by a stun beam. And if Jabba doesn't pay? Han asked as he was pushed toward the trees. Nodo stopped and turned back, grinning horribly. Then we put you to work. Something healthy and heavy, blah, blah. Something healthy. Kale was clapped around his throat. No, something heavy and cold was clamped around Han's neck. A shock collar. He'd be forced to work or receive an electric shock. At least I still have Chewie, Han thought. Han and Chewie had gotten out of a fair number of scrapes and sticky situations before. They would just have to find a way to work together to get out of this one too. But their new boss seemed even worse than Jabba. As they were led through the trees, Han made himself a promise. Once they escaped this joker, they'd never work for anyone else ever again. The end. Can you go back and help Han make a better decision? So you know where this all went wrong, chat? It all went wrong when you people believed, when you all believed that Han would miss the shot. That was where things went wrong. That was the problem, okay? Well, I mean, did you say that he made the shot? Yeah. I know, right? Okay. So we go back to, does Han make the shot? Han's shot, there we go. Han's shot struck the rifle. Let's see. Jolting it out of the woman's hands, but she darted into the jungle before Han could stun her with another blaster shot. Then he heard a familiar roar. Hurt! Han found the woman struggling to escape from Chewbacca, who had her in an easy headlock. Nice shot, she snarled as Han swaggered toward her. Yep, 4 fails. He didn't have time for chit-chat. Who are you? I could ask the same question, the woman retorted. When he didn't reply, she reluctantly answered, Micha Odun. Meech to my friends. Friends don't spy on each other. She smirked. Didn't say we were friends. Yet. Han grimmed back, letting his gun drop. Meech took the opportunity to kick at him. He stepped back, avoiding her booted foot. Nice try, kid. I like you. You and me could be pals. If I told you where I came from, the woman guessed. He spread his hands. See? We're getting along great. Meech nodded past Han's shoulder. Nodo's shipyard, a couple kilometers or so that way. He exchanged knowing looks with Chewie. A shipyard, eh? Nodo can fix anything. She glanced back at the Falcon. Even that heap of junk. He ignored the jab. Seems a strange place to open a business. Can't get much passing trade. She shrugged. People know where he is. The right people. Meech sighed. Not usually. Han understood. A chop shop. Makes sense. Visited a few in my time. Right next to, Citibank Field where the Mets play. It wasn't a lie. Chop shops handled stolen ships, stripping them down for parts. Most of the Falcon systems had come from such dives, far from prying Imperial eyes. Chewbacca let out a series of grunts. Meech looked up at the Wookiee. What did he say? Relax, he's not going to hurt you. Not unless you make another crack about our ship. But you need something? She was a smart one. A heat exchanger, Han replied. Meech seized on the new information. Onoda will have one, definitely. And you can persuade him to part with it? Then she didn't look so sure. For the right price. Han holstered his blaster. We're running low on credits. He looked in the direction of the abandoned speeder bike. But if this Nodo guy is one to spare... Meech's eyes went wide as she realized what Han was suggesting. You're going to steal one? From Nodo? Not steal, Han insisted. Borrow. On a long-term loan. He won't even notice it's gone. I could help. He laughed at the suggestion. And raise the alarm as soon as my back's turned? I don't think so. Besides, I work better on my own. Chewbacca wailed mournfully. Han rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. He jabbed a finger at Meech. Deal with her. She paled. Deal with me how? Oh, no need to panic. Chewie's just going to rip your arms off. No. Chewie's just going to make sure you can't warn your pals. Don't worry, we'll let you go before we blast off. He gave the woman a lopsided grin. Mind if I use your speeder? Meech struggled. Do I have a choice? Han called over his shoulder as he disappeared through the trees. What are friends for? Like the Falcon, Meech's speeder bike was faster than it looked. Han was impressed. It was quiet, too, the engine purring softly as he weaved in and out of the trees. As he approached the shipyard, the ground gave way to swamp. Han was sure he saw something move in the mire, but he didn't have the time or the inclination to investigate further. The shipyard was hardly what you'd call impressive. It was just a huddle of rickety workshops in the middle of the jungle. Nothing like the shipyards from Han's home planet of Corellia. Most of the buildings looked as though they'd been constructed from junked ships. There was no one to be seen. The only living soul was a scraggy fly. Let's see. The only living souls were a scraggy flock of Lomaxian turkeys pecking noisily at the dirt. Scrap was everywhere, from gutted transports to piles of crates and containers. Perfect cover for a thief. Han powered down the speeder, leaving it resting behind a stack of rust-colored barrels. You didn't really feel the moment? Han powered down the speeder, leaving it resting behind a stack of rust-covered barrels. He read the label on the nearest drum. Rhydonium, starship fuel. Far cheaper than coaxium, but still highly flammable and used throughout the galaxy. All right, there's Han in stealth mode, everybody. You could totally see that, right? Right? You know, total stealth mode. That's Han all over. Rhydonium may not be as valuable as coaxium, Han muttered to himself. But this much Rhydonium be worth a fortune. It wouldn't help the Falcon, though. Han peered around the barrels. There was a landing bay on the other side of the yard, a number of ships waiting to be dismantled. He was surprised to see a TIE fighter of a model he'd never seen before, with horizontally mounted wings ending in sharp points. But even that was nothing compared with the sleek yacht moored next to an armored transport. "Wow!" Han exclaimed, and for good reason. The yacht was beautiful, with a long, mirror-like hull. It paled in comparison to some other star yachts he'd seen across the galaxy. It certainly wasn't as impressive as Dryden Voss's of Crimson Dawn, for example, but it was still surprising to see such an elegant ship in such a rundown junkyard. "Hey, what's up, Optic?" Now that's traveling in style. Glancing around to check that the coast was clear, Han ran for the polished craft and darted up the access ramp. Inside, the yacht was just as luxurious, with leather seats and gilded control panels. Even the engine was surprisingly pristine. A smile broke across Han's face as he spotted not one but 3 heat exchangers, all compatible with the Falcon's hyperdrive. Now he just had to remove one without being caught. All right, chat, here's the question. Is Han discovered removing the part? If so, $vote space 1 if you think he is discovered removing the part. $vote space 2 if you think he is not discovered finding the part. Okay, Chad is not sure about this. This is very much up in the air. All right, Chad, and just as a note to chat, we're going to be running here for about another 15 minutes. At 6:10, we will wrap this up. If we're not finished, then we'll finish it at another time. I don't know when, but we'll figure out a time to finish it. And then we will, then at 6:15, is when we will be doing the concert. So we'll take a break here around 6:10 so I can set things up. Kilgore will then go live at 6:15 p.m. Eastern, and then I'm going to enjoy the music while eating some pancakes. That's my plan. Right now we are even up. So we have 5 votes for yes, he is discovered. 5 votes for no, he is not discovered. So I'm going to last call this, and we need someone to break that tie. What'd you vote? Let's find out. You did. Aha! Tim Coolish has got the vote in. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Okay. So, Han. Oh, sorry, Triffid. Sorry. Is it still tied? Yeah, you just missed it. Sorry. We'll see. Maybe you would have been right. We'll find out. Is Han discovered removing the part? So, removing the part took longer than Han thought it would. He'd never seen so many bolts holding a part in place. Come on, he murmured as he finally eased the component from its housing. That's it. Who are you? Said someone with a mechanical voice behind him. Han whirled around, nearly dropping the exchanger. The droid that filled the doorway was easily as big as a Gamorrean guard. Its arms were powerful pistons, and its single red eye was fixed on Han. Usually, Han wouldn't think twice about blasting a droid, no matter how large it was, but with his hands full, there was no way to go for his gun. Here, he said, throwing the exchanger at the surprised robot. Catch. The droid obeyed, its pincers snapping the unit from the air. It was the distraction Han needed. His blaster in hand, he shot the machine in its oversized chest. The robot toppled backward, clattering to the floor. Suddenly, several small little droids came running out from the walls. Daddy droid! Daddy droid! Mommy droid right next to them. Daddy droid won't move again. I'm just kidding. None of this happened. Stepping over the deactivated droid, Han plucked the exchanger from its grasp. Thanks, you've been a great help. Is that right? Came another voice. Han looked up to see an intimidating man with an overblown rifle in his slab-like hands. This one was human, with skin sprawled with multiple tattoos and a nose so flat it must have been broken on numerous occasions. He wore greasy overalls, complete with a patch giving what Han assumed was his name, Gorko. Drop it, the tattooed bruiser told him. Han remained frozen where he stood. What, the exchanger or the blaster? Both. Nodo will want to see you. Han had little choice but to comply. And I want to see Nodo, whoever he is. You'll find out soon enough. And find out he did. Han was led to a reptilian easily as tall as Chewie. Nodo had 4 powerful arms and a permanent snarl on his green-scaled face. He was wearing an oily vest and had a packed tool belt slung around his wide hips. Who's this? Nodo said as he glowered at Han with snake-like eyes. He shot SD-93, Gorko said, his voice dripping with venom. Big mistake, Nodo said. 93 was Gorko's best friend. Montage. Gorko and 93 like running through the field together. What a day for a daydream. Like high-fiving each other, having a picnic. Okay. Han looked over his shoulder at the tattooed man's scowling face. Then I did you a favor. Seriously, how dumb can a droid get? Gorko's eyes flashed with anger, but before the thug could bash Han with his blaster, Nodo cut in. I say you're the dumb one. Who are you? Han turned slowly back to the 4-armed alien. He had an idea. He was pretty sure it was a terrible idea, but it was the only one he had. You want to know my name? I'll tell you my name. Nodo raised the bony ridges that passed for eyebrows. I'm waiting. Han held his head up high. My name is... What? My name is who? My name is Chicka Chicka Slim Shady. Sorry. My name is Jabba the Hutt. Does Nodo believe that Han is Jabba? $vote space 1 means yes, he does believe Han is Jabba. $vote space 2 means no, he does not believe he's Jabba. They ought to consult with Lucas about this and what Jabba originally looked like. Yeah, Chad is not sure about this. They look sure-ish, yeah. No, I mean, they just, so many diverse thinkers, Yeah. See, everyone can see he's not a Hutt, but that's just how tough this human is. It's his nickname. My name is Jabba the Hutt, the human. Yeah, Jabba's upright is barely standing. That's true. Real job. Please stand up. Please stand up. Guess who's back? Back again. Jabba's back. Tell a friend. Okay. Last call. Did I do last call? I did last call. Hope he doesn't need an ID card. What's your serial number? It's a boring conversation anyway. Okay. All right. Nodo believes. Do you believe in life after Hutt? Okay. Han held his breath. He had no idea if his gamble would pay off. These crooks might not even know who Jabba was, and if they did, would they realize that Han looked absolutely nothing like a Hutt? Nodo dropped into a respectful, if nervous, bow. Jabba, he stammered. It's an honor to welcome you to my humble yard. If I'd known it was you... Han had to stop himself from laughing out loud. They'd bought it. I will forgive you, just this once. The reptilian looked relieved, but Han piled on the pressure. Your friend is right. I do have a ship in the jungle. He starts saying, what is holding some ship in jungle? And we get a donation at the same time, because that worked, from Christy. Donated via stream from Kilgore Trout. Thank you. So much for that. We are up to 25. That is now 25.37. So 25.57. Yeah, but there was a person who couldn't use this and they had to donate another way. So it's $20 off, and I can't add it manually, which is something I'm going to talk to, like, I'm going to send Tiltify a please fix this next time thing because it makes it hard. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Lovely, lovely. Okay. This Chaos Squad is still winning, I know. Or the Squad of Order, the Pattern or Squad is very much, behind the times here. We ran into a little Imperial trouble and were forced to crash a kilometer or so from here. My associate is making repairs. Han looked around at Nodo's gang of reprobates. Perhaps you could help? All right, will Nodo's gang help fix the Millennium Falcon? $ vote space 1 means they will help. $ vote space 2 means they will not help. What's it going to be, chat? $ vote space 1, they will help. $ vote space 2, they won't help. All right, and we are looking for chat. We have about 5 minutes left in this section of ArvCon, and then it's going to be our concert time. This has actually been a lot of fun. I'm glad we did this, though, that it worked out this way. We rolled with the punches, and we came out swinging, as they say. We haven't oh my goodness. Chat, they're like, hell yeah, you're going to do this. Yeah, chat's like, of course. Right, Dragon? It's fun, right? I'm glad. I like doing the fighting fantasy stuff. Now, Choose Your Own Adventure is obviously very simple, Okay, I can see. Right, okay. Here we go. All right, will they help fix the Millennium Falcon? Chat believes they will. Help, Nodo said, a worried look passing over his scaled face. You mean for free? Han waved away the questions if it were crazy. Of course not. I'm a very rich Hutt. I'd gladly pay for your services, and then maybe arrange an exclusive contract for any future work. Nodo's eyes gleamed with avarice. What kind of sum are we talking? Han plucked a figure out of the air. Oh, I don't know, 10, maybe 20 million. The reptilian's mouth dropped open. Behind Han, Meech took a step forward. But you said you didn't have... The rest of the woman's sentence was lost as Nodo pressed a button on his belt. Electricity coursed over Meech's arms and legs, and she dropped to the floor, gasping in agony. She all right? Han asked, concerned. Nodo wrinkled his nose at the girl. Meech is a cyborg, and her bionic limbs malfunction from time to time. He gestured for the Hoopaloo to help Meech to her feet. Don't worry, Screech will look after her. The Birdman scurried over to Meech and hauled her up none too kindly. You okay? Han asked her. Before she could answer, 2 of Nodo's arms wrapped around Han's shoulders, guiding him away. It's going to be a pleasure doing business with you, Jabba. We'll get your ship up and running in no time. While you wait, why don't you relax in my personal yacht? He indicated the sleek ship Han had already plundered. You hungry? Thirsty? Anything you want, it's yours. From now on, my home is your home. Han grinned. Maybe he was going to like it there after all. Chewbacca did not like it there, not one bit, and he wasted no time in telling Han so over and over again. Han couldn't understand why the Wookiee was complaining. Nodo's crew had provided everything Chewbacca needed to repair the Falcon. Of course Han couldn't help. He was too busy being treated like royalty on board Nodo's yacht. The food, apparently cooked by Screech, was surprisingly good. Admittedly, Chewie wasn't getting the same treatment. Screech had supplied the Wookiee with a few scraps of moldy bread, thinking Chewbacca was little more than a lackey. Han tried telling Chewie he wasn't enjoying himself either. We just got to keep up the act, he said, tucking into yet another turkey drumstick. At least until the repairs are done. As long as Nodo thinks I'm a ruthless crime lord, we're free and clear. What no one knew was that in the shipyard's greasy kitchens, Screech was chirping urgently into a comlink. That's right, he said, holding the device close to his wart-covered beak. Nodo's doing business with Jabba the Hutt. He's here right now. I thought you would want to know. Interesting. Okay, this is going to be our last choice of the evening, chat, because then we have our concert to get to. It wasn't long before the repairs on the Falcon were completed. Han sighed as he stretched out on the yacht's overstuffed couch. He would miss being Jabba. Han was used to life as a smuggler, jumping from job to job, usually on the run from someone, and he rarely got to enjoy the finer things the galaxy had to offer. I know, right, Triffid? He felt bad that Chewie was missing out on all the fancy food and service, but there was no doubt about it. Pretending to be Jabba was great. There was a polite cough at the door. It was Meech holding a platter piled high with bright blue eggs on a bed of crisp greens. And you can see what that looks like right there, chat. Han jumped up to take it from her. Here, let me help. No, she insisted. It's fine, Jabba. After placing the platter within easy reach of the couch, Meech turned to leave. She puzzled Han. He'd seen everyone on the base stripping ships, but not Meech. She just waited on Nodo and his cronies like a servant. Han felt an urge to stop her, to ask about her life, but the eggs she had delivered smelled so good. All right, last decision of the evening, chat. What should Han do? Should he eat the food? $ vote space 1. Or should he talk to Meech? $ vote space 2. Should he eat the food? $ vote space 1. Or should he talk to Meech? Be careful here, chat. Yeah, Dragon. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I don't know. Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Why didn't you just give some food to Chewie? I also don't understand why. Like, I mean, what's the downside of talking to her, right? Like, if he talks to her, she's gonna be like, "Shut up and eat your food." Or she's like, "You've talked to me for the last time," and then blast him. Like, I don't, you know. So. Yeah, exactly. Come on, go on the bank, you cowards. Dark Saber and Classicor. Okay, last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. Okay. All right, we're talking to Meech. No, he had eaten enough. Okay. Meech, wait. She paused at the door and looked back. What? He took a step closer. It's just, well, you don't seem to fit in around here. And you don't seem to have a long tail or eat gorgs. Han winced. So you know, huh? That you're not who you say you are? She laughed bitterly. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Not that anyone would listen anyway. He took another step toward her. Look, when your bionic limbs malfunctioned, that was no accident, was it? Nodo did it to you. She shifted uncomfortably, putting her hands in her back pockets. This was obviously difficult for her. I crashed here, she explained, 4 years ago. Nodo fixed my robotic arms and legs. Like you, I didn't have any credits, but unlike you, I didn't pretend to be a gangster. So Nodo made you work off your debt? She laughed, and then some. Rolling up her sleeve, Meech showed her her bionic arm. He implanted devices that shock me every time I refuse to do as he says. That day, I became his slave. Han was appalled. He'd guessed that Nodo was a creep, but this was a step too far. Meech noted the expression on his face. You think that's bad? She led him out of the yacht and toward the old armored transport. Look inside. Han peered through the window and saw men and women standing against the wall. No, they weren't standing. They were stuck to the wall by some kind of gloop. That's filofoam, isn't it? Meech nodded. Used to plug hull breaches on ships. One spray and it hardens in seconds. And Nodo was using it to trap people? Who are they? Crews brought in by pirates. Nodo holds them here for ransom. Han felt his stomach knot. He'd done plenty of dodgy stuff over the years and dealt with a lot of bad people, from the White Worms to Crimson Dawn. But this was more than just dodgy. This was downright wrong. Anything wrong? Rumbled a deep voice behind them. It was Nodo, two of his arms crossed in front of his barrel chest. And that, chat, is where we are going to bring this to a close for the evening. Good times with Choose Your Destiny. We will have a chance to maybe play more of this at some point. Did people like this? Did people enjoy doing this as a backup for what we were going to do? Was this a good time, everybody? Oh, that's no problem, Shadowed. Actually, Shadowed, I'm going to write you something during Kilgore's concert coming up in a minute, so just check it on Discord when you can, okay, Shadowed? Yeah? Yay! 9 out of 10 minimum. Awesome. Good. I'm glad. Hey, Wispy, good to see you. I'm glad everyone had fun. I did too. This was really awesome. Okay, so now, chat, we are at 25, 57, 34 out of 5,000, over halfway. That's amazing. But what's about to happen next is going to be, if possible, even more amazing, even more astonishing. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to bring one Mr. Kilgore Trout on board. So let me here. It's not that. Let me go to where the music is playing. Good job on the Dark Forces again, Echo. Thank you for that. Okay, we are going to get Kilgore Treddy ready. Kilgore Treddy. We're going to get Kilgore Treddy. We're going to get Kilgore Trout ready, and we are going to get started in just about 5 minutes. So I'm going to turn off the window for now. I'm going to leave you folks looking at all of this awesomeness. I would love it if when I came back, some more people that donated. That would be super sweet. And in the meantime, I'm going to get Kilgore Trout ready for the second part of our concert, but the first part of our concert today. Zach Clay played last night. Kilgore Trout, followed by ChronoWolf, followed after that by Community D&D, Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So let's keep moving up. Let's keep rolling along. And if you are Kilgore Trout fans, please give early and often to this as we can do this. That would be lovely. And thank you all for bearing with me, rolling with the punches as we did this. This was a lot of fun. All right, I'll be back to you folks in just a bit. So in the meantime, please, he said, looking for the thing he was supposed to do. There it is. Please hang tight, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. So the time has come. I'm going to stop recording. So far, I've been very good about not forgetting to do that. One sec. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Echo. Exactly. You were thinking the same thing I was. Thanks, Echo. All right. We are recording. We are ready to go. All right, folks. It's been an amazing, amazing time so far. And so far, so good. We are up to 25:57:34. I am so grateful to everyone who has contributed to this amazing event. And I'm excited to see about this. My mother also passed away from cancer, Jolly Holly Dolly Day. So this is a big deal for me personally. And my oldest friend passed away from bone cancer last year. So this is something which has touched so many people. And I also know so many people who have survived, including many people today who donated, mentioned being either survivors or connected with survivors. So !donate will allow you to find out how you can donate to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We are already over 50% to our goal. Boy, would I love to see us get to the next stage here of getting to 3,000 and beyond. I'm very excited for that. So this is our concert, which is always a real highlight. And the person I'm about to introduce is someone who's been doing this for a while, who started as a viewer and now is a streamer himself and is a partnered streamer and has all these people coming to check out his stuff, and Kilgore is good people, and has streamed over on my sister channel as well, GogCom's Twitch channel, for a while also. And it's a great honor and privilege to be able to introduce this person right here, Kilgore Trout. Kilgore, take it away, and thank you. Here we go.
Are we good to go? I think we are. That's our best mope. That's not exactly something to necessarily be proud of, but hey. Thanks again for having me, Arv. I've always a pleasure to show up for this thing because it's such a worthy cause. As everyone, there's so many people who have been touched by the tragedies of cancer, and just to be able to participate in this thing is always a pleasure. And I'm actually I think there was one year that I couldn't. Yeah, actually a couple of years ago I couldn't perform because the apartment I was in had such crappy internet that I couldn't do it. But now I've got fiber, so everything's fine. So anyway, hopefully I'll be playing a few new tunes. I'll probably be repeating a lot of stuff that I've done before because, hey, I only know so many songs. But I also have this 12-string. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So anyway, I've got this 12-string as well, which I didn't have the last time I was playing. So I thought I would do a couple of things on this at least anyway. And there's Pest Monolith. Hello. In any case, this is, and also, by the way, if some of you are probably already aware, I play a lot of Leo. Leo Kottke was a big influence on me in terms of fingerstyle acoustic stuff, and I know a lot of his tunes. I'll be playing some of my own as well, and other things. This is actually a very early Leo tune from like the late '60s, and played on a 12-string. I'll see if I can do it justice. It's called Stealing. Not sure why I started with that one. Maybe I should have warmed up. Don't want to miss a thing? Oh, I couldn't play that. I'd have to sing it, and I couldn't sing that. Oh, Leo is like, I think he's 75 years old and he still tours. He's just, this is an older version. He does a new version of this particular tune. I'm going to try a little bit of this. Just one other string and a 12 string, and then I'll try a different tune. This one's called Airproofing, but he played it earlier on, then he did a newer version of it later. But anyway, this is essentially it. Yep. That's half of the song, actually. But anyway. Hopefully. Came out okay. All right. Oh. No intent to poke the set, but curious if you ever played any Lightfoot. Oh, yeah. You know, if I can get the words, I'll tell you what, I'll look for the words. I can do one, but I need to get the words to it. Let me, wasn't intended to do this, but I could do it. After all, it's a special occasion. Although, I'll tell you, I don't sing like him, let me tell you. And let me see if I can get... Yeah, I might have to... Okay, we'll try this. Anyway. For those of you who aren't aware, Gordon Lightfoot is probably one of the greatest singer-songwriters who ever lived. And if I can do this justice, I'll be shocked. But anyway. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie by the ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress with chains upon my feet, you know the ghost is me. And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost that you can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, like the kind that drugstores sell. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. But heroes often fail, and you won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. I'd walk away like a movie star who gets burned in a three-way script. Enter number 2, a movie queen to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me. For now, love, let's be real. I never thought I could act this way, and I got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. But stories always end, and if you read between the lines, you'll know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lack. Never thought I could feel this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone and I just can't get it back. That's just one of the best songs ever written, that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wasn't planning on doing that one, but there you go. Catching up on the Mass Effect playthrough, right on. Yo. Believe it or not, that was Leo. But but anyway, I might as well play one of my own. This is a actually Cape was in the right place. This is a song that I wrote based upon my Newfoundland heritage. A lot of my musical upbringing was influenced by being from Newfoundland on the east coast of Canada, which has a very rich tradition of Celtic-inspired folk music and Newfoundland music of its own, but also with Irish roots and all this other stuff. And this song is very evocative of that, I think, to in a fair degree, anyway. But this is I wrote this like a number of years ago. This is called, and it's another instrumental. I tend to do a lot of instrumentals. This is called My Island Home. I'll start it again. Oh, here's another good. This is a Leo tune. I told you I play a lot of Leo. This is called Tasco Steps, which is actually Taxco Steps, because I think it's a place in Mexico. And I think the X is pronounced as an S. But anyway, Tasco Steps. See if I can do this justice. Let me start this again. Okay, here we go. Can I play some classical guitar? Let me see. Whoop. I got too much crap. There we go. Maybe. Hit it. Clunk. Perhaps. Other than Twitch, Twitch and Twitter. But not on social media, just Twitter and Twitch, that's it. Actually, just a second here. Hey, time to casa. Chacon, I don't think so. I don't think I can do Chacon. I attempted that a long time ago, but not. This is more my speed. Whoop. Haven't played that for a while. Love Bach. I got one more? One more there, Arv? Two is fine. Okay. What am I doing? Where am I at? I forgot the end. I forgot the end. Oh well. Okay, here's one more. I have to finish with this because I've done this so many times. Yeah, we all know this one. I have to play it. I got no choice. Oh, thank you, Emily. Thank you. Anyway, thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. And keep on donating to this marvelous, wonderful cause, hey? And be sure to stick around, of course, for ChronoWolf, who'll be up next. Take care.
Yay, that was awesome. Thank you so much to Kilgore Trout. What a pleasure. Really, really, genuinely, what a pleasure to be able to have wonderful music. And it was exactly like, this has been such an amazing, awesome, but still very excitable day. Like, I was just like, ah. So it was great, laid back stuff, and it was great. And I was really happy that Kilgore finished with the Morrowind theme. There's something very sort of calming about that whole experience. It was great. Thank you also to Valen. I do want to mention a couple of things that I couldn't say when the concert was going on. In fact, I'm going to unmute my notifications again, but then I'm going to remute them when ChronoWolf starts. So a couple of donations that came in. First of all, from Sunny Senny, the even gang shall prevail. That was awesome. Then Emily that was a $13.26 donation. Then Emily with a $5 donation for Lightfoot, and yes, the power of Gordon Lightfoot compels you. And then Vanen with $25. Kilgore played beautifully, and of course I could not agree more. That's absolutely the case. So we are sitting at 2,660, folks. This is very, very good. My hope was that we were going to be at least at the same amount that we had yesterday, if not more, going into tomorrow. And as it stands now, we have the second part of our part 2 of the concert coming up, and then we have community D&D after that. I would love to get past 3,000. If we can get past 3,000 by the end of the night tonight, or even a little further, he said, that would put us in very good shape, I think, going into tomorrow for the Marathon Eberron session, as we head towards our goal of 5,000. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And I see that the man of the hour, as it is here. So let me just, before we go to ChronoWolf, though, again, thank you, Kilgore, as always. This is something Kilgore's done every year, and I'm always extremely grateful to Kilgore for being able to do it and being willing to do it and all that. It really, really does make a difference. And so thank you. And it sounded great, too. I mean, you did have some songs that were familiar, but there were a couple that I think were different that I had not heard before that were very cool. And so, yeah, I thought it was sounding good. Also, anytime we get a 12 string, I'm all good about it. It'd be really great. So thank you again to Kilgore. And also thank you for all of the amount of the Echo subs. The Echo subs have been really great as well. Thank you, Echo, so much. And ChronoWolf Live has got the gift sub power. So, all right, ChronoWolf is going to be up next. Now, ChronoWolf has often done ArvCon, but was not able to do it last year because of a schedule conflict, but is able to do it again this year. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to I'm going to mute the picture. I'm going to mute the picture. I'm an English person. I understand the way words work. I'm going to turn off the picture. That's what I meant to say. I'm going to mute my microphone. Those are the things you mute. And then I'm going to go over and get ready to capture ChronoWolf. I think we're going to try this on ChronoWolf's channel. Now, one quick note. I mentioned this to Kilgore. There was no problem during Kilgore's thing except for the very brief period of time that I accidentally had too many windows open and the video froze. But that was on me, and that had nothing to do with anything else. But just so you know, ChronoWolf, there was an issue with Zach's capture last night where we weren't able, they were kept like buffering, and then I ended up sending him the Zoom thing and the Zoom worked fine. That was not an issue here with Kilgore at all, so I hope and trust it won't be an issue as well with you and me, but I'm just letting you know as like a backup that, a refund. No, it was like a couple minutes at most. But I'm just letting you know as a backup in case that's an issue, Chrono. Otherwise, Chrono is going to go on at about 7:15, which is maybe a few minutes earlier. You have buffers on standby. Okay. And I have you booked to go through all the way until 8:30. If that turns out to be too long a set and you can only do the hour, which is what you originally were scheduled for, totally get that. If you do that at 8:15, that's fine. We will roll with the punches, no problem. And we were moving around quite a bit because of issues earlier on with a game that had to be rescheduled. So I'll pad it with talking. That's always, listen, you're extremely articulate, incredibly communicative fellow. I'm sure that would work fine. But yes, so we're going to do that. So I'm going to go over, I'm going to turn off the picture. I'm going to mute the microphone, and then I'll be back to you folks in about 5 minutes. Go take a break and all that stuff, and please continue to donate. 2,660. We're doing so well. Let us keep it up. Let's keep the magic happening. thank you for those of you who have donated so far. I'm super grateful. And this is just doing very good business for all of us. This is good business, good work. It's a good thing that we are doing and you're all a part of. So thank you so much for that. Okay, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, and I'll be back in 5 with the next and concluding person in the concert, which is ChronoWolf. I shall be right back. So hold tight. All right, chat, we should be good to go here in just a moment. We have made all the changes and the adjustments. I have let ChronoWolf know here that we're good to go. And so in just a minute, he is going to be going live, and then we will bring him over into the mix for part 2. Remember, !donate to donate to our ArvCon 2024 charity. We are at 2,660. Would love to get past 3,000 before we end the night tonight. Remember, after this concert is over, we will be moving on to Community D&D with the amazing Shadow Crew, and that will be rolling now. One quick note, by the way, that's going to happen on Shadow Mage's channel. He is going to be streaming with the overlays and all that stuff. It's going to be at Shadow Mage's, sorry, not Shadow Mage's channel. Let me rephrase that. It's going to be on this channel, but Shadow Mage will be doing the actual streaming and production, which is what usually happens for a community D&D session. Sorry, it's going to be on this channel, but it's going to be Shadow Mage actually doing it. So that means there will be a slight break. Please do not go anywhere or leave or abandon ship. Okay, we want to make this as close as possible so that we don't lose anyone for this. That would be great. So yes, but otherwise we are ready to go. We are set and ready. And so yes, Shadow Mage and the crew of Yoi Gawain Lin and Drew the Damager and Tilted Gaming and Hoodie, also known as Oh My God, a Truck, all of those people are going to be doing this great stuff. It's going to be awesome. That's fine. Okay. And we are set to go, I think. Let me just make sure that we got, yep, okay, I've got him. We're there. We are ready to go. Whenever he comes online, we'll be able to do it. So yeah, so that's going to be going on after this concert concludes. Should be about an hour, I think. We're going to be running roughly about an hour, slightly, maybe a few extra minutes here and there. So yeah. Just close the door.
It is closed.
No, can't be.
The door is closed.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm blind.
My son has just gotten back, and my son is having a great old time. Okay. Yeah, I know the mic's hot. I was just telling him to check in on that. That's fine. Okay. All right. So we will be good to go. We will G to G. Okay. All right. Also had some delicious pancakes, by the way, chat, while I was listening. That was tasted very, very good. I very much enjoyed that. And during this session, what I'm going to be doing is getting up and walking around a little bit, although I have been getting up and stretching and walking around anyway. I have not just been seated in a chair for the last 7 hours and 20 minutes, because that would be a very foolish idea. But still, this office always looks like a disaster area after an ArvCon initially, and then I get everything cleaned up, and then I send out all the gifts to the various people, and then that wraps up ArvCon for the year, after I send out thank yous to everybody too. So, but we've got a ways to go before we get to that. Oh. Sorry about that. I thought that I was waiting for you to go live. My bad. Wonder if it, wait a minute a second. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good. We're live. Although I see currently offline, but yeah. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. We got an ad to get through. That was weird. It was offline. It was just sitting there on the offline screen for a while, and I refreshed a couple times. But okay, now we're good. Hold on a second. Okay, wait. I don't want to. Oh, go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. God, ads. The heck out of here. Sorry. Don't need any of that. All right. All right, here we go. Now we're on. Now we're ready to go. Now we are prepared. Now we're set. Okay. So I'm going to shut up. All right. And ChronoWolf is ready. It is very exciting to have ChronoWolf back.
Okay.
And here we go. Welcome back, ChronoWolf.
Fantastic. All right, I think we're good to go. So, I'm not going to be able to hear Greg, because if I had Greg come through, you're going to get feed, back, loop coming through on the audio.
That was really good.
So, thank you very much. So, let's see. All right, so there is a bit of reverb happening on our voices at the moment because I have it set as a post effect, so we sound like we're all in the middle of a cavern right now in the audio. But yeah, thank you so much, Arvin, for having us for another fantastic ArvCon stream, of course, for the Damon Runyon Cancer Foundation, or Research Foundation, I should say. Currently sitting at $2,600.60. We want to see if we can maybe breach the $3,000 mark during this music stream here.
That'd be cool.
But that would be fantastic. So I'm going to introduce you to a friend of mine. This is Palm.
Hi, I'm Palm. I'm a Puma Dragon persona kind of person. Yep. And then I will be singing with Chrono while he plays guitar on some probably songs that you are rather familiar with.
Yep.
Some good old sort of
80s funk. Well, it's the guitar. The guitar is right here, so we're going to be doing some 80s stuff, and then we're going to be transitioning some chiptunes. So Palm is going to be present to help me sing some of the tracks because he's got a much better singing voice than I do.
Yeah.
Although I'll try, I'll make a valiant effort to see if we can do that. But that being said, first 4 tracks are going to be doing on the guitar, and then we're going to be transitioning to some chiptune stuff that you know me for. So just give me a sec to get this all hooked up and ready to go because there are a lot of cables. You probably noticed I got 2 mic sets on my face right now because one of the songs is going to require me to use a vocoder. So just bear with me while I take the headphones down. I'm going to take
taking the headphones down.
That's right. Actually, so oh my god, I'm getting too old for this shit. I'm at that age where every time I lean over, I grunt.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite there yet.
Well, thank you for reminding me.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Just how much younger I am than you. It's not that much, but I don't know.
It'll do. It's enough to be noticeable. All right, so this is actually a new guitar. I used to have the Alesis Vortex Wireless, and I always wanted to get myself a Roland Axe Edge. And I finally got a Roland Axe Edge, and it's right here. It's good to go. So let's see if we can get some music happening. And we're going to test if you guys can hear some stuff here. So let's do a test.
Echo Alpha says it's very campian.
Yes, it is very campian. So, all right. Did you guys hear that? Perfect weapon of choice for a barbarian. Awesome. All right. So yeah, we're not going to be doing we're not going to be doing Top Gun, but let's get straight into it. I think the first song we should do. The other great thing about this guitar is it's also a synthesizer. It's also a sequencer, and I also have my backing tracks loaded into it. So it does a lot more. It doesn't require a computer to be plugged into. So here we go.
This first song you'll know immediately.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to have to make sure this is good to go. All right. And here we go. ArvCon 2024. ChronoWolf, let's go.
I get up, and nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I've seen the toughest around. And I know, baby, just how you feel. You gotta roll with the punches to get to what's real. Well, can't you see me standing here? I've got my back against the record machine. I ain't the worst that you see. Oh, can't you see what I mean? Now, might as well jump. Might as well jump.
It is punk.
Go ahead, jump. I said go ahead and jump. Hey yo, hey you, who said that? Baby, how you been? You say you don't know, you won't know until it begins. Oh, can't you see me standing here? I've got my back against the record machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen. Oh, can't you see what I mean? Now, might as well jump.
Jump.
Go ahead and jump. Get it in, jump. I said go ahead and jump. Jump. Might as well jump. Go ahead and jump. Might as well jump. I said go ahead and jump. 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 Thank you all for being here for that. That was cool. And
Yeah,
it's
it
like I
was
see jumps in the chat. It's cool.
Everyone jumping, but with the Twitch delay, so might as well jump. Jump. Go ahead and jump. Jump. So thank you so much. That was a hell of a lot of fun to do that one. Now we're going to switch over to some vocoder stuff. So I'm going to turn my other mic off because if anyone's ever sung with a vocoder before, in order to be able to play the vocoder nicely, you have to sing monotonally. So if I had my normal mic on there, I'd be just like singing like this in the vocoder. And you don't want to hear that. You'd want to hear the proper vocoded version.
Which sounds a little something like this, and it sounds a little something like this. So I'll probably stand a little bit away from you so that you don't pick me up. But
I think you're probably told by the melody I was just playing what the song's going to be next. So if those get it, let's do it.
All right. All right, next song coming up.
1, 2. Hello, nice and close. Your furry ass is down, we're gonna do. Your furry ass is down, we're gonna do. Your furry ass is down, we're gonna do. Your furry ass is down, we're gonna do.
Let's groove tonight. Share the spice of life. Baby, slice it right. 747 as you lose yourself in the clouds among the skies and the heavens. Hit the screw, light up the fuse, it's alright, alright, alright. Hit the screw, slip in your shoes, so stand up, alright, alright. Gonna tell you what you can do with my love. Alright, gotta let you know, girl, you're looking good, you're out of sight. Alright, just tell the DJ to play your favorite tune, and you know it's okay. What you found is happening now. Whoa. With the screw, you can move, it's alright, alright, alright. With the screw, slip in your shoes, so stand up, alright, alright. With the screw, light up your fuse, it's alright, alright, alright. With the screw, slip in your shoes, so stand up, alright, alright. Here we go now. You won't mind peace of mind on the floor. Take a little time, come and see you and me, and we'll be just fine. I'll be there for a while if you want my love. We can boogie on down, down, boogie on down, down, boogie on down, down, boogie on down, on down. Let's groove tonight. Share the spice of life. Baby, slice it right. We're gonna groove tonight. Let this groove, keep it move, it's alright, alright, alright. Let this groove, slip in your shoes, so stand up, alright, alright. Let this groove, light up your fuse, it's alright, alright, alright. Let this groove, slip in your shoes, so stand up, alright, alright.
With Arvin Aileron.
Whew, that was a lot of fun. So, so just to give you a general idea of what it sounds like when I'm when I'm doing that, we're live with Arvin Aileron. So yeah, you don't want to hear my real voice coming through with that one. With the vocoder, it sounds pretty good.
Live with Arvin Aileron.
So yeah, that's cool. So this next track we're gonna do, there's a dance move to this next track that only became a dance move to this next track primarily because, let me just make sure, 1, 2, 3, okay, good. Because of memes, you know? So if you guys can guess it, it's a famous 80s tune, had a fantastic music video with a lot of pencil sketches, and there was a meme dance. You wanna show us what that meme dance looks like?
Went something like...
Yeah, a little bit something like that. So I want you all to be doing that at home, even though you can't prove it. That
someone got it.
So yeah, there you go. So yeah, let's do this. 1, 2. I'm gonna try singing along with this one. So if I'm out of tune, it means because my vocoder isn't carrying me anymore. All right, here we go.
It's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take me on. I'll go take on you.
Sorry, everyone.
The things that you say, oh, is life or just to play my worries away? You're all the things I've got to remember, shying away. I'll be coming for your love anyway. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone. Cannot take on me.
I got it that time.
Take on me. I'll be gone in a day. Take on me.
Whew. That was a valiant effort. Not bad.
Yeah.
We're not the pinnacle of singing voices, but the vocals are there because these songs would be weird without them.
Yeah.
All right.
So next we're actually doing another song. We're actually going to do a bit of a different lyric version of this next song. It's a classic song, but it's one that I wrote for. It's one I wrote for Chrono and some other streamers actually. It's one I wrote. It's one I wrote for Chrono and some other streamers for when they would do when they would play City Skylines, and so these are kind of redone lyrics for that. So we're gonna give that a shot.
All right, let's do it. You know this song. And you also remember the City Skyline streams if you ever watch my channel. I know Echo Alpha does, but here we go.
All right. We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono's stream. Built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono's stream.
I think I got the right key.
Starting on the green plains, vast in its terrain, we can propose to build out the roads the highway sustains. Growing populations, developmental brings. Their inspiration draws upon whatever else we think. Just load up city skylines. Listen to the chirper feed. Don't you remember, Mom? We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono's stream. We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono's stream. Built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono's stream. Someone always saying where they need to go. Who cares? We're always changing transportation flow. Planning on the wayside, our metropolis. District divide will come to decide the way to our success. Just load up city skylines, listen to the chirper bee. Don't you remember love? We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono Stream. We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono Stream. Built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono Stream. It's just another evening here on Twitch TV with continents converging. Whoa, subscribe to what we see. Well, here comes the hype train as we build the rails.
Hype train in chat.
Traction's insane, congestion remains, the tension travails us. The suburbs we conjure, impressive by our rule, but we're left to ponder where to build the schools. Don't you remember love? Remember. Just load up city skylines, listen to the chirper beat. Don't you remember love? We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono Stream. We built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono Stream. Built these cities. We built these cities on Chrono Stream. We built these cities. Built, and so we built these cities on Chrono Stream. Built these cities. Built, and so we built these cities on Chrono Stream. Built, we built these cities. 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 Built, we built these cities.
Oh man, that was good fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the 4 songs that Palm has joined us to help perform with a stellar vocal performance and custom. You wrote the lyrics to that last.
Yeah, that last one, the City Skylines one, is I wrote the lyrics to it, and yeah, it's just kind of like that's kind of a thing I do a lot of times. So I mean, I hope people like it. So
yeah, I'm pretty darn sure they did. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Palm's portion, and I'll be moving on and doing some chiptune stuff with the guitar here. So, thank you, Palm.
Yeah,
really
thank you guys.
appreciate it.
Thank you everyone who's watching out there. I love doing this. So yeah, we're gonna take it away with ChronoWolf now.
All right, here we go. Let's just kill the input on that there, and I might actually also kill the reverb on mine because I'm not going to be singing anymore. So I'm just going to
forgot
go.
to take off the headphones. That would have been bad.
Oh yeah, that would have been problematic. Okay, filters. Let me just turn this off. Let's see here. Here, filters. Okay. Let's disable this one. How do we do this one? All right, cool. So should be coming through clean now, I believe. So let me know in chat, because the post-production filters, they're not really good at letting me know that they're not switched on anymore because I get a dry feed. So let me know if the if it's gone. So can you tell us the post you left any social media? Oh yes. Yes, so social media for hey Palm, you want to come back here and tell us your social media shit? I guess he's not listening. I believe it's Palm Puma Dragon on Twitter. So just search up at Palm Puma Dragon at Twitter. Don't at me, Elon. I will call it that forever. From my cold dead hands, you will pry the bird away. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to some chiptune stuff now. So I am going to make sure that my instruments is all set up. Okay, good. We got the right instruments and everything. We're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the chiptune musics for your pleasure.
Welcome to Mega City 6, the pleasure center of the universe. Stay long, party hard, and have fun. You're clear for landing off Phase 12. Welcome back, Commander.
All right. Y'all know this one. Is it Ninja Gaiden Shadow or Shadow Warrior? You decide. All right, this is the boss fight, everyone. You know what you got to do? You got to donate. Unless we get to 3,000 before the end of this stream, you will not have defeated the boss here in Star Fox. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to dig deep and donate to Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Here we go. All right, y'all know this one too. Tell us which game, which track. It's not Big Blue. Got it, Darksaber. We're so close to 3,000. Let's do this. I always have an absolute pleasure of a time performing for Arv at ArvCon, and also for all the fantastic donations to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Had a year off last year, and it's so good to be back performing here for Arvin. Fantastic friend Greg is to people, myself, and everyone. So please dig deep. Thank you, everyone. This song features a speak and spell that I managed to reprogram to say some nasty words. It's harder to do than you think. This one was written for Memories in 8-Bit. Y'all remember him? Memories in 8-Bit. Here we go. Second to last track, folks. Let's do this. 3,000! Woo! Nicely done. right. This is the last track that I'll be performing, and then I can hang around for maybe a couple more minutes to have a chat, say thank you. But thank you so much for allowing me to perform live again for ArvCon in 2020-24. This is So It Begins. The hardest song to play. Oh, thank you so much for being a part of this fantastic opportunity to do another show for ArvCon. And a big thank you so much for Palm, who joined us earlier, loaned us his lyrical skills to sing some 80s tracks. But ladies and germs, I am out of here to bounce right on time. Holy crap. For an impromptu kind of change up of timings, this ended up being right on time, Arv, so thank God for that. But ladies and gentlemen, please continue to donate to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. I'd like to offer also a special thanks for Kilgore, who killed it again, just came in before me. I believe I'm closing out the performances for today, but please continue to be here, part of ArvCon. Continue to support the Cancer Research Foundation. If you'd like to find me on social media, you can find me on Twitter at ChronoWolf Music. I also have a website which acts as a central hub of everything, which is chronowolfmusic.com. You can find me on Blue Sky, ChronoWolf, just everything. So, you know, Arv will tweet about it. Echo Alpha, thank you so much for posting that, and thank you for being an amazing fan of Echo Alpha. Special shout out to you. And everyone else who joined as part of the, you know, the old crew whose faces I recognize, and new faces who gave wonderful compliments and wonderful things about my music. So without further ado, this is it. Once again, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you very much, Greg, for having me on board. And hopefully I will see you all next year. Later.
How do I turn this damn thing off?
Well, people, let me tell you what. When I tell you that we get only the best for ArvCon, I am not joking, am I? Am I joking? I am not joking. That was insane. Tremendous work out of ChronoWolf and Kilgore Trout with, and again, thank you, Pompuma Dragon, for adding in. That was awesome. Not to mention Zach Clay last night, who was also amazing. And in the process of all of this, we got more donations along the score, which was Hillness with the, what we got, let's see. We got Classicor with a $66.06 donation. I like weird numbers. Hillness with 98 dollars and 77 cents. The pattern must create order through chaos. Darksaber 2K with 25, and there was a previous Darksaber 2K that had 25 on there too. And Darth Sisu with donations go brr. And so that's how we got this to where we are now. Right now, we are sitting at 2801 out of 5,000, which means we are just less than $200 shy of $3,000, which would be a tremendous spot for us to be halfway through the con. Obviously, our goal is 5,000, so we have one more event tonight. Tomorrow is our marathon D&D with Infinity and Beyond Eberron Oracle of War, starting at noon, going all the way until 8 p.m. Eastern. That's often the anchor leg, or at least it was in the past of this. And they're going to have some work to do. This was quite a lot today. We did 1220 last night. We have done 1,600 so far today. And if we can get a little bit more and get over to that 3,000 mark, then we only have 2,000 to go over that last 2 days. So that's the way that works. Thank you so much to ChronoWolf Live for the amazing concert as always. It was off the hook. It was great. It was awesome. Thank you, ChronoWolf. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, really good stuff. Thank you, my friend. Thank you as well to Kilgore Trout for the awesome guitar. That was really, I'm telling you, given how like nuts this day has been with everything we were doing behind the scenes, having a little bit of a whoo was like, that was a nice way to just kind of flow into it. And that was really great. So really appreciated that. So thank you so much, Kilgore, for that as well. And thanks to Zach Clay last night, who got our concert started off right also. All right, quick note, what we're going to do here. So it's 8:33. So the Shadowed crew is supposed to go live at the top of the hour, so we are right on time. But I am going to do just a little bit of cleanup work here in terms of talking about what we've done so far, what there is to come. I want to talk about the giveaways and prizes a bit, talk a bit about Damon Runyon as well. And then we will, what we're going to do is I'm going to go right until Shadowed Mage is ready to go with the crew. Then I am going to cut the stream, but please nobody leave. I'm going to cut the stream. I'm going to quickly change the Twitch page and the YouTube page. Then, and actually the YouTube page, actually both of them. No, I don't think you stream directly to the YouTube page when you go, which is fine. That's fine. Shadow doesn't need to do that. Anyway, I will change both of those things. Then we will have Shadowed Mage go live. Shadowed will be streaming on his channel. Why do I keep saying that? Shadowed Mage will be streaming on this channel using his OBS. So it's going to be on this channel, but it'll be using his OBS, and that's because he has all the overlays, all the setups. He's used to doing it from all of the stuff that the folks do when they are here on Wednesdays. And so I will then stop my OBS, and they'll continue with theirs. There was a sound in the middle there, by the way, that showed that my hard drive was starting to run out of a little bit of room because of like all of the extra video. So I was like, oh, quickly delete the thing I did from yesterday and then post all this stuff. But it was fine. So that is going to be the plan. And then tomorrow, as I say, we will be back at noon Eastern, continuing with Eberron Oracle of War as that campaign shifts into very high gear. We're going to be doing that for 8 hours, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, and then we will be back on Monday. Now, as a reminder, the Scientist game has been rescheduled to Monday. It is going to be Monday morning, starting Eastern, 11:30 Eastern to 1:30 p.m. Eastern. I don't yet know who's going to be the game master for that. It depends on how Johnny is feeling. It depends on whether I have some alternatives built up or whatever. Something will happen at that time, but I don't know exactly what it is, so you'll have to stay tuned for that. Then at 3:30, we will definitely have Johnny with the Dune premiere. That is going to be Dune Imperium, Plans Within Plans, and that will feature Valerie Valdez, Darcy Little Badger, Zach Clay, and Brandon O'Brien as your players, with Johnny Pittman again as GM. That will be the final official event of ArvCon 2024, and then I will right afterwards come on to wrap up, and I will talk a little bit about postmortems about how we did, what it was like, hand out a bunch of thank yous. I will then I'm not going to do this on Tuesday, because Tuesday I'm mostly going to be just like sleeping and stuff and doing streams. But I mean, like, when I'm not doing that, I'll probably be just resting. But then on Wednesday, I will definitely post out a bunch of thank yous on Twitter and Blue Sky. Thank everybody. And then on Thursday, I'll probably try to gather a lot of the stuff together to ship out to various people. I will do that. And then Friday, I'm going down to Three Rivers Comic Con in Pittsburgh with Little Arv, and I'll be there. And then we'll come back, and then we'll get into a more sort of normal June, sort of typical June month to come. Although, as I say, June looks like the summer's going to be an exciting month, especially now that you've heard about the Buy the Dice Roll and my trip to Worldcon, followed by the trip down to do the live D&D event for everybody. So it's going to be great. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Geister. I would like to see, I have a couple of folks, a couple of Pittsburgh area peeps that I like to see. So I'd love to be able to see you again if you're able to swing by. That would be cool. I'm just going to be there on Saturday pretty much this year. Sunday, we're going to be heading on out to go to this thing that I've mentioned to you all about doing my daughter throwing out the first pitch we've been practicing. I have to tell you all a funny story about that, by the way. Saber, you're going to do awesome, man. You'll do great. I don't know if I told everyone this story, but I was practicing with my daughter the other day as she's, throwing the pitch, because, again, she's doing the ceremonial first pitch for this minor league game for the Lancaster Barnstormers. And she was like, well, I just don't want anyone, and she kept saying, like, I don't want anyone to be upset. I don't want, like, the fans to get mad. I'm like, why would they get mad? And she's like, well, because, I don't want to, like, if I give up the hit. So she thought that the ceremonial first pitch meant that literally she was pitching the first pitch of the game. And I'm like, no. No, you're not going to be pitching to baseball players who are paid to hit the ball. That is not going to happen. All you need to do is ceremonially toss the ball towards home plate to the catcher who's waiting there, and then they will come up and high five you. It was very funny. I'm like, God, no wonder she's freaked out. She's like, but what if I give up a hit? I'm like, jeez, if you don't give up a hit, it would be a freaking an upset. Oh man, that was so funny. I'm like, from the files of, I didn't realize that. That was just so funny. I was like, honey, I promise it's okay. And like, I would have been fine. Like, oh yeah, we'll just practice. We'll throw a little bit. It's fine. They're just minor leaguers. What's the big deal? Like, it was so funny. Anyway, so I'm going to be doing that this weekend, but this is going to be very exciting. We have ReaderCon coming up in July. I also have, by the way, I'm not at liberty to talk about this yet, except in general terms, but as you know, Heretic, which is the final book in my Grey Assassin trilogy, is releasing in July with Athos Arts. I'm very excited about this. We are going to have a special event about that I can't talk about much yet, but that we're going to be doing in June. And then we're going to have another big event relating to that about a reading that I'm going to be doing. I don't want to talk about where yet until I have it confirmed, but that's going to be happening also in late July. And then, of course, the book itself will release. And then we have got July into August is going to be busy. We have the Gen Con Writers Symposium. We get home for a couple of days. Then we take our stuff and fly across the pond. We're going to be in Glasgow for about a week, about maybe 4 or 5 days, I guess. And then we're going to take a train down to London. We'll be there for a few days. Then we do the amazing Saturday, the August 17th D&D event with all of the amazing Buy the Dice Roll crew that you just met again for the first time earlier today. And then we'll be hanging out there for a little while longer, and then we'll head home after that. So it's going to be a busy August, but it was an August that I just couldn't pass up. When I saw that Glasgow was going to be where Worldcon is, and I was like, you know what? I think that we have enough that we can save up for the trip, and then my university can help defray part of my cost because of the Worldcon thing. So I'm officially going to be on panels. This is assuming that I am, so I'm not 100% guaranteed of that yet. But so I said there's a good chance that they'll be able to cover it, and that means that it will be a little. Well, it's maybe affordable if we save up a lot for it. And I've never been to England other than just Heathrow for layover of a half hour or something. And this is the thing which has sort of defined a lot of my life. Like, I wrote my dissertation about the court mask desk in England. Much of my work was about Renaissance drama, specifically in London. I teach courses in Shakespeare. I teach courses in revenge tragedy. J.R.R. Tolkien, only my favorite writer, sort of Lord of the Rings was kind of important in my development as a reader and a person and all that. So, and the other thing I want to go see, by the way, I want to see if I can do it. I don't know if it even is possible, but I want to check. One of the places I want to check out is the original location of Games Workshop, because a lot of those games I have back there came from Games Workshop. The sorcery books that we played on stream, all of those are Games Workshop. I would love to be able to, a lot of the Fighting Fantasy game books that we play are from there too. So I would love to do that. Oh, thank you, Geister. That's right. Yeah. And now it's in that second edition. I'm very happy to say it's in a second edition as well. So thank you. Thank you. I am so, yeah, I mean, I'm really pumped up about it, Saber. Like I want to visit Tolkien's grave. It's just, there's a resonance for me about Europe and specifically about, about the UK and England because of what I've studied about it and the work that I've done about it. So it's, yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to meet all friends, all of those people, all of those 6 people. I have never met any of them in person, so I am very excited to do that. I'm excited for my family to meet them also. And yeah, I'm very excited to do all of those things this summer. I feel like it's a meaningful thing, and so I'm really excited. Again, the theater is not a huge theater. As I say, it's about 110 seat theater, so it's much smaller than the Klein. But it's cool. It's going to be our own. It's going to be something that we have made something of it. Like I say, it's in a former library, which I think is super cool for this, and just. Yeah, I think it's going to be great. Plus, I'm excited to see some people at Worldcon before that as well. I know Prince Justin is going to be there, so I'm excited about that. And it just all clicked, everyone is like, well, we could maybe do this. Like, Saber can drive there. I'm not saying it's like easy, but it's possible. Saber can drive there. Undeveloped Bruce can drive there. As I said, Mike and Ananda just walk out their door and it's right there. No, I'm kidding. But it's not a super long trip for either of them. And then that left the 3 of us flying. And Fleos was going to be flying over to England anyway for his wife and his 10th wedding anniversary. So I was like, okay, that's amazing. And then Pyre and Jade was willing to take the flight over from Germany. And I'm like, then let's do it. I mean, I just, let's do it. Not quite. We're going home for a few days, Hillness, and then we're flying out from there. The reason is just otherwise we would have to either rent a car to drive out to Gen Con, or we'd have to fly out to Gen Con, which would be a pain for all kinds of reasons. And so this way we drive to Gen Con, turn around, we do the Gen Con thing, and we leave that Monday. We're not leaving on Sunday. We leave on Monday. Even if we get back on like Tuesday, I can probably do a stream from there or whatever from home. And then we leave, I think it is Wednesday night or Thursday or something like that. So we're going to have like a day and a half or 2 days. Not a lot of time, but it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot in a row, but I think we're all sort of braced for doing it. And I think it's one of those opportunities you don't want to pass up, I think, if you have it. And so you'll be jealous in Canada. Yeah, no, I hear that, Lovelust. But yeah, I feel very, very fortunate that stuff has clicked this way. And we're excited. Buy the Dice Roll is going to be something that's going to go on beyond this event. I mean, obviously, I'd love to do live events. I'd love to bring them out to the US, next. But we're going to be doing all of that stuff. Yeah, 3 days after Bloodstock. We spent a lot of time being like, can we do this? And we were like, we had a lot of processing time. It was like, will Darksaber be recovered from the death metal concert? Will he be in condition? Will he be shaped to be able to do that? But regardless, I'm very happy that we can do it. And beyond that, as I say, we're going to be doing stuff. We'll continue to stream on GOG, doing Ghosts of Saltmarsh, but we have the ambition that we want to build this into something over time. And so we'll see how it goes. We have a page, we have a YouTube channel that we've got together. We have a Twitter, we have a Blue Sky. We'll just see how it happens. We have day jobs and lives and families and all that kind of stuff. So we have to, balance all these things. But if you organize it enough, and if you have people who really care about each other enough that they want to do something like that when there is a collective will to do it, and when all the stars happen to align in this strange way, then it's something you kind of jump on. So very, very cool. I am excited about that. Okay. So, hey, what's up, Rising Tides? Well, I wasn't speaking of you immediately, but I was going to. All right, let me say a couple things about Damon Runyon, and then we will be almost ready to go and ready for the final event of the evening. Let me just say a couple things quickly about Damon Runyon and about this donation. So one of the things that I thought about quite a bit this morning, I don't know if anyone had a chance to catch, or I should say very early afternoon, if you had a chance to catch the three scientists, is I am always struck by the heart of human innovation and compassion. And I think innovation sometimes gets used as, sometimes it often gets used as this kind of corporate buzzword of, innovation and empowering stakeholders and all that crap. And the reality is that that's not innovation. That is a punchline, right? That's a buzzword. Actual innovation involves coming up with unusual and creative ideas and bringing people together in community to see whether or not those ideas collectively expressed can do something to advance society. This is something which humanities people should do more often than they do, but it's something the humanities people have to argue overall. The fact that I am teaching, hopefully, part of what I do in teaching literature and teaching communications in general, in game mastering as well, is to talk a little bit about what it means to be human. And that applies to anything you're going to do in life, scientifically, economically, or otherwise, right? So there's a lot of that that goes on in this from the humanities side. But it was really always amazing to me to see that scientists do that as well. And one of the reasons I love Damon Runyon is that they, A, understand about getting scientists and bringing them together. B, they understand about taking risks. But these are not foolish risks. These are not ridiculous risks. These are not absurd risks. They are scientifically grounded risks. But they're not, let's make sure we do the safest possible thing so no one could, we won't, right? They take big swings at things that are worth taking big swings at. And when they hit, they produce Nobel Prize winners. They produce advanced treatments. They produce advanced diagnostic tools. They produce things which make people live longer and better, and they advance the cause against defeating cancer as a whole. Not only that, but Damon Runyon is also one of the best run charities in the business. A very small percentage goes to their overhead. If you look at Charity Navigator, they have a very high rating because most of their money goes directly to the charities involved. They're extremely well run. They're competent. I also personally have a connection with them because my mother, as you know, was on off-Broadway during the 60s. And so the fact that Damon Runyon is well known as well for selling cheaper Broadway tickets to raise funds, that also feels very good to me as a connection. And every time I speak to the scientists, I know that we picked the right cause to support because it's supporting young people for whom I have enormous affection, right? I adore working with this demographic because I see not just the energy level, but the excitement, the exhilaration, and also the savvy, not cynicism, which is the argument that we get here all the time, not the idea that, oh, they're too interested in their phones, and that is absolute nonsense. They are, it is true, Gen Z and younger, they are having to deal with a whole lot of things at once, and a lot of that is on the people who couldn't deliver them a safer world than they have. But that said, there is also a greater connection in some ways between parents of Gen Z and Gen Z. There's a connection between the amount of work and charity that these folks do. Gen Z has one of the highest levels of charity output of any generation. And that's a big deal, right? That's a big deal, and it suggests something about who they are. They get it. I have full confidence in the next generations. We need to just make sure we pass the baton to the next generations. But I have full confidence that they'll be there. And it is events like this that give me that hope and give me that confidence. So Damon Runyon is extremely important, not just for what they represent in terms of cancer research, but for what they represent in terms of community involvement and engagement. And the last thing, which I will talk more about on Monday, is the fact that, as I've talked about several times this weekend, many of us have lost people to cancer. My mother, my oldest friend, as I mentioned before, several pets, many members of the family, sort of extended family that were affected by this. And all of you have told me so many stories of people that you've known that have been affected by it. We're doing this partly for them, but we're also doing it for the people who are the survivors, the people who are still with us, the people who are doing what is necessary to stay with us because of the treatments they've received. Those people are also what we do this for. They are the ones who remind us of the joy of doing something for common purpose and for common good. And it is an inspiring thing that we do every year here, and it is thanks to all of you that we've been able to do it now for, announce this concludes the 10th ArvCon. For 10 years, we've been raising money for Damon Runyon, and that is a big deal. With a 1 year off to raise money for the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation after Kilgore passed away, which was also a big success. So it's been a great honor to be able to work with Damon Runyon. It's been a great honor to be able to run this event, and it's been a great honor to be with all of you as we've done it. So I want to say midstream, mid-event, thank you. And the next time you hear people talk about this in this cynical way, I want you to look at them and I want you to explain to them that there are good things that happen in the world that are worth fighting for, people that are worth fighting for with and about them. You are part of that mixture in this event, and not just this event, but in the other things you do all year in your local communities as well. So I want you to think about that and go forward with that hope and purpose, because by doing that, we create a lighter, a brighter world for all of us. And I remain confident that that is a world that we are all going to be able to give to our children and our children's children to inherit. We are doing that together. An event like this is a demonstration of that fact. Okay. So I just wanted to say that a couple times. Kind of important to remind people about why we're doing this. So yes, and Dialad from GOG as well. So thank you, everyone, for being a part of this. So what we're going to do now is we are going to check. I want to check here with Shadowed Mage and make sure that we're good to go. Let me see. We should be. Let me just double check. Okay. Shadow can wrap whenever you are ready. We'll wrap, then change stream title, then give you the go ahead. Let me know. Okay, so because I want to make sure that we have as little break as possible between when I stop and when Shadow Mage starts, because I want to keep all these great numbers. Oh, I also want to say that. Thank you, everybody, for the amazing numbers. We've had multiple raids today, but the numbers have been great all day, honestly. And that's a big, big help to us because that helps the algorithm. It means more people see us. More people are like, hey, what is this about? They come over, they find out about it. Some of those people stick with us. Some of those people stay with us all year, and all of them are part of the donation process. So that's the deal as well. Summons a ghost dog for people to play with. All right. Let's see. Okay. Standing by. Okay. Should be ready to go here pretty soon. Now, the other thing that I think I wanted to mention about that is, oh yes, just a reminder. So it's 2801 out of 5,000. Oh, I promised I was going to do this. I'm sorry. Promised I was going to do this. I have a surprise giveaway, chat. I have a surprise giveaway. This comes from Free League material that was sent to us last year and that I forgot to add to the list. So I figured I would save it for the right time. And this seems like the right time to do it. So because of how lovely all of you people have been, and as an incentive to keep you folks around, I am going to talk about this thing that I'm going to give away. And then if it is okay, what are we at right now? Are we doing a giveaway right now, Triffid? This is, oh, I'm looking right now. When donations reach 2,800. Okay, so this is that giveaway. Okay, cool. So, right. So what I was going to say was, Triffid, if you wouldn't mind, after we do the 2,800, whether or not we hit 2,900, it would be great if you would be so kind as to run a giveaway for this. This is the thing. He just put it on top of there, sweetheart. This is what I am giving away. Everyone ready? What do people think it is? What do people think that I'm giving away? Yeah, we can add my thing. Okay, that's great. So that actually is fine. What do we think we're giving away here, chat? Take a guess. Free smoothie. Not a free smoothie, although that is a good idea. Free smoothie. Okay. Not giving away a game. No, I'm not giving away Little Arv. You classic core. D&D book or chart. That's closer. First edition Wizardry floppies. I would burn those and then send them to you, Optic. Free smoothie with raisins. It's a good thing, Echo, that you've been so helpful this weekend so I don't ban you immediately. Roomba strapped to a knife is both troubling and proper. A Free League book for a game I haven't run yet. Rising Tides actually should... Rising Tides is specifically, in my mind, connected to this book, actually. French toast with raisins. Listen, all y'all talking about raisins. That is not on. Okay, here we go. Gray Shade RPG book. Oh, not ready yet, Echo. Not ready. Not ready yet. Okay, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, here we go. Ready? Pow. It is the Tales from the Loop rulebook. Now, I should mention, every time I have played Tales from the Loop, I have been deeply moved. Like, I pretty much cry every time we play this game, is basically what it is. Because it so perfectly encapsulates what it was like growing up in the 80s. I cannot explain it any other way. I've had Johnny run sessions for me of this. I've had Rising Ties run sessions for me of this. And it's so, so good. It just, I can't tell you the weirdness, the strangeness, but also the sense, the bizarre sense. There's hope in there too. It's just absolutely chef's kiss. It's so good. And Free League was kind enough to send one of these, and I have an extra one from last year, which I did not give away. So this is going to be the one that I'm going to give away. So you will get a copy of this. So Trifid, can you add this just to the list of whatever the giveaway is that you're doing right now? So right now you're doing the giveaway. I did not see that one actually, Optic. Let's see. Right now you were doing the... Let's see. Oh, yes, an audiobook of Pluralities by Avi Silver. That's right. Also a Steam code for Fury of Dracula, GOG code for Amnesia the Bunker. All of those are amazing things, but there's also this. So if you would like to win Tales from the Loop, plus those other things that you saw on that list, yeah, I totally agree, Rising Tides. I totally agree. We should play that more often. I totally agree. You can get this as well. Okay? So Tales from the Loop, super surprise additional item that we have added in there. Okay. So, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. We could 100% count you in a loop campaign. You would actually, oh my God, dude. Really? God almighty. Rising Tides. The problem is that Rising Tides is playing Dune with us. You know, when Speculate starts rolling again. Because the thing is, Optic is of an age with me. And Optic, now people don't know this. Can I talk about your former life briefly, Optic? Is that okay? I'm still waiting for the go ahead from the Shadow Crew, which is why I'm waiting. Can I talk about this? So Optic Nerve, for those of you who don't know, was a professional level skateboarder. Like, I'm talking Tony Hawk level skateboarder. Like, no joke. Like, you know, and he was doing it, and he's of an age of me, right? So he's growing up in the 80s. And so this completely, yeah, like he was a legit, you know, like legit skateboarder. And so this, I think, captures that too, right? I mean, Optic agrees with me on this because we've talked about it before. Like, so good. So I don't know, man. Rising Tides and I at some point have to chat about this. We only have so much time, but like there's so much richness. Like, I remember Johnny playing it for me and like talking about the computer in the window of the Radio Shack. And I swear to God, I used to go into the Radio Shack in our mall and type in BASIC like 10, print Greg is great or something, 20 go to 10 or whatever, 30 end. Like, you know, I used to, like, everything about it is just, I remember it so much. You played in bands in the 80s. It cracks me up, right? Go sub. Yeah. I even programmed the first part of the Shamutanti Hills in BASIC, like when I was way back. Oh man, I loved it so much. So anyway, so Tales from the Loop really kind of captures that beautifully. And so anyway, it's super cool. So yeah. You know what too, Rising Tides, that's just a marker of what an astonishing game master you are. Also an amazing designer of the Gray Shade TTRPG. Pre-order it now, coming out at the end of the year. But that's a marker of what a good GM Rising Tides is, because you would never know that. Like, Rising Tides has told me this before, like, you know, like, oh, and, you know, and I know how old Rising Tides is. So like, you know, like, I don't know anything about the 80s. I'm like, really? This is like, so Rising Tides, Brandon O'Brien is going to be on Monday, is going to be in the premiere of Dune, right? Brandon has said several times, like, I don't know anything about Dune. I'm like, you will make it seem like you know everything about Dune. Because that's what Brandon does. Brandon's like, I don't know anything about this. And then you're like, you haven't lived and breathed this because you could have fooled me. So like, it's 100%. Like, that is what Rise and Ties does. And that's an example of it. You would never know that he didn't know anything about 80s. Also, okay, Mighty Morphing Power Rangers is 90s, right? Is Mighty Morphing Power Rangers 90s? That's 90s, right? Right? Is it 90s? All right. Because, okay. So I guess that fits. All right. Okay, it's 90s. Okay. But, you know, oh God. Thundercats, Voltron, Transformers, Silverhawks, Mask. Yeah, I know. It's earlier, but still, you know, Masters of the Universe. Now, even earlier than that, Thundar. Mask is a mighty power. You can save the day. Mask. No one knows what lies behind the masquerade. Oh my God. Galaxy Rangers. Turbo Teen. That mask theme is baller, by the way. Absolutely baller. Yeah, no, dude, that Dragon Spawn, that was my thing, man. Thundar. Yeah, no, I love Thundar. I actually wish that Thundar. I thought Thundar had legs to it from the point of view of storytelling. Like, everyone talks about gargoyles and all that. Oh, it's amazing. I honestly thought Thundar had some, like, the world building, and that was really interesting. There was some good stuff in Thundar somewhere, if you could kind of figure out how to get to it, you know? So, yeah, Robotech and all that stuff. Thundar, Super Science. Lords of Light. Yep. And the knockoff Chewbacca, you know? Yeah, like there was so many. Oh man, yeah, there were so many things like that. There were. Okay, so last thing I was going to mention, by the way, this came up about. I was thinking about this in terms of when you were all talking about music. This has nothing to do with the 80s stuff. It's just something I want you to listen to. So many of you will know the 70s song by the band Mountain called Mississippi Queen. Mississippi Queen. Do you know what I mean? Right? That's Mississippi Queen. Okay. So that came out in 1970 is when he does that, right? So for some reason, it popped up on my YouTube music feed. And so I listened to it. I'm like, it's good stuff. Leslie West. Yeah. So I was curious and I listened to it. It's a very short song. It's like 2.5 minutes. And I was like, okay. And then there was a cover of it. So I was like, okay. I clicked in a couple of covers. You need to look up and find a band called, I can't remember the first part of the name, but the last name is the Quarantine Kids. They formed, I think, during COVID. And it's basically a guy and his kids playing in this band. And they played Mississippi Queen. So the beginning of that song starts with a cowbell, like doot, 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 right? So, you know, they played that and I'm like, okay, you're just playing cowbell. And I was like, so I thought, I'm like, oh, look, they're really cute. They're in their living room and they're fairly young kids, fairly young. And like, you know, I'm like, oh, that's super cute, whatever. And then they play the riff, you know, boo, 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 boo. And I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. And then the freaking dad comes in and he's just like, Mississippi Queen, no, do you know what I mean? Like, absolutely kills it. And the whole cover, I was like they were actually really good. Like, it wasn't just oh, isn't that cute? Like, they were really actually pretty good. I was like, oh man, it was so great. And it was just totally unexpected. So since we were talking about music, I wanted to tell you all about that because that was super good. I put this in there. Is that the link? Is that it? What is it? Yeah. Colt Clark and the Quarantine Kids. I'm telling you, it was so good. I mean, it's like, you know, it's not like 100% perfect, but it's like really good. Oh man, it was so funny. I had a big smile on my face with all that. Okay. Anyway, you should totally check that out. And also, if you have a chance to check out Leslie West and Peter Frampton in 2014 doing a live version of Mississippi Queen. again, they kill it. Leslie West's voice did not miss a step. He was still really good. And this was after he had he suffered from diabetes. He had serious issues with addiction and so on. And so he was struggling, at that point. He had a leg amputated. It was rough. But he was still playing, and he sounded dynamite, like really, really good. So that was very interesting for me to see. It also helped that he had Frampton with him. That was not bad. That was also a good thing, but yeah, it was something. All right. So, okay. Are we good to go? Question mark? Just waiting. Yeah, just Peter Frampton. No big deal. Yeah. Who's that, right? Okay. All right. I think we are now ready to go. Yeah. Fempton, Frampton. That's it. Okay. So, all right. I am now. So chat, very important. No one go anywhere. I am going to stop and then I'm going to switch the stream title. And then Shadow Mage is going to go live. So please, nobody go anywhere. We will be right back. And I'm going to stop the stream, but stay on this channel. Shadow Mage is going to be on with the final part of part 2. Since I will not be speaking to you again until tomorrow, I want to thank everyone who made day 2 of ArvCon an overwhelming success. Let's get this number to over 3,000 people. Let's make it happen. And thank you all so much for being here and being a part of this awesomeness. I love you all. This has been great. Really, really good day all the way around. Okay, I will catch you folks on the flip side. No one go anywhere. We will be right back at you in just a minute. Hang tight.